the high desert in the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be across the entire world. In the greatest part of it right now, our part, it's Halloween. Welcome to Ghost 2001. This is a night when all we do is tell ghost stories, nothing else. I know there's a world of things going on out there, but we don't do it on this night. We do one thing only, and we do it very well. We tell ghost stories, real ghost stories, and there's no lack of them ever. Now, I want to qualify this by saying right up front, no lame ghost stories. Only the scariest, most hair-raising ghost stories that a person could ever relate. That's all we're taking. So if yours doesn't meet up with those qualifications, sit back and listen, because there'll be plenty that will. So those are the rules. Those are the only rules. Your ghost story had better be good, and you should be a good storyteller, too. So that's it. That's all we're doing tonight. I'd like to welcome KLYQ in Hamilton, Montana, 1240 on the dial in Hamilton, Montana. Glad to have you on board the network. That's just great as we continue to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. This is an unusual Ghost to Ghost tonight. It is an unusual Halloween. It is the first Halloween full moon since the year 1955, and it is the only one until 19 Halloweens more pass. I believe it is a blue moon. Blue or not, it's the only full one since 55 and the only full one for 19 more years. So that's the agenda tonight. I never have had any doubt that ghosts are real. I know they're real after having presided over this program for the last, I don't know how many years, decade plus many now. I know they're real. I guess the question in my mind about ghosts became somewhat moot probably about 4 or 5 years ago. After doing so many of these and after observing things I have observed, I just came to the conclusion that it obviously is real. There really are ghosts, which means that there is survival of physical death. Anyway, nothing but the prime grade A ghost stories are allowed tonight. So before you dial, consider, are you in possession of, is the best ghost story of all time emblazoned in your mind? If it is, dial. Otherwise, sit back and listen. That's what's coming up. Nothing but ghosts all night long. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Ghost to Ghost AM. One more time, this is your opportunity to phone in the best, scariest ghost story that any of us have ever heard. The scarier, the better. And if it's really, really scary, I'll be really, really happy. Why? Because I'll know that we're having good stories on the air, and I like to be scared like everybody else. You know, doing these shows, really, it scares the hell out of you after a while. A lot of times it just plain scares the hell out of you, but there is fun in fear, some types of fear. This kind of fear seems to be fun. Well, it's fun in the telling. It's not as much fun in the doing, as you will discover listening throughout the night. So let us begin. First-time caller line, you are on the air. Hi.
Art?
Yes.
Good evening. A ghoulish good evening to you.
And to you as well, sir.
Yes. This story takes place, actually I'm Rex. I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And this story takes place about 10 years ago when I was working as a photo lab assistant in Yosemite National Park, California.
Yes, sir.
One evening after I had finished talking with my folks, I was walking home along the Merced River, and very pleasant evening. And recently I'd been looking into the folklore, the mythology, some of the history of Yosemite Valley, which had to do with the Miwok Indians and this sort of thing. Now, as I was approaching my cabin, the tent cabins that all of us employees stayed in,
right?
I had absolutely nothing in my mind, completely blank. And I believe that contributed to what happened next. As I approached,
how frequently in your life have you noticed that you've had a completely blank mind? That is somewhat unusual in itself.
Yes, it was.
I mean, just all of a sudden you said to yourself, wow, I'm not thinking about a damn thing.
Exactly.
All right, so anyway, there you were in that state, and what happened?
Exactly. Well, I approached my tent cabin. And as I was standing on my door, unlocking the lock, I felt there was something very strange inside this cabin. It was twilight, it was dusk, there was no sound going on.
You just felt something was there, or you felt something?
I felt something.
Describe it.
Sort of like I could almost feel an aura radiating from inside it, and it wasn't a very pleasant aura.
Okay.
So I opened the door, and pitch blackness was inside this cabin. It was like I was looking into dark matter.
Darker than black.
Darker than black.
Yeah.
And this dark matter turned and looked at me.
Looked at you?
Looked at me.
Well, to perceive that, you must have seen, or did you just feel that? I mean, how did you know it was looking at you?
You know how some people have this third eye, this kind of a psychic sense kind of thing?
Mm-hmm.
I felt like this thing turned and looked into my soul, basically.
Yes, and was it as empty as your head?
Almost.
Sorry, I couldn't get it.
But what happened after I felt this thing was looking at me?
Yes.
I felt it rush at me, like a hurricane kind of force. It was like that poltergeist swoosh, you know?
Oh, Lordy, yes.
And I remember this thing hit me, and I completely blanked out. I remember being in this white light, but all I could hear was this ghastly scream.
So it was just good night for you, huh?
Well, actually, this white light hit me, and then about a fraction of a second later, I remember landing on my back. And I looked back up at my cabin, and I was 15 feet away from the door. I don't know how I got there.
My. You had not been drinking, nor...
I just got off of work. Just finished talking with my folks, and I walked
sober
home.
as can be.
Exactly.
What do you think happened to you?
I had the feeling that it had something to do with the tragedy of the Indian situation in Yosemite Valley. I don't know. I can't really explain it too much.
Maybe. I'm going to offer an alternative theory that you may not like. Obviously, what I picked up on in your story was that you were thinking about absolutely nothing, which is rare. I mean, have you ever caught yourself out there, folks? Wow, I'm not thinking about anything. I wonder if I'm okay. It's not something you do every day. So anyway, his mind was blank. His words. When your mind is blank, you are in an interesting, susceptible moment. Really. If the neurons aren't particularly firing in any direction, and it happens, it does happen, then you are very susceptible. So what may have happened to him may have happened at that exact moment because he was so vulnerable. Interesting. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art Bell. How are you?
I'm okay, sir. Where are you?
This is Anthony in Macon, Georgia.
All right.
And I'd like to relay this ghost story to you before I transform into a Canis lupus. So this story...
do you do that from time to time?
Occasionally. Occasionally I do, especially on nights like this. But about 1975, I was approximately 6 years old. I was visiting my grandmother here in Macon, Georgia, and this was shortly after my grandfather had passed away. He was an avid golfer, and he had a heart attack on the golf course.
Appropriate.
Yes, dying while he was doing what he does best. And
or liked best, or loved.
Exactly.
It's the way to go, sure.
And we were visiting my grandparents parents' house. Now my grandmother was just residing there. And this house had an added-on room that my grandfather had built, designed and built. He was an architectural student from Georgia Tech.
Right.
He graduated from Georgia Tech. And this room he had built and designed. And when we had visited, I would stay in that room, and the extra bedroom in there.
Sure.
And one night I was in there, fell asleep. I wake up out of nowhere. I don't know what woke me up. I just woke up, and at the foot of the bed was a glowing figure, white glowing figure.
Okay.
Just staring at me. Now, there was no sort of facial expression.
That's what I was going to ask. Yeah,
right, there was no face, no facial expression, but it was facing me because it just, seemed to be staring at me. Sort of an outstretched sort of arms, but you didn't see any arms. It was sort of just maybe sort of a flowing sort of gown.
That'd be enough for me. You would know it was a spirit.
Exactly. So, like any 5-, 6-year-old young man would do, I ducked under the sheets. I said, "Whoa, wait a minute."
That would have been my move too.
Right.
Under the covers.
Exactly, because you're always safe there.
Yeah.
But then I, took another peek, and on that peek, it was still there.
Oh, that's bad, because usually when you come out from under the covers, it's gone.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
It was gone. It was still there, and then I went under the covers again, and I did not return up from the covers, and I fell back asleep. But get this.
Yes.
Now, this is the kicker. When I woke up the next morning,
yes, sir,
on the ground near the foot of the bed was a golf ball.
So your granddad had been there and left a sign for you, a golf ball.
I would either that or somebody was playing a elaborate hoax on me. But as I said, I still have his golf clubs, and I have some of his golf balls. So maybe they just happened to be in that room, and I just didn't notice them when I went to bed. But it was an eerie thing.
I hear you. All right, thank you. Yes, the covers. The covers were always refuge from. For me, it was things in the closet. To this very day, I cannot abide an open closet while I sleep. I will not go to sleep with an open closet. Because a little 6-year-old Art was absolutely certain there was something in his closet. Certain. And I was manic about having the closet closed, and how's this for an admission? I still am. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
I'm okay, sir. Where are you?
My name's John. I'm calling from Colorado Springs, Colorado.
All right, John.
Got kind of an unusual story. Just to give you a little bit of background, I grew up in a small town in Minnesota.
Yes.
Grew up with a pretty good knowledge of the spirit world or demons or ghosts or what have you, that stuff existed. I believe that it existed.
Sure.
Always felt like there was something in my room when I was growing up. Used to have strange dreams. Sometimes I would have dreams where I felt like I was being spiritually attacked, where when I woke up I couldn't speak, or when I'd go to sleep, it seemed like the moments between being awake and going to sleep could be a lot of fear.
There is a lot of fear. That's when people have OBEs. That's when they have things that freeze them in place. I mean, paralyze them completely. That's when I think you're susceptible to best seeing across the veil anyway.
Yes, I agree. That's a good way of putting it. I think that's a time when you're sort of wide open to anything that's looking for you.
Absolutely.
And like I said, I grew up with this, and I think people are real resilient because I think you can grow up around this sort of stuff. And even as I got older, things would happen or something would drop in my room, and I'd come up with an explanation of how it could have happened. But everything will culminate when I'm about to tell you. But anyway, I joined the Army in 1989, summer of 89, and about 8 months before that, something really strange happened. Now, what I'll tell you is at the time, my mother and father were separated, and eventually a couple years later they would get a divorce.
Right.
At the time that this story happened, my father had not been living with us for probably about 4 or 5 months, quite a while.
Right.
I'm just sitting in the living room one night watching TV. My brother was in his room, which is on the other side of the living room wall.
Yes.
And I saw my father walk through our house.
As a solid...
being.
Your real dad? I mean, he was...
Absolutely. And people, when I tell this story, people always say, well, what year did your father die? He didn't die. He's still alive today.
Gotcha.
So it's kind of strange. Well, anyway, he walked through the hallway, and there was a door open on one corner of the living room, and that's where I saw him. And I was so convinced that it was him, and it was about 9:30 at night. You know, what would he be doing coming home at 9:30 at night, and he hadn't lived there 4 or 5 months? Right. You don't think of that right then.
Of course not.
So I get up and I follow him into my parents' bedroom, and when I had been in there for, I guess, about 10 seconds or something, I felt a very real presence, the same kind of thing that I felt growing up, going to sleep in my room, that same kind of feeling that, very hard to describe, but, you know, I
know the feeling. No need to describe it.
Right. There's something else in the room that's a sentient being of some type.
Absolutely.
And that's when I, you know, kind of got scared and left the room. And then I walked down the hallway, and I met my brother in his room. And he said, "Did Dad just walk by?" And I said, "Yes, he did."
What? Really?
Absolutely. Now, the really strange part about it is my father was wearing a particular sweatshirt that I remember him wearing a lot when I grew up. He used to wear it when he'd work on cars in the garage.
Yes.
So I still remember to this day he had this purple sweatshirt on and a pair of blue jeans, and he wasn't wearing shoes. He was walking in a pair of socks, and he was kind of walking sort of forward on his toes. That's the way he used to walk through the house. And
you're telling me that your dad was not dead.
Absolutely not.
Your dad was still alive, right?
Right. I mean...
That's really fascinating, and it's about the second or third story of its kind that I've ever heard. But I have heard a couple of others, sir.
Well, and that's kind of what I'm wondering, and I hope maybe you or somebody could shed some light on this, because I've heard of something called a doppelganger.
Oh, there's a million different explanations for it. Thank you very much. A million different explanations, but one possible explanation is that all living things, present and past, have a spirit that can leave the body. This has been a particular point of interest, actually, for me for some time. Ghosts of the living. What does that mean? If there are really ghosts of the living, as there are certainly of the dead, then it says something fairly profound, I think, about the nature of spirit itself, the nature of the soul itself, doesn't it? It's an area that I would like to see some ghost investigators really bore in on. They tend not to do it, I think, because to them a ghost has to be dead, out of the old living body to be a ghost. Well, I have a different vision of all of this, and it includes the possibility that every living and passed-on soul has a nature of spirit that we don't fully understand yet, but the kind of call we just had, the kind of report we just got, begins to take us down a path of understanding that may buck up against some of the mainstream thinking, if you can call ghosts and stories about ghosts mainstream at all ever. Probably not. I'm Art Bell, and this is Ghost to Ghost AM.
Want to take a ride? Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to call Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nine.
A full moon, a blue moon, decorates our Halloween Ghost to Ghost program 2001. I'm Art Bell. In the nighttime. Good evening, everybody. Ghost to Ghost continues right now with all of you. You'll convince yourselves before the evening's over. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Art, I have a...
West of the Rockies, call toll-free, 1-800-618-8255. Okay, I've got to bleep out your last name. You're not allowed to give your last name. So you made me hit the button. Your first name is Burke, and you're in Washington, right?
That's right.
Okay, Burke, what's up?
Well, back in 1991, I was a student at the International Summer School in Oslo, Norway.
Uh-huh.
I was one of 60 students and 2 professors who took the long weekend trip from Oslo to Bergen and back.
Yes, sir.
And on the last leg of our trip, we stopped in a place called Blåfarverka. That means the Blue Color Works. It refers to the small glass-blowing factory there.
Yes.
Well, we went into this Viking-style longhouse with picnic tables and sat down to eat dinner. Here we were in Norway, and what do you think they served us? Chili.
Reindeer?
No, chili.
Chili?
Yes.
Chili.
I couldn't believe it. The guy sitting across from me was from Texas. His name is Andrew.
I bet he could believe it.
Oh, yeah. He said something like, "Oh, boy, chili. They knew I was coming."
Uh-huh.
Well, I didn't like chili. I just ate bread. It's nice dinner rolls for us. After we finished eating, Andrew picked up this sugar cube from a little bowl. He said, "You see this? I'm going to feed it to that goat out there."
Goat?
Goat, yes. There was a little barnyard with a little barn. I think it was a petting zoo.
Oh, yes. All right.
Well, anyway, I said to Andrew, "You can't do that. It says on the sign out there in Norwegian, English, and German, 'Please don't feed the animals.'"
Right.
He said, "Oh, yeah? Watch me."
I've known kids just like your brother.
What?
I've known kids just like your brother.
No, he's not my brother.
Oh, like this guy, anyway.
Yes, Andrew.
Andrew.
Yes, well, we walked outside. Andrew stepped over the 2-rail fence. He walked around the corner of the little barn. Then he came running back, climbed back over the fence, and said to me, "That goat was evil. It wanted to kill me." He looked around, and he said, "Hey, look at that mine over there. Let's explore it." And I said, "You got lost in that castle in Bergen. You have a bad sense of direction."
You're going to have to get to the point of the story.
Yes. We walked into this mine. He looked to the left, and he said, "Hi, how are you?" "Yeah! There's a human head in there."
A human head.
A human head. I looked, and there was.
A human head.
Yes, it had purple skin, no eyes, sunken cheeks, and brown, disheveled hair. When I saw that, I made a noise like, "Yeah!" and I turned away. When I looked back, it was gone.
The human head was gone.
It was gone, yes.
All right, I appreciate your call. Human head story. Purple skin, huh? Well, I haven't seen one of those. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I'm a retired police officer from the Midwest.
Yes, sir?
This happened about 15 years ago. This has bothered me ever since I went on this call. It was a domestic disturbance, disturbance non-domestic. When I arrived, a lady told me that there was some loud thumping going on in her condominium. She lived on the bottom floor of a 2-story condominium complex.
Right.
And she walked me to the center, and sure enough, here it sounded like somebody hitting the floor with a sledgehammer.
Hitting the floor?
Yes.
And she lived on the bottom floor?
She lived on the bottom floor, and it was just unbelievably loud. I said, "Well, we'll need to get the manager and go upstairs and see what's going on." She says, "Well, nobody lives there." I said, "All right, well, we'll still need to get the manager and see what the problem is." I ruled out water pipes because no water had run through that area.
Sure.
The manager we finally got a hold of, this was 1 o'clock in the morning. We went inside, and she said, "What is the problem up here? I don't understand this." And I said, "Well, the loud thumping." And she says, "Well, no one's lived in here for about 6 weeks. This is where Colonel Wilson died."
Oh.
And I said, I had stepped it off from the front of her condominium to the point of the noise right above us.
So you were standing about where it would have come from.
Right, and I also stepped it off from the empty condominium to the point where the noise would have come from.
Yes, sir.
And the manager put her hands on either side of her face and said, "Oh my God, that's exactly where his head was laying when we found him."
Another human head story. Oh my God.
No, I mean he had died of a heart attack. But
no,
he
I understand.
Laying right there.
Yep.
And anyway, it was just really strange how everything coordinated and was exactly in a line right where he was lying.
Well, it's unusual, you know, that a police officer would actually get to observe all of this. Usually it's all over by the time you're there on this kind of story.
I wrote it. I wrote it up.
Oh, you did?
And I knew, of course, I knew I'd be ridiculed for it also, but I wasn't. And I never heard a thing about it. But I said I heard the noise. It was loud, and it was very loud. It sounded like something 10 or 12 pounds being dropped right on the floor. And
well, let me ask you this. I have had endless emails from law officers all over the country about these kinds of things. Inevitably, of course, they don't want their names used. But a disproportionate number of people in law enforcement seem, you know, to run into this now, you know, or something like it. Really a lot of you.
We're normally the ones called on problems. That's why we hear about it more, I'm sure.
Makes sense.
But as actually being there, like you said, being there when it's happening was very strange. And that I've been retired a couple of years now, but it has bothered me ever since that call. And evidently this lady had moved not too long after that because the thumping just continued.
Mm-hmm.
Now it hit about 4 times and stopped. And she says this will do periodically throughout the night.
I'd move too.
I would have moved too.
Thank you so much.
You better.
Take care. That suggests a spirit behind, you know, a spirit left behind. And that brings up all kinds of questions about whether we're really conscious on the other side, and apparently we are. I think from everything I've heard, from all the investigations I've done into ghost phenomena, I would have to say I think we're probably conscious on the other side, although it seems fairly clear that an awful lot of the dead don't know they're dead. They simply don't know they have died. And that's interesting because you would think any attempted interaction of a consciousness on the other side would immediately notice, hey, something's wrong here. I'm passing through walls. People aren't hearing me. Something. You know, I'm dead. Or maybe it's not that easy. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, sir. How are you doing tonight?
All right.
This is Dean calling from Tampa, Florida.
Yes, sir.
One thing I would like to say is I agree with you. I think we actually exist on many different levels, in fact, and even as in life and as we pass to death, I think in a sense, I think a lot of us in our sense of awareness, we tend to almost tune into that, and I think we each get glimpses of it, but maybe not the full picture.
And maybe that's intended.
I think so, sir. I would like to actually give you just a moment of clarity here. After I'd actually met a young girl named Clarity in 1985, I had a couple after effects, actually. And I think there's a positive side to actual spirits that you might actually encounter, and I think in a sense it might actually be a protection in a sense. And I've seen this in children and things like that, and I've heard stories about that. I had an experience. I was driving to Irving, Texas, in fact, on a major highway coming out of Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. And I just bought a new car, driving down. It's about early 1986. As I'm just coming onto the highway, this rather large 1970 Cadillac, one of those old ones about 9 feet long, sir.
Sure.
Yeah, it kind of takes one of those. He decides he wants to take a right and go across 3 different lanes. Suddenly he just cuts right in front of me, and I start doing 360s on the highway. And this is right at rush hour. We're talking 3-way highway, 3-lane highway.
Right.
As I'm doing 360s, sir, I'm starting to come up over on 2 wheels, and I start noticing, like, almost literally, as I look back on it, almost an angelic whirlwind of just, and it wasn't like people, but it was almost like a sense of protection, because I can almost remember how quiet it was as I'm doing these 360s, going up on 2 wheels and watching people drive around me, yet not being touched. And the most amazing thing is after I crossed 4 lanes of traffic, I suddenly realized I'm going backwards. I look up, and in my rearview mirror, sir, somebody's sitting in my back seat.
Holy smokes.
Well, number one, I was by myself. As I look back in front, I noticed all traffic has stopped, and I'm slamming on my brakes. I look up back again, in the midsection, the barrier between the actual two highways.
Right.
I'm coming upon that, and I'm doing about 40 backwards. As I'm looking up in the rearview mirror, well, whoever was sitting in my back seat, well, they're gone now. So one, I'm appreciative of that because I didn't want to have to deal with that. But secondly, I'm watching the barrier and me coming up, doing about 40. I stop within about 3 feet of it. Not a scratch on the car, nothing. I've completely stopped rush hour traffic in the middle of Dallas-Fort Worth. Everybody's literally walking out of their car, looking at me like I've just filmed some stunt movie.
And you were no doubt convinced you'd been saved by some sort of angelic presence.
Exactly, sir. And
all right. And to make it...
Yes, sir. To make it very quickly and short, 2 weeks later, I'm coming around a little left turn in Irving, Texas. Suddenly it's a rainy thing. All of a sudden I start losing the grip of the car. I'm just starting to go over a cliff. Suddenly I stop, sir. I got out of the car. I look around. There's handprints in the front of my car as the rain's dropping like that. You can literally see as somebody tried to stop my car. There are people out there protecting us.
Shades of San Antonio, Texas. All right, well, that is interesting. Have you ever wondered when you see an accident that's so horrible, a car is totaled, it's mushed, there's nothing, and somehow somebody came through it completely unscathed? It occurs. These things happen. And a lot of times you get stories like the one that man just told. No matter what chaos was around him at the moment, the instant all of this occurred, and it does occur, of course, basically in an instant, an accident like that, he kind of gave it to us in slow motion. It may well be that, and who knows why, but there may be some protection, and of course everybody would say, well, then why doesn't everybody get protected? I don't know. They just don't. But something that through it all won't let you get touched, no matter the mayhem all around you. You hear about these miracles, seeming miracles, all the time. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. How are you this evening?
Okay.
All right. Well, this was about the middle of last July.
Where are you, sir?
This is Dave and Christopher.
Dave?
Yes.
Okay, Dave.
All right. And we were up camping in White Pines up at the northern end of Illinois.
Right.
And we had just finished a late dinner, and we were sitting around a roaring campfire, starting to get cool out. And we decided to do what most people do around a campfire, see if we could drum up a few ghost stories. Okay. So we're sitting around, and everybody's trying to think, and all of a sudden there's a rustling behind us in the dark,
yeah.
The trees and such. And we look over, and out comes this little black cat.
Yes.
And you know how some cats are very socialized. They come by and they rub up against you. Okay, well, this little thing came and got up in between the people and the fire and started, as she walked by, she'd give you that little tail hug, like, you know.
And, yes.
Yeah, so she's walking around, and people are just watching her walk and touch and walk and hug. And she gets around to these two girls that are just about the other side of the fire from me. And as she does, she stops for a moment, and the girl, who absolutely loves cats, reaches over and starts to give her a scritch on the back.
Right.
And the tail goes up, and all of a sudden the girl darts back, screaming, turned completely white, and the girlfriend next to her does the same thing. As it turned out, when she had reached over to scritch the cat, she had actually gone through the cat.
Her hand went through...
Her hand went through the cat.
Through the cat.
After this cat had walked around half the people at the campfire, touching and hugging as she walked by, rubbing their leg, and everybody swears up and down they felt the cat.
Yes.
Felt the fur.
Yes.
And everybody starts looking around for the cat, and the cat's gone. All right, and there's nothing but like a wall of thicket and leaves back where the cat must have gone. Somebody picks up one of these Q-beams, goes back in the direction of where we thought the cat had gone, and there's nothing there.
Uh-huh. That's fascinating.
So
puts her hand right through the cat, huh?
Puts her hand almost right through the cat. As she starts to scratch it, it's like it just started to...
No, I understand.
Turn to gas,
that would produce a scream, all right. Yes, very, very interesting. Thank you. Now, of course, that suggests that we ponder the possibility of animals also being ghosts, the spirit of animals surviving physical death and appearing to us. Or does it suggest the possibility of something that transforms itself into another state? I don't know. You decide. West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi. Where are you?
I am in Oregon, Elmira.
All right. Good. Well,
My name is Anisha.
And your first name is?
Anisha.
Anisha. That's a good name.
Thank you. Yes, I have a story. It was from my grandmother.
Sure.
Her father was dying. He was in the hospital. And one day she came home. She was doing the dishes. And then all of a sudden she could not breathe. So she had to go outside, and there was this intense light.
Huh.
And she still couldn't breathe. Later, after about 15 minutes, I do believe.
Right.
Finally, she could breathe, and she felt a sense of relief.
Well, during a 15-minute period, she had to catch a breath or two.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so she was more or less fine after about that period. Yeah.
And then her mother, my great-grandmother, and the minister came and told her that her father had died.
Oh.
And
so you think it was at that period of time that she could not breathe that the death was occurring?
Yes, I do believe so, and that's what she believes also. And just a couple weeks ago, my great-grandmother is ailing, and she was talking with somebody, and the only thing I really understood was Wally, which was my great-grandfather. So I do believe that he is trying to contact her and help her through.
Okay, well, consider this. It seems like young children and old people, particularly those who are close to death or near death, begin to see through the veil, begin to see the other side more readily. Now, people who work in, homes for the elderly and things like that can tell you stories about this all day long. Now, of course, they sometimes put it off to a feeble mind close to death, but most of them don't. And when you really pin them down, they believe that these people are being visited by dead relatives and that some are coming by trying to ease the transition. Exactly what you said.
Yep. All right. I guess that's it then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Very interesting stuff. But the youngest and the oldest seem to have the best contact with the other side of the veil and can even perhaps readily communicate. It seems to go away, as the busyness of life and the necessity of living in this world we're in today, and it's no easy world, as we all well know today, that takes up all your attention. It closes the opportunity to get through the veil because you simply don't have time for it. But clear your mind like that young man earlier, or let your mind be young and not yet trained not to see these things, or let your mind be old, in which case it may well be preparing to go on to the next world. And as you get toward the very end, if you're lucky enough to live that long and don't go by a truck, or some other violent method, and you can feel your death coming, then slowly you are indoctrinated from the other side. That would seem to be the case, and that would seem to be what that story was all about. All right, only the best, only the scariest ghost stories need apply. Everybody else can sit at home and listen. This is Ghost to Ghost 2001. I'm Art Bell. Only the very best stories, folks. Otherwise, just sit there and listen to your radio.
Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree?
To reach Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye, from west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295.
Good morning. Ghost Stories. Running with the night. This night, Halloween 2001, I'm Art Bell. Only if you have the scariest ghost stories should you call, because that's all we're accepting. Stand your hair up on the back of the neck kind of ghost stories. In addition to that, I would like to announce we have 2 new pages of ghost photographs. And if you would like to give it up this Halloween, I mean that ghost photograph you've been hanging on to all these years, why, I've got a way for you to finally release it on the world. Send it to my webmaster. That would be webmaster@artbell.com, and we'll get it posted. We are accepting ghost stories as of right now on the web. Send it to webmaster@artbell.com. And like the stories, only the very best photographs get posted. So go to your computers and let's see what we get. And we indeed run back into the night. On the first-time caller line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm okay. What is your first name and where are you?
My name's Melanie, and I live in Atlanta, Georgia.
Melanie. Okay, very good. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, let me get started here. I had an extraordinary evening the night that you had a guest, Dr. Evelyn Pagrini. Is that how you pronounce it?
It is indeed.
Okay. That night, I live on the East Coast, and I went to bed very late. Your show runs very late here.
Yes, it
and
does.
I went to bed between 4:30 and 5 o'clock that night or that morning, and I was very tired. I immediately went to bed, and my consciousness was alerted. There's a term, there is something you call shadow people on your website. I've never heard that term before. But I've always called them angels. I've had this happen to me before. And what you call shadow people were running across my bed into my bathroom, which was lit up. It wasn't bright.
Why would you presume they're angels if they're dark? Now, the shadow people, as represented on my website, are of varying forms, but they're all dark. Were these things that you saw dark?
Yes, they were, but I don't get into dark. I don't get into the dark part of it.
Gotcha. Okay. So you thought of them as angels?
Yes.
And they'd run across you into the bathroom?
In front of my bed. They were running in front of my bed into my bathroom. I live in a very small apartment, and let me just mention that I do live on my own. I'm a single female. Okay, so I was alerted. My apartment wasn't bright. It was
maybe they all have little teeny-weeny pea-sized bladders.
Pardon me?
Maybe they all have teeny-weeny pea-sized bladders.
Well, I don't think that's what they were doing.
But they were running. They were headed to your bathroom, right?
Yes, they were.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that's what they were doing. I just think that they like to come down and be with me because I've had this happen to me before.
Yes.
Okay. So, I was alerted. My consciousness was alerted, but I was still in a sound sleep, and I wanted to wake up. I was frightened because I really thought there was a human being in my apartment, okay, a being that I live on my own. I could not wake up, and they kept on running, and, they were having a party in my apartment. And eventually, like I said, I went to bed between 4:30 and 5 that morning. I eventually woke up. It was very hard for me to wake up. They did not want me to wake up. But eventually I woke up. I went and got a kitchen knife out of my kitchen, and I put it on my nightstand. Went back to bed, woke up the following afternoon between 12 and 12:30.
So you mean you would have sliced up one of these little bundles of joy?
Well, I wouldn't have sliced them up. If there was a human being, I would have sliced the human being up.
I see. All right.
Okay?
Yes.
So, it was so real, I actually thought that there could be an intruder in my apartment. That's how real
I've got the feeling, right? Understand.
Okay. So I don't use an alarm clock. I'm very regular. I wake up between 12 and 12:30 every afternoon. I work in the evenings. Mm-hmm. As soon as I wake up, I look at my clock on my nightstand to see how much longer I can sleep before it becomes 12:30.
I do it all the time.
Okay. So I get up, and it's 12:30 the following day. I go to my kitchen to make some coffee, and I notice my clock radio in my kitchen is blinking. Okay, so the power went out.
Right.
I'm waiting for my coffee to brew. I get my coffee. I go back into my room where my computer is, because that's what I do in the morning. Is I have my coffee and I watch and I play on my computer. Yeah. And I notice the clock radio next to my computer is blinking. Okay.
Okay.
Now remember, I woke up and the clock on my nightstand was not blinking.
Yeah, you're right. So...
hold on.
Okay.
So I get on my computer. It is on safe mode.
Safe mode.
Safe mode.
For you non-computer people, that means that it may have lost power and tried to reboot, and reboots in safe mode.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Okay. It usually reboots. It's very rare that it goes on safe mode.
I
It'll
understand.
just reboot itself.
Yep, I understand.
Okay. And the day on my computer, the day Dr. Evelyn Paglini was on your show was, I believe, a Thursday.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so that Friday, the day on my computer was changed to Saturday.
Yeah, really?
And it has, what started it all, Mr. Bell, was the night that you did your experiment with Rush Limbaugh.
Uh-huh.
I haven't focused or meditated on something like that in, I'd say, a good 3 years.
Well, you know what that does, yeah. It opens a door. You've got that right. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate the story. Yes, well, the combination of your participation in the experiment and listening to Evelyn Paglini and being in the state that you were in without getting a lot of sleep really had you totally open to this sort of thing. Now, bear in mind, everybody, that generally when there is a ghost scene, if you are able to record it, you will record a significant electromagnetic phenomena associated with an appearance or an occurrence. And a sufficiently large electromagnetic phenomena would affect the electrical circuits that surround you. Bear in mind, the way it happened. First one room, and then another room, then back to the other room. Pretty strange. Wild card line, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art. Happy Halloween.
And same to you, sir.
This is Paul, we'll say from Central Illinois.
Okay.
I'm a sheriff's deputy, and...
Oh, you are?
Yes, until a few weeks ago, I worked the midnight shift.
Mm-hmm.
My wife and I bought our first house last August. It's a nice, like a 70-year-old house, still in good shape and things like that. Well, one night, it was about September 8th or so, I come home from work, and now my wife, she's a paramedic. She works 24-hour shifts, and on that night she was working, so there shouldn't have been anybody home.
That would be back in what we call September 8th, back in the normal times. Huh?
Yes.
The last of the normal times.
Right, that's what makes it easy to remember.
Sure.
But my wife, she was working that night, so her car was gone. There shouldn't have been anybody home. I came home for a dinner break about 3 o'clock in the morning or so, and I walked in the door, came in the house through the kitchen. As I come in the kitchen, I see the silhouette of a person standing there by the kitchen sink. And remembering I was on duty, of course, the first thing I did, seeing a strange person in my house, was to draw my pistol and point it at this person and tell them to show me their hands.
I'm sure.
Well, there was a little bit of light coming in through the window from a street light, and this person kind of slowly turned her head and looked at me, and I see it's this little old lady.
Huh.
And there was you kind of get that strange feeling, and you start noticing that she was a little bit translucent.
Oh, really?
So I felt kind of silly pointing my pistol at her when I realized what it must be that was going on. So the first thing I could think of to say was, what do you want? And
boy, that's pretty good. Some people in your position might have fired that gun. I mean, just out of absolute heart-stopping fright, they might have fired that gun.
It probably wouldn't have done a whole lot of good. I think she was already beyond the point that my pistol could have hurt her very much.
Good that you could realize that. Man.
Anyhow, she looked at me, and she just had this, if you can imagine, a little old lady who's kind of ornery and just knows that she's pulling the best trick in the world on somebody. She just had that kind of bemused, old lady, ornery look on her face. And so, like I said, I asked her, what do you want? And she just kind of grinned at me and then faded out and disappeared. And we haven't had I haven't seen her since then. I mean, she doesn't, move things around in my house or anything. The only thing that ever happens that might be out of the ordinary is every once in a while, if my wife and I are in the living room watching television or something, we have a dog. And there's been a few times that she goes in the kitchen, because that's where her food dish is, and she's like not the kind of dog that spooks easy. She loves people, and nothing really scares her too much. But she'll be in the kitchen, and we'll just hear her let out a little yip, and then she'll just come running back in the living room and cower at our feet.
Sure.
And whenever she does that, I just imagine that kind of ornery look on that old lady's face, and figure she's just playing tricks on my dog. And as long as that's all she does, I guess it doesn't really bother me a whole lot.
Well, I understand. Nevertheless, what do you think you saw?
Well, and I'm sure it was a ghost. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind about that. I wasn't dreaming. I wasn't asleep. I'd been at work,
I've got you. All right. Thank you so much for the story. Take care. Deputy Sheriff. And, of course, seeing is believing. Once you have seen, as that man saw, you will believe. You will never doubt again. You will always know that there is something over on the other side. Whether that's to be your destination or not, you cannot know until your time has come. But there is certainly something there, something that can come through. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, sir.
I'm on the air?
Yes.
Hi, Art.
Your name is?
My name's Dave.
Dave. Hi, Dave.
Hi. I'm from Canal, Winchester, Ohio.
Okay.
I just want to start by saying this story began and ended on Halloween night, and it's a pretty scary one, I think.
Okay.
Let me just start by saying I was in college. I was dorming with a few friends off campus at an apartment, and about half a mile down the road was a house that I suspected to be haunted. I've seen ghosts before and things like that, which is a whole different story. But I just felt that this house was haunted just from the way it looked, things that were going on. Nothing actually was going on there. You never seen anybody. The only thing that ever happened there was that there would be a curtain up in the high window that on occasion was drawn slightly.
This was an unoccupied or occupied house?
I had asked neighbors and other people if they'd seen anybody live there. They said no. It looked like someone had lived there. I mean,
I always kind of live near what I would always think of as a haunted house. You know what they look like. We all do from having seen the movies.
It just seemed haunted. No, you never seen any people. You asked neighbors, they never seen any people. I don't know.
So did you finally decide to investigate?
Yes, that's on Halloween night.
Inevitably. I
convinced some friends. Actually, my girlfriend, who's now I'm getting married to 9 years later.
She's marrying you?
Yes. This happened 9 years ago.
Well, I guess if you could talk her into doing that.
Yes.
Anyway, proceed.
I coaxed her and another couple to, let's go down there. It's Halloween night. Let's see if anything happens. So we take a walk. This house sat right on a creek, pretty large creek. And right across it, there was a bridge there, a wood bridge.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know what it was, but nobody had the guts to get too close to the house. We just wouldn't do it. It just seemed ominous. It was Halloween.
Right.
I had convinced them that it was haunted. So what we decided to do is go across the bridge to the other side of the creek, take a walk behind. We're pretty far away. We'll sit there and kind of just check things out, see if anything happens.
Yes.
Well, nothing happened. So we're kind of, what are we going to do now? Let's take a walk down the creek a little while. Maybe 150 feet getting past the house, we noticed something across the other side of the house. It looks like there's a shack there.
Right.
And we're like, wow, look at that. There's a shack back in the woods. So we all start to approach it, and it appears that someone's sitting inside the shack, actually in the door opening, sitting on a stool with a shotgun in their hand. This is on Halloween night at 12 o'clock at night. It's midnight.
With a shotgun.
Yeah, it looks like someone's sitting there with a shotgun. Mm-hmm. We, of course, take off. We run.
Gotcha.
And we catch our breath and we say, I think we just we're seeing things. There was nothing there. It's dark out. Let's go back. Let's go back and see if it really was a shack there. So we do. We go back, and we still see the shack. It doesn't look like the door's open now. So I decide, me and the guy, friend of the girl, stay behind. And we decide to venture and see what's going on. the closer we get to this shack, it just vanishes.
The shack vanishes?
The closer we get, it just starts to...
Missed out.
It just is gone. There's nothing there. I mean, now we're there where it would be, and we're just standing in the middle of the woods.
Holy mackerel.
The only thing...
Yes?
Exactly at that same moment that we realize the shack isn't there, there's a graveyard of cars. And when I say a graveyard of cars, it was like a... Well, let me just tell you that the cars that were there had to be, I don't know, we didn't count them, but there was 30 to 50 Corvairs.
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 A lot of Corvairs.
Considered to be the most deadliest cars ever.
A lot of Corvairs died.
They weren't like crashed or anything. They were just there. You know, they were like weathered. You know what I mean?
Yes, of
They were
course,
weathered.
yes.
It looked like vandals had maybe busted out windows, things like that.
This is too weird. And you're telling me this
is
graveyard
the
of cars was all around you, or where was it with reference?
Hey, come over, see this. Everybody, we were all there now. You know, there's 4 of us, well, including me. And we're standing on top of now cars. Corvairs. They're all Corvairs.
Uh-huh.
They're not damaged at all, other than just look like they had been there for 50 years or however long they were made, you know?
Right.
There was just 2 different cars there, though. And they weren't like that. They were totaled. What you could say was fatal crashes. They were totaled, and I remember what they were, because we were like, it was a Toyota Love Truck. Do you remember those?
Yes, I do.
It was a Toyota Love Truck and some kind of Subaru, and they were crushed to what you would consider to be fatal crashes.
Right.
The Corvairs were fine. They were just there. That freaked us out pretty good, you know. We're like, but nothing really that I would say supernatural happened. This was Halloween night. That happened. The night did kind of seem kind of spooky, but that happens on Halloween.
I'd say it's pretty supernatural if a shack completely disappears and a graveyard of cars appears.
Yeah, that's not the end of the story. Art.
Okay, go ahead.
About 9 months later, maybe 9 to 10 months later, it's beginning to be fall. You know, I live in Ohio. It was probably late summer.
Right.
But it was fallish.
Yes.
I had told lots of people about this story. Nobody ever would go back in the woods to find the cars, but they were there. I mean, we went back again during the daylight and seen them there. They were there. They were real.
All right.
The house still seemed haunted and never seen any people there.
All right, we're running short on time.
Okay. About 9 months later, a friend of mine tells me that he's seen a bunch of Corvairs parked around that house. And I was like, are you kidding me? You know, what are you talking about? He said, man, I just drove by there, you know, an hour ago, and I seen a bunch of Corvairs parked around that house you were talking about.
Yes, I am.
So I decided to grab a friend of mine, and we went out there.
And
the house was totally destroyed. I don't know how to describe it.
Okay, we have no more time.
No more time?
Is there a punchline here?
No, I'm just telling the story.
Okay, so it was all gone then?
Pretty much.
I appreciate the call, sir. That was paranormal, definitely. Things don't disappear and then become something else. Guys with shotguns in cabins don't disappear. This is Ghost to Ghost AM.
Call Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. And the wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye.
You know, Crystal Gale's making this song available to you on my website free of charge. Actually, her website, we've got the link on my page. Want a free copy, CD quality? It's there.
Midnight in the desert, and there's wisdom in the air. I've been looking for the answers all my life. I felt you there. Does the world we live in quicken? Are we heeding all the signs? Have we lost our intuition? Are we running out of time? Midnight in the desert, and we're listening. Ooh, we're listening.
Good morning from the high desert on Halloween. Curious what it's going to be like when you die. Stick around tonight. You may well get a glimpse, just a glimpse of what it may be like. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Alan calling. Art, I've listened to your show a few times, I guess, and I've wondered occasionally which one of the calls were real, which ones weren't. But
I don't know. Are you real?
Well, I'll tell you a story.
First of all, turn your radio off.
I thought it was.
No, and I can't continue with the call if you don't. So.
Okay. I guess it began when I was 6 years old. I would swear there was something in my closet. I would watch my closet doors, okay? I knew the exact width of that my closet door was open.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
It began this way. Night after night after night, I would watch it. One morning, the closet doors were completely open. I questioned everybody in the house. No one had touched it. Okay, this is how it began. Secondly, I had one of these things I learned from your program was an out-of-body experience. Yeah. I was frozen on my bed. Okay, I was tingling all over, and I could not move, and I was scared to death, and I just began praying to Jesus, please, Jesus, please.
That's a precursor to an out-of-body experience, yeah.
Well, I also did the same thing with the door to my room. It was the closet door and my door to the room that I would watch, and there would be a crack in the door, and I would watch that crack every 10 minutes. I would look at it.
Why?
I felt like there was something outside there.
You mean inside the closet?
Inside the closet and also outside the room, outside the bedroom.
Oh, I see.
So once again, one evening, that door, every time I looked at it, it seemed like it would be a quarter inch or a half inch wider. And it got to the point where it was about 2 inches to 3 inches wide. And one night that was happening, and I couldn't move. And I started to look at the door, and so help me, Jesus Christ, as He is my Lord. The door started to have a light green color around the background of it, like the light from behind it, and a mist around it. And I got up out of bed because I had been released from this hold that I used to call it. It was just a hold. And as I approached the door, and as my hand reached out to touch the door, praying to God the whole time, the door fell backwards away. Fell backwards away. Right. And I ran back into the bed and just covered up and started praying.
Oh, yeah. See, at that point, I'd have a heart attack.
I mean, and I ran into my mother's and father's room, and I slept there all night, and they acted as if nothing was wrong whatsoever.
No, see, that's my nightmare. That's really my nightmare. Oh, God. If I were to walk up to an open closet door, to close it because I don't allow them to be open. I just don't. And the door fell backward. I don't know what I'd do. I'd probably have a heart attack. Absolutely a heart attack. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
This is Ann from the Springfield, Missouri Ozarks.
Hi, Ann.
And I have a story for you a ghost story that completely changed my life.
I bet most ghosts, really, people who have encounters with ghosts have their lives changed, period. But go ahead.
All right, I'm a Cherokee historic reenactor. We're called buckskinners. We have pre-1840 camps. I own an 18-foot teepee, wear buckskin dresses, cook over the campfire, and sleep on a buffalo robe.
Okay.
In 1994, I attended an 11-day rendezvous. That's what we call our camping events.
Yes.
It was held at Fort Washita, Oklahoma. It was an old Confederate Civil War fort and cemetery. There were about 300 camps, hundreds of people dressed in proper period attire. Sunday was the last day of the rendezvous. Saturday afternoon, we celebrated a lovely wedding of a couple, complete with medicine man and ritual ceremonies.
Right.
That night, a group of the wedding party got really partied hardy, drinking and loud drumming into the wee hours of the morning. Sunday morning, people started tearing down their camps. My husband and I decided we'd stay through Sunday night and break camp Monday morning. Everyone else was gone. The guy next to us stayed in his trapper's tent. He decided to stay along with only 2 other lodges. The rest of the 300 camps were gone by Sunday afternoon. Okay, it's now 11 o'clock Sunday night. After finishing a wonderful dinner and sitting around the campfire, my husband decided he'd go up on the hill and get our truck and bring it back to the primitive camp. While he was gone, all of a sudden I started feeling really scared, and I'm not the kind of woman that gets scared easily.
Right.
The hair on my neck was literally standing on end, and I didn't know why. He came back with the truck. I still had on my white buckskin dress and was holding a candle lantern, and I walked to the truck to meet him. He was very nervous himself, saying he felt really strange. From a distance, he said, I look like a ghost. Suddenly, these birds started flying above our heads, screaming a high-pitched, shrill sound. These were ravens and owls. This was at midnight sharp, okay?
Yes.
And this was totally weird. Ravens and owls don't go flying around at midnight doing this.
No.
By now, a spirit of sadness and remorse had overcome me, and I was crying and sobbing. We decided, we started hearing drums all over the area, and these were ghost drums, Art. There wasn't anybody there. Some were nearby and others were far away, and they were Indian drums beating fast like war drums.
Right.
We got into the teepee. I kept the fire going really strong. We smudged the lodge and said prayers.
Oh.
We could hear waves. We could feel and hear waves of ghosts coming by the teepee all night long, Art.
Well, there's a night of terror for you, and the fast drums, too, the war drums.
Everywhere.
That's got to give you the feeling that here it comes, baby.
Yeah, we could hear jingles on the women's dresses like they used to wear.
Right.
Sometimes the drums were right on the other side of our number 10 canvas wall.
And so you lived through the night.
Yes, about 5 o'clock, I suddenly got really tired at 5 o'clock in the morning. I fell asleep with a roaring fire and the candle lantern lit. 30 minutes later, I woke up, Art, to a cold, dark teepee, and the canvas door was gone. I shook my husband and said, my God, wake up. He got up and looked outside the lodge, and the teepee door was twisted and leaning up against the wall of the teepee. Now, that doesn't make any sense. There was no wind, and I had a heavy dowel on the bottom of that teepee door. There was no way that thing lifted up, twisted, and was leaning against there. But the really spooky part, Art, was that the fire was out.
The fire was out, yeah.
And
it was
completely cold.
No, I've got you. Bad night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that's a wild one. A whole Indian nation arose around them that night. Lucky to live through that. Oh, man. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Yes.
What is your first name?
Lynette.
Lynette. And where are you?
Oklahoma.
Okay.
Much like the last caller.
Right.
And when I was 9 and my little brother was 7, our father owned a service station, which the service station was the front of the building, and the back of the building was our home. And as a lot of old service stations used to be, we lived on a major highway.
America from coast to coast used to be dotted with places where the gas station was out front, house was in back.
Right, this was on Route 66 across the street from the cemetery, across the highway.
Oh, I traveled that road many times.
And it was a highway that had an overpass, and lots of people were killed there. But we were, my father also owned a restaurant just, maybe 100 yards away from the service station.
Right.
And he and my stepmother were there running it one evening, and my brother and I were home by ourselves. It was a rainy night, and when Dad had closed the service station at about 8, he was very security conscious. He was a much decorated naval man, very no-nonsense kind of guy, not a paranormal believing individual.
Sure.
And my brother's bedroom the door to his bedroom was the door that you could go through and go into the service station. And we were sitting on his bed playing something with our little cars or something, and we heard the door to the service station open, and we knew that wasn't right. And we heard footsteps, and we both looked up at the same time, and we looked at the door, the partition door.
Right.
and the doorknob was turning, and it scared us to death. And I ran to my father's bedroom, and I called the restaurant, and I told Dad that someone was in the service station, and he grabbed his pistol, and he came running. And he came in through the back of the house and came forward and unlocked that door and went through, and there was no one there, but we were behind him, and I looked down, and I saw wet footsteps leading from the front door to that door. Dad, I don't think, looked down. He was just checking the service station door.
Yes, of course.
And he saw nothing. And this was the same man that when he died in 1973, after a lengthy illness, he had built a house downtown in the little town of 1,000, and his wife survived him by 3 weeks, and she was the archetypal evil stepmother, had no friends and not a friend of ours. She had 2 girls that took care of her that my dad had hired, and she died 3 weeks later, and we were at the cemetery interring her, and one of the 2 girls told me that the day she died, the day they called me, before I got there, when someone dies at home, she had been ill and hypochondriac all her life, and so it was not unexpected, and she was older. A police officer just simply is sent, and they verify that someone's died, and no big deal. So the police officer was standing there talking to one of these 2 girls, and or I guess to both of them, and then he looked toward the front door, and then he looked to them. He said, "Who was the man that just walked through?" And both of the girls looked at each other, and they looked at him, and they said, "Well, we didn't see anything." What she told me, or both of the girls told me, is that they had seen a man walking from the front door of the house to the back of the house, down the hall, to this woman's bedroom since my father's death.
Well, there you are. Thank you. That's typical in so many ways. Frequently, when one person, one soulmate dies, the other follows very quickly. And, of course, the other aspect of that, again, a police officer there to actually observe this. A lot of cops see these things. A lot of cops. Why? Because they're around extremely stressful situations. Frequently, they are around or close to death and dying because they are called, right? All the time. They're called. So would it surprise you that they would see so many things? Not really. Not really. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello.
Who, me?
You.
Oh, okay, me. Okay.
Yes.
I got a few stories, but I'll just tell you one of them.
Give me your best shot. What is your first name?
Heather, and I'm from Susanville. You don't know where that is. It's by Reno.
I'm pretty good. Yes, I've been to Susanville.
Okieville. Yeah, well, anyways. Yeah, they filmed Deliverance here.
Uh-huh.
I'm kidding. Well, one of the stories I have is some kids were saying, "Oh, there's a slaughterhouse and it's supposed to be haunted," you know. I'm like, "Yeah, right." So I just, me and my boyfriend and one of my other friends went there just to get scared. You don't actually expect to see anything, you know. You just want to get scared. And so we went there one time. We went there a few times. One time, it was like we usually go there real late because we don't want the neighbors to wake up. And we went out there, and one time in the field, we heard somebody humming, like a lady humming a tune.
Yes.
We were shining the flashlights out there and everything. There's nobody out there. And we were like, "Oh, man, that's kind of weird." And that wasn't really scary, so we left. And then, like, we came back again, and for the last few days, we had dared each other to go into the actual slaughterhouse by the house. There was a real big house, and then there was a slaughterhouse. It was like a shed with a square fence around the front of it.
Right.
And so the guys took their turns going in there, and then it was my turn to go in. And normally the gate was open, and nobody had been there forever. The weeds are like 4 feet tall around everything, so you can tell nobody's been there for years or taking care of it. And the door was stuck open with the weeds. And when it was my turn that night to go, it was the next night, the door was shut. And I'm like, "Oh, that's just wonderful." So I was already scared. So I'm like, "All right, I can do this." So I was trying to show off, you know, because I was the only chick there. So I, like, opened the door. And I just turned and I go right into the shack part. I looked, there's just like an old mattress and some chicken coop wires, and I was like, "Oh, this isn't that bad." And then I'm sitting there and I'm looking around in like where the fenced area is, and something like to the right of me, the door was on the right, the slaughterhouse door, and the other side was a left. And something from the left started running through the weeds, like, you know, like you couldn't see anything, but it looked like there was something like 4 feet tall running through it. It went down this side, went to the corner, and it was like going towards the door on the other side of the gate. And I was looking at the door waiting for something to just jump out me, and I was about to wet myself. And right before it got to the door, something, right where it first started running, something smashed into the fence. It just goes, and it just shook it back and forth, and the whole fence moved. And I just dropped to my knees and started crying. And I screamed for my boyfriend, and the two chicken shit, excuse my language, guys were in the car with the windows rolled up and the doors locked. And I was screaming for them, and I was crying. I was so scared, because I like getting scared.
And you had to go in yourself.
Yes, well, because we all dare each other, and I went all the way in, and I was scared so bad.
Oh, I can imagine this thing that...
I mean, I was like, what the heck was that, you know?
Yeah.
And I didn't know what was going on, because you never expect anything to really happen. And so I was like, oh, and I screamed for my boyfriend. He had to carry me out because I was so scared I couldn't even walk.
What do you think you saw? What do you think that was?
What do you think I was? Well, I was thinking about it, and I don't know, because there was a guy that was bitching at us about, I'm sorry, my language. I'm only 22, I can do that. There was this guy across the street that never wanted us to go there, and he goes, no, this place is not for sale, and no, you can't go there. And the house looked like it had covers all over the furniture in it and stuff. And there was another couple things that happened at that place, but I'm sure you're in a hurry to get me off the phone, so I won't tell you that. But
no, you tell a good story.
Oh, well, thank you. Something that ran around it, I don't know what that was, but I was talking to some friends, and since it was a slaughterhouse and they slaughtered cows there,
yes,
it sounds like the cow smashed into the gate and was trying to get out. You know what I mean? You know how something goes boom and it smashed into it and was shaking it back and forth. That's the only thing I can think of.
Do you think...
Maybe a cow trying to get out, you know?
Do you think animals have souls?
I didn't used to, but there's another... Can I tell you something else real quick? I was in my apartment one time, and I was sitting there. It was 8:30 at night, and I was reading a book. And it was... I mean, I was wide awake, okay? And my boyfriend's in the living room watching TV, and I looked down at the end of my bed, and something... I couldn't see it. 4 little paw prints jump up on the bed like a kitten or a puppy, starts running towards me, and right when it got to my leg, it disappeared. I go, what the hell was that? So I know that wasn't a person. It was obviously a little animal. So I'm assuming that I guess they do. I mean, I don't know if they have souls. I really don't think they do. But I don't know. Maybe animals are like that, too. They don't know if they're dead or not.
Maybe they
cat
don't.
That has 9 lives.
All right. Thanks for the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, have a good night. Oh, I think they have souls. I do. And I know all the arguments that would suggest it can't be, isn't, and the Bible says it cannot be so, and so forth and so on. But sorry, I believe differently. I think animals do have souls. I've always thought that. And if you're a real animal person, whether you're a dog person or a cat person or, you know, kangaroo person, whatever it is you fancy, then you know that all animals have separate, distinct, discernible, unmistakable personalities, real personalities. They have passion. They have love. They have dislikes. They have so many measurable things. They may not have speech, but that's okay. They don't have to talk to you most times for you to understand what it is they think or want or feel. And with so much, with emotions, with so many identifiable intelligence-like traits, well, I think they have souls. I've always thought that, and I suppose I always will. But moreover, I think I have encountered the ghosts of animals. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a fly. Baby, I'm your
Not much point in fearing him, because when he comes for you, it's your time, right? Might as well go peaceably.
Wanna take a ride? Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 775-727-1222. Or call the wild card line at 775-727-1295.
Romeo and Juliet are together in eternity.
If you just tuned in, this is Ghost to Ghost. All we do is tell ghost stories all night long, a long tradition on this program. I don't even know how long, maybe well over a decade now. Real ghost stories. I will only take the very best ghost stories, so unless yours is a real hair raiser, just don't bother. Sit at home and listen on the radio, and those with the stories that will bring us out of our seats or keep them in them, only those need call. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning to you, sir. Where are you? What's your first name, and where are you?
My name is Steve, and I'm from Union, Missouri.
Okay, Steve.
I just, last June, my family and we moved into a house that we rented. It was an older house, and I guess we were there for about a week. And I was sitting in the living room one night, and the living room had a shot you could see to the kitchen door. And I was sitting there, and I looked up, and there was this smoky gray figure of a man. And he was standing there. Now, I'm never one that ever believed in ghosts. So I looked down, and I was telling myself, well, when I look up, this thing's going to be gone. So I looked back up, and the thing walks into the room.
Okay.
It stands in the room for a couple seconds, and then it just like dissipates and disappears. So I don't want to be one of these people that run out of the house screaming in the middle of the night. So I get my kids, and I'm trying to do this real calmly, and we get to the front door, and I'm closing the front door, and up from the house comes this horrible scream. It was a male scream.
Okay.
So we left the house that night. I had a business trip, so I was gone for about a week. And when I came back, of course, I had talked myself out of it because I didn't believe in these things, and was hoping maybe it was a first-time incident, whatever. So we went back into the house. We had been there for a night, and it was one evening.
Now, why would you go after a scream?
Well,
no offense here, but I mean the scream would have done it for me, and yet you went back in the house.
I did go back.
How did you reason that one out with yourself?
Well, there was a lot of reasons. Financial reasons were one.
Yeah, I understand those.
Yeah, it's like you just move. So you're hoping the best, right?
Yeah, I'm with you. Okay.
We went back in, and
it didn't sound anything like this, did it? Listen. It wasn't that bad, was it?
No. It was definitely a male scream, though.
Okay.
We went back in, and it was about the second evening there. I was actually talking on the phone, and the door started rattling. I mean, actually rattling like somebody was rattling. I thought it was the kids playing, even though they had been sent to bed.
Right.
And I told them, cut it out. And my daughter says to me, well, Dad, I'm not doing nothing, and my brothers are asleep. And about this time, from the basement, the scream starts coming again. And it got very, very cold. By the time I reached her, she was speechless, of course, and I got them out of there.
You mean suddenly cold?
Yes, very. It was definitely cold. And by the time I got to her, she was speechless. I got them out of there, and we stayed there for that was the last night that we ever spent there, and it was about 2 weeks later we moved again. Never experienced anything like it before.
With some financial loss, I'm sure.
Yeah, there was some financial loss, but peace of mind overruled that.
and living.
Yeah.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Yikes. Yeah, I understand that. I mean, you say I wouldn't go back in, but there are a lot of times you move and you just barely make it into the new place, and God, you wouldn't want to give it up because you were scared, would you? So, I say, hey, take off, that's that. But in reality, in the real world, you'd probably go back into that house. Rather than having to move, you'd somehow rationalize it in your mind, and you'd go back in. once. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Bell, and everybody else in Radio Land.
Yes, sir.
How are you doing this evening?
All right.
You know what, I have to say that this is kind of the lamest Ghost to Ghost I've heard so far. And I want to make a challenge to everybody out there to make it the best Ghost to Ghost.
Well, then that can only happen one storyteller at a time.
Okay. Well, I do my best, Mr. Bell.
We'll see.
All right. Well, my story takes place in Flume Fall, Manitoba, way up in the northern part of Canada.
Yes.
And the story is that there's a lake called Phantom Lake just because it's shaped like a phantom. And it is told that there is an old house where a man used to bring his wife on camping trips. Now, this man was told to be psychotic. And what he did is that when he went on his hunting trips, he actually handcuffed his wife to a bed. Now, on my gym class, we went across the lake and we actually went by this house. And
why did he handcuff his wife?
I don't know, but it is found in the Gazette that it is true. I've actually went up to the library and I have seen it.
Yeah, okay.
At any rate, I passed by the house with our gym class canoe trip, and one summer evening, me and a buddy of mine, our young brave souls, went out to actually go see this house. As we came up to the house, it just seemed to be abnormally cold out that night. As we walked into the house, we just creeped inside, and we saw the bed where the woman was laying there. We saw the bed where supposedly the woman was chained up.
Yes.
We took a look. We saw the handcuff marks on this old mattress, on this old metal frame bed. And all of a sudden, we heard a deep mumble, like a surrounded. And I like to point out, and all the windows were frosted up at the time. When I heard that scared the bejeebers out of me. I turned around, and I saw help on the window, and I saw steam coming up.
You mean help? You mean help written on the window?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And there's steam coming from it. As I turned around, me and my buddy saw this. We saw a light orb come towards us, shoot back, and just went right around the corner. Me and my buddy ran out, and we've just never been to that place again.
Not bad, sir. All right, thank you very much.
I have one question out there for the Laos people. It's told that there's supposed to be a dragon with a green orb. My girlfriend has shown me this picture of a giant dragon with about 4 Navy soldiers holding it. I'd like to have information on that if anybody could tell me.
All right, we'll see what we get. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, my name is Scott. I'm originally from Alabama, but now I live in Burlington, Vermont.
Yes, sir.
And one of my closest friends is a guy named Eugene McCurry. We've known each other for 25 years, and several times he's told me this story. And you know how people will tell you something, and if you've known them for a long time, you know they're telling the truth.
Of course.
Okay, well, this is one of those situations where I'm convinced, at least he believes that what he saw was the truth. Okay, he was born in '66, and I think he said this happened when he was about 6 years old. So this would have happened probably sometime around 1971, 72.
Right.
He had a real poor family, and at that time they were doing a lot of farm work, like picking peas on people's farms, you know?
Sure.
And he was too young to work. And they, at the time, were living in this place in South Alabama, a little country place with the name of Nyota. And apparently, his family were out in the fields picking peas, and he was standing along the side of this field, and he saw what he claimed were the apparitions of 2 headless men dressed in black suits walking across the field directly at him.
Headless men.
2 headless men dressed in black suits, probably like undertakers is the picture I have in my mind,
yeah,
walking across this field straight toward him, just totally, scared him out of his pants.
Sure.
And then they vanished. And he's told me this story on several occasions.
You know what I would think if I saw that? I would think it was death coming for me.
Oh, I'll tell you, of all the apparitions, me personally, of all the apparitions that I could possibly see, the idea of somebody with no head is just absolutely the most terrifying. That's
headless is definitely not good.
Oh, yeah. You hear these stories about Anne Boleyn in the Tower of London walking around without her head. It just gives me the creeps.
Yeah.
But that's to me, that's a very terrifying story.
Would have done it. Yeah, would have done it for me too, sir.
Much for the authenticity of that on several occasions. I wish he was here to verify it, but I swear to God, I'm telling you the truth.
I'm sure you are. Thank you very much. All right. Yep. Headless. Why would something appear to us? Why would a spirit appear to us in a headless form? I can only think of a few reasons. Either as a poltergeist screwing around with us, trying to scare the hell out of us, which it certainly would succeed. Or it could be, as I suggested, I might have guessed, that death was coming for me. 2 headless horsemen, right, in suits, coming for you. And then what other possibilities exist out there? That there is some form of death where headless beings live? Rather not think about that one. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, my name's Robert. I'm from Temecula, California.
Hi, Robert.
Originally, I was born and raised in Portland, Oregon, and I lived in a small city outside of Portland called Milwaukee. And when I was probably about 6 years old, my parents had rented this house out in Milwaukee. And for the first time that we came up to the house, we kind of knew that there was something odd about the house. My dad could feel it, and I could feel it, but just me and him were the only ones in my family that could feel it. I had an older brother and a younger sister. And we were locked into a year lease on this place. We couldn't get out of that lease, so we were pretty much stuck there for the year. And during that year, I saw this thing, and to me it was clearly, truly just pure evil.
What kind of thing?
It seemed like almost like a demon to me. It wasn't. I never considered it a ghost, a shadow person, or an angel.
Well, maybe it was not a ghost. It could have been evil. It could have been evil.
So
but can you describe with any better detail?
Yeah, this thing used to hang out in my bedroom window at night, and he would sit there all night long watching me.
How did you stand that?
Well, I wasn't scared of it. At 6 years old, you pretty much got an open mind in certain things.
Yeah, but 6-year-olds can feel evil, too.
Yeah, well, I knew it was evil. I knew it was bad, but I knew I was safe as long as I was in my room. And I knew that this thing would not enter the house unless it seemed like it had been invited into the house.
Uh-huh.
But it was out there.
Waiting.
Yeah, it was out there waiting.
Maybe for an invitation.
Yeah.
I got you, sir. Thank you. There was an interesting, somebody sent me an interesting fast blast from, I think, the Chicago area. Yeah, here it is. Mandy in Chicago says, can't call at work. I saw, this is tonight, I saw a burly man dressed as a lumberjack, flannel cap, suspenders, at my window, looking in, seemingly tired and lost. And then she adds, I'm on the 9th floor of a high-rise. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Nathan from Sacramento.
Welcome.
Thank you. I've listened to your show for a long time and Ghost to Ghost for a lot of years, and finally I'm calling in with a story.
Yes, here you are.
Great. This happened to my family, about 15 years ago when my daughters were about 4 years old. And my ex-wife and I sublet a house for the summer. And shortly after we moved in, we started, my ex and I argued a great deal, and our daughters started having nightmares. And they would tell us that both of them had the same dreams on different nights, and would tell us that they saw a red lady in their room.
A red lady?
Red lady. This woman that was all dressed in red.
Huh.
And this went on for the whole time we were there. And shortly before we moved, we were talking to the neighbors trying to figure out what was going on because it was clear that there was something there, you know, some energy in the house.
Sure.
And found out talking to the neighbors that the original owners of the house, this was not a real old house, it was about 10 years old probably, the original family, the wife had committed suicide in the children's room, had cut her wrists, and that when one of the children came home from school that day, they found their mother in their bedroom covered in blood. And so we, you know, made the connection that was some energy residual from that was what my daughters had been dreaming about that whole summer, and we were happy to
well,
move out.
I assume that you're aware that people who investigate know about ghosts are almost universally agree that people who, for some reason, people who commit suicide tend to stick around more than others at a much greater rate than others. Now, I'm not exactly certain what that means, and I've always tried to think what might that mean, that a suicide would be stuck here. There's some sort of course, biblical, I think, prohibition against taking your own life. So it may mean that for a while you don't get to go where you're supposed to go otherwise.
It could be. It could also be that just the energy of such things are so intense and so horrible that they imprint themselves on the place for years after.
I think that I would rather believe that explanation rather than thinking it is a soul stuck in some horrible repetitive thing. Thank you very much. Suicides. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, hello?
Hello.
Oh, hi. Yes, sir, it's a pleasure to speak to you.
Where are you, sir?
My name is Mark, and I'm calling from Bradley, Illinois, and I'm listening to you through 890 AM WLS in Chicago.
WLS, of course. Go ahead.
Yes. My story goes back to 1989 in the summer when I was 14. And the house that my mom and I moved into late November of 87 there in Paw Paw, Michigan, was a 110-year-old house, and it was very... it was very, very spooky. It was across the street from a cemetery, and well, in the summer of 1989, I was watching the Bulls lose, and I walked from the living room to the kitchen, and the door to the upstairs was always kind of a scary place, and the damn thing it opened by itself.
The door did as you were approaching it.
No, the door to the upstairs area, which there have been rumors and newspaper articles through that area that the upstairs, a baby had died in it in the early 1900s, and there was a lady upstairs that died, and
yes,
it was really, really scary. And anyway, the door opened by itself, and I couldn't believe it.
You saw the door with your own eyes open by itself.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. So,
like, come on in, bud, right?
Oh, yeah, and it was...
Listen, I've got to take a break here. Can you stick around, finish your story?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, stay right there. It's a good place to leave it, where the door opens by itself. I've seen the movies. I know what that means. You go through, and you're a headless guy in a suit. From the high desert. This is Ghost to Ghost AM. I'm Art Bell.
Wanna take a ride? Well, call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-09 6903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
We are under a Halloween full moon. Won't be another one like it. Hasn't been one like it since 1955, and you're not going to see another one for 19 years. And on top of everything else, this is Coast to Coast AM. Back into a Halloween night, and back to you, caller. You're back on the air again.
Yes. So there at that point, I looked up to the stairs, and well, there was a woman on a cross down on me.
Did you say on a cross?
Yeah. It was bad. It was really bad. It was so bad. I urinated in my pants, and I went into the bathroom and prayed, pretty much. So
yeah, it'd be about all you could do.
Well, I was scared, but So, make a long story short, the weird thing about the whole piece of property was, we were renting at the time. Let's see, I got kicked out of this place because my mom, her boyfriend and stuff, and I left in '91 when I was 16, and it took about 2 years for the house to be sold by the landlord, and the guy who moved in demolished the 110, 115-year-old house. He built a new one. And the weird thing is that he got married or was already married, had a kid, a baby, who coincidentally lived in right around the same area upstairs. And during that time when he moved in, he tore down he ripped out about 50 to 100 trees that were pretty much kind of considered sacred. These were old trees, 100, 150 years old. And
right.
It's almost as if... there were rumors, just all kinds of scary rumors going around through the town, and the baby died of cancer, his wife died of cancer, and the last thing I heard was the guy just picked up and left.
Wow.
And it was bad.
He was trying, maybe all this time in tearing down the house, in building a new house, then in tearing down trees, he was trying to stop whatever it was. Had that occurred to you?
I don't know. I don't know, but I know that, it was just downstairs. We had a cellar, and we'd hear strange things at night, and at one point when I was seriously depressed as a teenager living there, I asked for a spirit to come down and try to help me, and I kid you not, Art, I heard footsteps at one point coming down the stairs, coming to help me. And then at that point I thought it was the devil, and I asked for it to go away.
And it went away.
Yeah. At one point, I was so seriously depressed that and it's going to sound bad. It's going to sound really bad, but it's the absolute truth. I asked the devil to help me. Do you think
the devil helped you?
He was offering to help. Something came walking down the stairs, and I absolutely prayed for it to go away. I
see. So what you asked for help was the devil, and when it began to approach,
when it started walking down the stairs, I got completely scared. Completely scared, and
That's called a foxhole conversion. Thank you very much. But I don't blame you. This is something I've never understood of people who make deals with the devil. Never have understood it, never will. If you conclude there is a devil, there is a dark, evil force with which you can bargain if you so desire. Once you have realized that such a force exists, then in your mind, how can you not realize that the opposite force exists, thereby immediately understanding the magnitude of the decision you're about to make, the bad decision you're about to make, that will bear on eternity for you. And so once you realize the one, how can you not realize the other? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Art, hi. How are you?
Fine. What is your first name and where are you?
Mike from Sarasota, Florida.
Okay, Mike.
This happened when I was about 5 years old, and it was kind of like a nightmare the way you remember it, but it actually happened. And I was laying in my bed, and my parents were in the living room, and all of a sudden I felt this this presence like everybody talks about, and something like staring at me, and I looked out the window from my bedroom.
Yes.
And there was you've been calling them shadow people. There was a shadow, the head of a person. And this was like in '66. You know how they wore the men would wear those hats and the long coats? It was wintertime.
Yes.
That's what he was dressed in, and that's all you could make out. Anyhow, I just laid there for I don't know how long. I finally was able to just scream. And my parents came running in, and they were like, "What's wrong?" I was saying that, there's a man at the window, And my parents, ran over, and like I said, it was wintertime. All the windows were frosted up, but my window there was no frost on it.
Huh.
And so they went to the front door, and across the way was a schoolyard. And they could see the figure of this man, like I described, going across the schoolyard. So my dad went out after him, and he'd gone around the corner. My dad was going to, follow his footprints, and there weren't any. But what's really strange about it is, that was pretty scary for me. But my wife is the one who wanted me to call because she found out we've been married 10 years, and 10 years ago, my mother told my wife, which she'd never told me. A week before that had happened, my parents, tucked me into bed, and they came in like 20 minutes later to say goodnight.
Yes.
And I wasn't there. And they couldn't find me.
And you weren't there?
I wasn't in bed. So they thought maybe I'd gotten up to, go downstairs and play or something. They looked all over for me. They couldn't find me. And like I said, this was a little bit before this had happened. So it was winter. And they looked all around for like 3 hours.
And you weren't there?
No, till 1 in the morning. My father finally happened to look up. I was sitting on the roof of the house. And, there was no way I could get up on the roof. There was no ladders around or anything. I was just sitting there.
What do you think happened to you?
I have no idea, but I guess...
Have you considered the possibility that you were abducted?
Can I tell you, I thought you might say that because my wife and I have listened to you for a few years.
Yes. Then you know how I think.
Well, the thing about street lights, going out?
Yes.
To the point of, like, people that are with me for any length of time will comment, like, it's so strange when I'm with you.
Yes, I've heard this from so many people, sir, that streetlights extinguish and or go on as you walk down the street. I'm familiar with the phenomena. Some people will attempt to explain it by explaining there are certain there's a certain kind of streetlight that does that, but I've never seen one. Never. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, my name's Patty. I'm calling from Northern California.
Hi, Patty.
Hi, and I listen to you on KDAC.
All right.
And my story's not really that scary. We've had some scary encounters, but it's kind of interesting. Many years ago, I lived with a truck driver named Richard, and he was a real good stepdad to my kids, and especially my oldest son was really close to him. So even when we split up, we all stayed good friends. But he had some problems, and he took his own life.
Oh.
And this was some time ago. But, maybe about a year after that happened, my kids and I were living at an isolated ranch in Colorado. And it was like an 800-acre ranch on the edge of a wilderness area. I mean, we were way out in the boonies. And we were 30 miles from the closest grocery store. And one night, we were sleeping, but my oldest son was 15 at the time, and he was awake. And he said he hears this truck, this diesel, come up our driveway. And he thought maybe it was a hay truck or something that had gotten lost looking for a ranch or something.
Yeah, diesel is unmistakable.
Yeah, and he's thinking, well, maybe it's a hay truck, whatever, but he said the guy gets out and starts knocking on the door. So he tried to wake me up, tried to wake up his sisters, tried to wake up his brother. Nobody would wake up. He said it was really eerie, because normally I'm a light sleeper, but he said none of us would wake up. So he answered the door, and it was Richard.
You're sure?
Oh, he's sure.
He's sure.
Oh, yeah. He said he came in, shook his hand, sat down and talked to him. And Richard was a big Pepsi drinker. He loved the stuff. And he went out to the truck and got some Pepsis and brought them in. And my son said they sat there and talked for a couple hours and drank Pepsi. And
now your son said that Richard was full form. I mean,
right. I asked him, I said, well, what did it feel like when he shook your hand, you know?
Right.
And he said, just like if anybody else shook your hand, solid and real.
That's very unusual. Normally, spirits are unable to manifest that physically.
Well, he actually came to another time after this, but on this occasion, the odd thing is in the morning, you know, he's telling us the story, and we're kind of going, oh, yeah, all right, sure, you know.
Right.
And but we looked, and there was Pepsi cans on the table. And we said, this is, we were 30 miles from a store that was, even if there would have been one open, you know, at this time of night.
Yep. Well, again, you know, there's something about those who take their own lives. I don't know what. I just know there is something different, and by percentage, there are many more of them than of others, and I don't know what that means.
Yeah, well, he really identified with his job, too, so I wasn't surprised that he came in his truck, you know.
Well, it's good to know there's diesels on the other side.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, good night.
Good night. Take care. There just is something about those who take their own life. They're in for a bit of a different ride, I suspect. You're not supposed to do that. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you're on the air.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Debbie. I'm from Eugene, Oregon.
Yes, Deb.
I'm originally from Portland.
Okay.
And I've had several paranormal experiences, and every time there was that soul-gripping or spine-gripping cold that you can't explain. It's not an
I know. I hear that from so many people.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. But my scariest story is when a ghost yelled at me.
Yelled at you?
Yes. And a friend of mine, an ex-roommate, who's a chiropractor, and his name happens to also be Art, invited me over to this 100-year-old house that he wanted me to see because he knows that I love antiques. And this house is in the Selwood district of Portland, where I'm originally from. And this house was really a weird house. The base of the house scooped out like a skirt, and all of the archways in the house were in the shape of huge skeleton keyholes. It was really a weird house.
Ooh, that is weird.
It is.
Yeah.
And then I was looking around, and his roommate was a woman who had children, and we saw the whole house, and her room was decorated in antique lace. It was absolutely beautiful. And there was one room that had nothing in it, and the whole house was decorated, and I said, why is this room empty? And he said the children were in it, but they didn't like it, so they moved out. Later on, I came upstairs to use the restroom, which old houses have, and I walked into the room to see the stained glass windows. And halfway through the room, a ghost popped up in front of me.
That looked like what?
He was a large man. He was bald. He had a brown suit and a white shirt. And I knew he was a ghost because I could see the wall behind him. And he had no feet. I could see him, but I couldn't see his feet. He just stopped right at his ankles. And he immediately raised his finger and pointed to the door. And he said, get out of my house.
Oh, my God, really?
Oh, my God. I swear this is a true story. I ran so fast that I tore the carpet runner off of the stairs when I went down the stairs.
Wow.
And I went down and told my friend about it. And he immediately wanted to meditate for the ghost to leave the house. This is really true. And I wanted to leave, but he said, well, let's just sit down and say, you know, to meditate for the spirit to leave. So we did that, and then right above us, where this room was, where this ghost had been seen by me, I swear to you, we heard footsteps walking out of the room and coming down the stairs, and I was out of the house. We both ran out of the house. We both ran out. I would not go back in the house.
So much for meditation.
Oh, I had to have him go back in and get my purse and never went in again.
Good for you. Next time, don't let him talk you into the meditation thing.
Yeah, I'm not doing that again.
Thank you.
Art.
Take care. Oh, my. Yeah, when you get yelled at by a ghost, when it shakes its finger at you, get out of my house! You don't go down and meditate. You get out of the house. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. How are you tonight?
I'm okay. Where are you?
I'm in a little one-horse town called Central City, Nebraska.
All right. Welcome.
And I hear you from on a Omaha station.
That's right.
Yeah. My dad and I drove tractor-trailer for 15 years together. He drove it many years before that and a few after that, but then I started getting involved, having babies and everything, so I quit. Well, it was during the mid-'70s, and we were hauling produce from Homestead, Florida. We picked up avocados and limes, and we'd take it to the West Coast. Well, sometimes when we had to reload, we'd have to go all the way down the coast picking up partial loads to go back to Florida.
Gotcha.
Or other places. But anyway, my dad, this one day, I hadn't been feeling very well, so he took the whole day reloading it, going down from Northern California down towards Indio there to finish off the load. Well, I got up, and it was my turn to drive, and he got us about, not too far from the Arizona border. And it was a beautiful night, clear, everything was just clear, but there wasn't a lot of traffic. And so I was feeling great. I mean, I'd been driving for quite a few years, 4 or 5 years, about 3 to 4 or 5 years by then. And I always liked driving nights, and it was a beautiful night. There wasn't much traffic. And I don't know if you know, but there's 4 lanes with a large median between it.
Right.
Going through Arizona there. Anyway, I was feeling good, laid back, just going like mad. And I guess I had my headphones on, and good music, and going real well that night. And all of a sudden, I guess about 2 hours into the night, my dad was already in bed sleeping, and I saw about, I don't know how to judge this, but I saw way out in front of me a woman, what appeared to be a woman with long hair in a white dress. A long white dress.
In the middle of the highway?
Well, she was actually standing on my lane, the slow lane.
Okay.
And she was waving her arms, like to stop me.
Right.
Well, I couldn't just slam on the brakes, so you don't do that with a big rig.
No, you don't.
Kill the guy in the back. You throw him through the windshield if you do. So by the time I got up there, I was just about level with where she should have been. I got it stopped, and I got out of the truck. I walked all the way around the truck, and I couldn't see anything. And when I got back in the truck, I scratched my head. I thought, I'm not tired. There's nothing wrong. What's going on here? There's no gal. Well, then my dad said, what's going on? I said, nothing. Go back to sleep, Dad. I thought I saw something in the road. He says, well, are you tired? I said, no. He said, okay. He rolled over and went back to sleep. Well, I drove about 4 more hours. And the same thing happened again. I saw way out there. I saw this lady, small little woman with a long white dress on.
Yes.
And waving her arms like mad. And then I haven't had things like this happen. So I thought, what is going on? Anyway, by the time I got the truck stopped again, I should have just passed where she was at. I got out of the truck, walked back around the truck, looked everywhere, because it's pretty well lit out there. There's like lights, along that stretch of highway.
Sure.
And there was nothing there, nothing anywhere. I got back in the truck, and my dad said, what's going on? I said, Dad, maybe you ought to get up. So he got up, and I told him what was going on, and he said, are you tired? I said, no, Dad, I'm not. I'm getting there, but I'm not tired yet. And he said, well, I feel pretty good. Why don't I take over? I said, well, okay, but I'm not going to go to bed. I'm going to sit up for a while.
Okay, we don't have much time here.
So he went on down the road, and he hadn't been driving but maybe an hour and 40 minutes or something like that. Came upon a crashed car in the middle of the median.
Yes.
A gal in a wedding dress broke her neck. Dead. The car was upside down.
Oh, my God.
That was scary.
That's your version of I See Dead People.
Yeah, well, I had never done it before.
Yeah, that's your version of I See Dead People. There's a lot of stories, about truck drivers and the road. And maybe that's because a lot of people die on the road. This is Ghost to Ghost AM. I'm Art Bell.
Just too hard to pay.
Want to take a ride? Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to call Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903.
That's Gordon Lightfoot. I got to interview Gordon, and he's a haunting kind of guy in real life. He really is. His music is absolutely incredible and reflective of the kind of person that he is. When you hear an interview with Gordon Lightfoot, it's kind of listening to this song. Anyway, we'll be right back. More Ghost to Ghost right around the corner. Once again, into a Halloween night, 2001. Hi there. What is your first name and where are you, please? Hello?
Hi.
Yes, hi.
Hi there. This is Matt calling from Temecula, California.
Yes, Matt.
A couple years ago, my wife and I were house sitting for her parents. Now, mind you, this is the house that she grew up in.
Sure.
And what was going on is it was late at night, maybe, I guess, about midnight. We were in the back office playing on the computer and the Internet, and all of a sudden we started to hear what sounded kind of like a music box, ding, ding, ding.
Oh, yes.
But it sounded like it was about a foot away from our faces. There's music boxes, in the house, not really in that room, but around the house, so we just kind of blew it off. A few minutes later, it happened again. We decided, okay, this is kind of strange, so we're just going to go out in the other room, maybe watch some TV, maybe go to bed. Well, we got out there watching TV a few minutes, and ding, 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 right in front of our faces again.
Again.
About the same distance. This was just getting a little bit too weird. There had been several other occasions in that house that strange, unexplainable things were happening. But we decided, okay, this is too strange for tonight. We're going home. We got our baby at the time and took her home. Next morning we came back and scared the heck out of us. What had happened was, going upstairs, the door to the attic was kind of on the wall with a latch on it.
Right.
Well, the door wasn't there anymore. It was laying all over the stairs in about 100 pieces.
Oh, my gosh.
It had been kicked out or something. It had to have been from the inside by the way that all the wood was scattered all over the stairs. Have no clue what it was. The only thing we can imagine was it was the resident ghost in the house, and it was mad.
Well, whatever it is or was, you wouldn't want it angry at you.
Absolutely not.
I understand. Yeah, once you've seen something kicked in from the inside, then you're going to realize that either it is now with you, or it has escaped, or it's laying for you. That would be easily enough for one night. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
Jack, and I'm calling from Fairborn, Ohio.
Yes, sir.
And I have a story that dates back to right around 1970 when my family and I were living in a town called Edison, New Jersey.
Uh-huh.
We had been living in an old farmhouse sitting on 12 acres of land. And I was 9 or 10 at the time, and my brother was 4 or 5, and we shared an upstairs bedroom. This had to be 3, 4 in the morning. I felt like I needed to use the bathroom. So I get up, put my little feet on the floor, and I start walking out to the hallway. Something didn't feel quite right. You have that sinking feeling that something is just wrong.
Sure.
I go to the bathroom, finish up, come out, walk back in the hallway, and this black presence, Art. I mean, it was so black it stood out against the dark of night in the hallway.
As a form?
As a form. It was just an oval shape, indistinct, but dark.
Not good.
Cold.
Not good.
It slammed into me and said, "Don't go in." I heard this in my head.
Don't go in.
Don't go in. I was trying to go back into my room, and there's my brother laying there in the bed, being enveloped by this thing.
Holy moly.
Anyway,
And so what did you do?
All the cats in the house started yowling, and we must have had 6, 7 cats.
Yeah, cats know about these
And
things.
3 come from upstairs, and 4 come out of the my parents' bedroom.
You had a lot of cats.
And they're screaming, yelling, the fur is flying, and they're in the room. They're with my brother on the bed, and they're beating the hell out of whatever this thing was on him.
Yep, there you are.
After it was over, he says, Jack, what was that? What was it? He had ice crystals in his hair.
Holy smokes.
So he said, I was trying to scream. And nothing would come out. Not a thing.
Did you,
after
sir, before you go on, after this being had stopped you, and you saw it at work on your brother with the cats around, could you have gone forward at that point?
No, I was frozen.
Yeah. Oh, I understand that, too.
There, stuck to the spot.
Yep. And so you went to your parents.
Run to my parents' room, and there's something wrong with Dennis. Something's in there with him.
Right.
Immediately, my father wakes up, and he's a police officer in the town. He grabs his gun, and he runs into the room, and this thing is on the wall, and it slides through the window, not out the window, through the window. My dad grabs my brother, and he says to my mom, he's ice cold. He's ice cold, and I don't feel anything. Takes him to the hospital. The next morning, he gets back, and he tells me that your brother was treated for hypothermia. They're going to keep him overnight.
Holy smokes.
So I am never without cats. My brother's never without cats. I swear by them. I mean, and I don't know what it was, shadow people or whatever it was, but that lingers in my mind, Art.
I'll bet that'll be there forever imprinted on your brain.
Well, I'll tell you that.
I appreciate the call, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Art.
Yikes. Icicles in his hair, treated for hypothermia. I don't know. What do you think happened to him? What do you think that was? What do you think could cause those kinds of physical manifestations? Probably nothing good. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Boy, Art, that story gave me hypothermia.
Yeah.
This is Austin in Flagstaff.
Yes, sir.
This particular event I'm going to tell you about happened in 1962. It was right after I graduated high school. It was the summer after graduating. I just bought my first car, which was a 1959 Renault Dauphine. I don't know if you remember those.
We all remember our first car.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was about the size of a VW Beetle, except it wasn't quite as stable. But being this wild-haired 17-year-old, I drove this thing around town like it was a Porsche.
Oh, yeah, it's a car, you know.
Yeah, well, it was a lot of fun. One night, a buddy of mine and I were cruising around out in La Habra, California, near where we lived, and he said, oh, why don't we go out to Sleepy Hollow? And I said, what the hell is Sleepy Hollow? He says, well, it's a place out in Brea. So the next thing you know, this is right around midnight. We're driving down Brea Canyon Boulevard. This is in the boonies in those days. It's probably all houses by now.
Sure.
But we're going down the road a couple of miles. He says, hey, that dirt road up ahead, turn off to the right. So I stop and I turn off onto this dirt road and we start going up into the hills. And there's just a few cabins there, and the road is so narrow that if another car had been coming down, we would have no way to pass because it's very, very narrow and very rocky, and it's just a dirt road. And you can see everything that's there. It's just a few houses scattered here and there, and there's only one road in, and that's the only road out. And finally we get up to the top of the hill, and the road suddenly makes a jog to the left, and we empty into this open rectangular area that's about 80 feet square. And right there in front of my headlights is parked a 1939 Cadillac Hearse. Well, I can't even imagine how that Cadillac Hearse would have even gotten into such a small passageway.
Right.
But the Hearse wasn't even what I was thinking about at that moment, because right there, dead centered in front of my headlights, is the Phantom of the Opera. That's the only way I can describe it. If you remember what the Phantom of the Opera looked like in the old movies.
Oh, sure.
The sunken eyes,
yes.
The hollow cheeks, the
yes.
white, pale complexion, and these huge black pits for eyes are staring right into my headlights with what I can only describe as unflinching menace. Well, it took me about 3/4 of a second to turn that Renault Dauphine around in its tracks.
Yes.
And I raced back down that dirt road until I got back to the pavement.
Uh-huh.
We jumped out of the car. I opened I popped the front hood. I grabbed my tire iron, and by this time we're starting to recover a little bit from the initial shock. And I said, "Let's go back and take another look."
Oh, no, that's where. All right.
And I'm thinking, this has got to be a prank. This is somebody playing a gag. You know, this can't be real.
Oh, okay.
I'm coming back to reality here. We turn the car around. We drive back up the dirt road, very carefully, watching everything along the way, just in case we're going to run into this thing prematurely.
Right.
We get to the top of the hill. We make the left jog. We come into the opening, and there's nothing there.
Nothing?
Nothing.
No Cadillac?
The Cadillac is gone.
Huh.
And now, mind you, this rectangle is completely encased on all four sides by trees and brush. It's very heavily brushed. And there's only this one little entrance in and out. So I pulled into the center of the area. We got out of the car.
Yes.
We looked around on the ground. I could see my Renault Dauphine tracks in the dirt where we had spun around. We walked over to where the hearse had been parked. No tracks. Nothing. My friend walks over to me, and he looks me in the eye, and he says, "Austin, I think maybe this is an omen about your driving."
About your
About my driving. And I just laughed it off. We got back in the car. We started driving back down the dirt road. We got back onto Brea Canyon Boulevard. We went about a mile. Driving as I always normally did, we hit this particularly tricky turn, and the car flipped over 3 times.
Wow. What a story. You swear that's true?
I will send you signed affidavits from the people who were there, from the witnesses. My best friend, Campbell Stark, was with me. I mean, in fact, this is one of the stories that's going into a book I'm writing.
That's a hell of a story. I don't know what to tell you. I appreciate your call, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Boy, I've got to think about that one a little bit. That's a pretty stark warning. Phantom of the Opera right in front of you with a hearse. Yeah, you could take that one as a warning, couldn't you? One thing I forgot to ask. Wonder if his driving improved. East of the Rockies, you're on the... Well, he's still here. You're on the air. Hello.
Hi, my name is Rosemary. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, Rosemary.
How are you?
I'm all right, although the stories are getting a little strange.
Yeah, that last one was really good. Okay, my story kind of has a little bit lot to it, so I'll start with this. My mom and I used to go down to Branson, and we found this lady that had 2 bed and breakfasts.
Right.
And she had one in town on the Strip, and then she had one out of town in Walnut Shade on the outskirts of Branson. And we stayed in that one a lot because it was nobody else would stay out there, and it was private. So one morning, I wanted to sleep in. My mom went into town, and I had gotten up after she had left, and I was downstairs in the living room playing on the couch with my Barbie dolls, and all of a sudden the fireplace doors started to open and close, and it was a little windy outside, but I mean these really opened to close.
You mean, what kind of fireplace doors? The type that, the
folding kind.
The folding kind, opened and closed?
Uh-huh. And this was
I could imagine one or the other depending on a draft, but not opening and closing.
And that's what it did. And this was a really old, cool house. And I thought, well, shoot, maybe it was a draft, but no. I said, if something is in this room, then move the handles on this. I had a shopping bag on the coffee table.
Yeah.
I said, move the handles on this shopping bag. And all of a sudden, it moved the handles back and forth and back and forth. And I scrambled up those stairs to the top bedroom, like you've never seen anybody run before. I sat up in that room, and I looked out the window over the driveway, and I thought, I knew exactly at 1 o'clock my mom would come back from in town. It wasn't 1 o'clock yet, and there's a bathroom upstairs, and the toilet kept going off and on, and these doors between the rooms kept opening and shutting.
Oh, my.
I thought, well, maybe I'll run back downstairs. But I went out into the hall, and I looked into the stairwell, and there was something that looked like from Scooby-Doo, and Orbit. orb, like, just glowing on the wall. I ran back into the bedroom, and I waited till 1 o'clock, and 1 o'clock on the dot, she pulled in that driveway. I ran down those stairs through that orb so fast.
Through the orb?
It was, like, right above me. It probably could touch my head. I just didn't even care. I ran down those stairs, opened that door. I was crying, and she wouldn't believe me.
I understand. Now,
But come to find out that the house in town that this lady had in Branson, there were many stories that people had seen things in that house, but nothing had ever been seen out in the house.
you realize, other than this audience perhaps, there are a lot of people who would say, what a bunch of baloney.
Oh.
But, you know, once you've seen it yourself, you don't have any more questions. I mean, you don't doubt for 1 second, do you?
No. I'll tell you something else, Art. That night, because we had another night in that house, Mom snored, so I had to sleep downstairs in the downstairs bedroom, and I heard moaning behind the bed. And it sounded like a woman who would have like a bad stomach ache.
Moaning behind the bed.
Yes.
No.
And, you know, there's really nowhere to go when you're stuck out there in the middle of the night and you're trying to get through another night, so I went and slept on the couch.
Well, how come your mom wouldn't believe you? I mean, obviously, as you told this story, she must have understood that you were really terrified, but just figured you had a bad dream or what?
She just said I had a wild imagination. I was alone and got scared.
Yeah, that's what they always say.
How kids do.
Yeah, wild imagination. Go to bed. I appreciate the call.
Thanks, Art.
Thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Please wait.
Hello. Going once.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hi.
That was once and a half, and you made it. Where are you, and who are you?
My name is Arlene, and I'm from Washington.
Arlene.
Yeah.
You're going to have to speak up good and loud for me, Arlene. You're not too strong.
I know.
You're in the state of, huh?
Washington.
Okay.
Yeah.
What happened to you?
Well, I began living in a rental home, and it was like the weirdest experience of my life. There were like voices and sounds, you know, coming up from the basement, and it was an unfinished basement, and just like the gloomiest one ever.
Arlene?
Yeah.
You didn't end up going down there, did you?
No, I completely blocked it off. I mean,
All right.
I'd sit on my couch.
Listen, we've got a break. Can you afford to hold on?
Sure.
All right. Most go to the basement immediately. That's where the dismemberment usually takes place. Strange world desire make foolish people do. I never dreamed that I'd to say goodbye to you. Wish you didn't have to go.
To reach Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye, from west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
There have been some stories this morning. It's, of course, on mornings just like this that these kinds of stories get generated, isn't it? Halloween. Some might say once in a blue moon. Ghost to Ghost on a very early Thursday morning. And Arlene is back on the air. Arlene, go ahead.
Okay. As I was saying before, I'd hear sounds from the basement and people whispering in there, and they banging on the ceiling, I guess. And what was really strange was whenever I'd go to take a shower, I'd feel like hands touching me, and nobody was in the house at all.
Really?
Yeah, and then there was
How old were you at the time?
I was 22.
Somewhat fetching, I presume. You see, I've always wondered what life would be like as a ghost. And surely what occurred to you would be one considered diversion.
I don't know. It was just really weird. There was like a loft going up the stairs, and every night I'd hear someone or something stomping up the stairs and going into these little loft rooms. And
I don't. Explain to me something. How could you be in the shower and feel invisible hands touching you?
I don't know. It was like a hand was touching me.
But stay in that house.
Well, I didn't stay long. I had a lease and I had to fulfill it, but as long as
I understand.
As soon as that was up, I was gone.
Yeah, that's real life. I mean, people have financial obligations, and I always forget about that part. And they have to do what they have to do. Really strange. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Take care. Hands on you in the shower. In a way, if it's, what we think it is, then it gives some hope about the other side. Now, that might not be the thing that you would do should you become a ghost, or if you're out there and a guy and understand, it might be. Something to think about. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is Mary calling from Salem, Oregon.
Hi, Mary.
This story is kind of about my brother-in-law, Don.
Okay.
And we were having a birthday party, and it was kind of a premonition kind of thing. I decided to go out for burgers with a friend, and I had to wait because somebody had to move their car. And while I was out in front, we were living in the country by myself, I looked over, and there was this woman in like a 1800s shirtwaist and long skirt, but I couldn't see her, past her. I couldn't see her feet.
You couldn't see her feet. But you should have been able to see her feet?
Yeah. It was there. I should have seen her.
No feet is bad. Not as bad as no heads, but it's bad.
It was scary. So I closed my eyes and I looked back and she was gone. And my friend came out then and I told him all about it and he was like, "Oh wow." But we left and we went for burgers, and while we were gone, something really horrible happened. My brother-in-law had gone. They decided to go off in the woods, and while they were going down the trail, this boulder just out of nowhere came and like took his head off.
Oh my God.
And so we got back, and here's the helicopter landing, life flight, and the ambulances down, and they're performing CPR on him and everything.
Well, now wait a minute. You said took his head off.
Yeah.
Boy.
Well, the top of his head. They were trying anyway. He died.
Okay, I get the picture. He died. He didn't make it.
No. But what was weird was it turned out, like 6 months later, a person that we knew came to us and kind of apologized, and she said that a couple days before, my brother-in-law, as being a Wiccan, was out in the forest doing some sort of ceremony with a couple of his friends, and she didn't know what was going on, so she just like came up and la 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 and put her cigarette out in the middle of their circle, and they got really upset, and all of a sudden this like horrible dog kind of growling, kind of monster sounding thing came from the top of the hill, and they said, "Get out of the circle, get out of the circle," and tried to fix whatever it was, but they couldn't do it. So he was worried, and he wouldn't tell me why he was worried for like 2 days before the party, and so some people think, some of us think that whatever it was came and got him, but
he gave great offense.
Yeah.
Desecrated the circle. Bad news. Oh, bad news all the way around. Thank you for the call.
You're welcome.
Take care. Yeah, well, if you are going to open doors, you should be prepared to see what's on the other side. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, this is Roger. I'm calling from Kailua, Hawaii.
Welcome.
Listen to you quite often on KHVH.
Yes, sir.
And I wanted to tell you something happened to me where I got my left leg broken. I decided to go fishing one day on my day off. It was at the place we call the Marine Corps Air Station Kaneohe.
Right.
It's on the east coast of Oahu, Hawaii. And I was authorized to go in some areas where some people aren't. So what they have a large volcano, extinct volcano on the base. In the center of it is the Marine Corps rifle range. Well, I was on the left-hand side, or the western side of the range, on the ocean side. And I had walked about 1.5 miles from any living quarters. There wasn't anybody around me at all that could see me.
Right.
And there was a 35-year-old man and his 8-year-old son followed me. They carried their lunch bag. I had my fishing pole, bucket, stuff like that. And they were about 150 feet behind me and, about 15 feet up on a ridge. And they were just watching me and enjoying the scenery. And I got to this one area. I just decided to stop. I believe they used to bury the Hawaiian kings and stuff around there.
That's right.
Anyway, I'm used to going out there, and I was really enjoying the scenery. I almost forgot about going fishing. And I was on this large, flat, black area it's what do you call lava rock?
Right.
It was flat, maybe 30 feet deep. I mean, the width of it, and 150 feet long. And there was no green, wet moss or anything. It was just as dry as it could be. You could do jumping jacks or anything and never slip. So I'm standing out there, really enjoying the scenery, and all of a sudden, whack! My left leg goes flying up in the air. I'm standing up now and just thinking about it because it went above my eyesight,
Right.
And I had this instant shock and pain, but my arms, I spread my right arm out to the right, my left arm out to the left to hold my balance, and I gently fell down to the ground, using my right leg for balance. Meanwhile, my left leg is above my head, and boom, I hit the ground. So this man, the 35-year-old man, he comes running down the hill with his son over there and everything. He says, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And it took him about maybe 2 minutes to get to me. And I says, "Yeah, I'm fine." I says, "I don't know what happened." He says, "Well, that was really a neat kung fu kick." He says, "You do that often?" I says, "No." He says, "Are you okay?" Because I'd landed on my butt. And he says, "Wow, look at your leg. The back of your calf has a big footprint on it."
Wow.
And it was black. So anyway, and then my ankle started swelling up, and there wasn't any, we took a piece of driftwood or something, and he tied it up on my leg, and we had to walk 1.5 miles back to my car. Well, it gets better because he took me to the Marine Corps hospital there at the base, and I spent about 2 hours in there. They put a full cast on my left leg, but I had to explain to the doctor what happened. And It was a Navy ensign and 2 corpsmen. So they write it in the logbook, and then they type it up in their computer system, and they give me a printout. He says, "I can't put this stuff in your log." Well, he did. He says, "You know what? I can't really leave this cast on you. It's an experimental cast." And he starts giving me this story. He says, "I have to send you over to Tripler Army Hospital, which is about 16 miles away."
I know where it is.
And then it gets, that was at 2:30 when my leg got broken. So this is now about 5:30 at night. They put me in an ambulance, send me over to Tripler, and I'm in there with a couple of Army sergeants and an Army captain, and then the full bird colonel comes in, who would never come in, like it was such a little thing as a broken leg. And he just asked everybody to please step aside, and he took complete charge of my leg. And he started asking me all kinds of questions. So that was about 5:45. Continued questioning me, and he says, "Well, you know what? We have to take this cast off because it's an experimental one."
What?
Oh yes, sir. Yeah, he took the whole cast off.
Again?
He took this one of these power tools,
Yeah, I know. Cast on, cast off.
He continually kept on asking me all these questions, and then he starts out. He says, "Well, what do you do for a living and all this stuff, and what is some of your history?" Not the things that a normal doctor would ask you,
Right.
So I just have nothing to hold up. I go back all the way back to when I'm a private, all the way up to Master Sergeant. And he's looking at me, kept looking at me. It got to be around 9 o'clock at night, so that's 4 hours of intensive, and every word.
By now your leg is ready to fall off.
Oh, yeah. I'm laying on my stomach, and he goes in, and they're all taking pictures of it and everything. It was the bruise by that time was nice and black and blue, and just the same shape as like somebody had hit it with a bare foot.
Right.
He says, okay, time to put them back together. So they come along with this cast, and I can remember right now when he put it on, you know, how this material just gets red hot as it's solidifying on your leg. And it was the exact same material that they put on at Kaneohe. I says, wait a minute, you told me this was an experimental cast. I says, well, that was just to get you over here. We had to double-check everything. And I don't know what it was that hit my leg, what it was that kicked me, anything else.
Sounded like they wondered what it was.
Well, they were really wondering, and you know, to this day, I have no idea. But there was a clean break. My leg was broken in half.
You don't
my knee
broken in half. You don't. I appreciate the call. You don't hear about that very often. A severe physical manifestation from an encounter. You don't hear about that very often. A clean broken leg by an unseen foot. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Happy Hallows Eve.
And to you as well.
I am Brian.
Yes, Brian.
I'm calling from Jacksonville, Florida. I'm originally from St. Louis, Missouri.
Okay.
And I'd like to say hi to Ramona. Happy Halloween. First-time caller, long-time listener, or I say first-time caller, first time I've gotten through. Tried many a times, never, and I feel blessed that I got through tonight.
Yes, sir.
I have two real quick ghost stories, and I'll tie them together at the end real quick. When I was a young child, we had an abandoned house. It was in my neighborhood. And as young kids do, we used to go and explore. There was a shed, two-story garage attached to the house. And me and a young girlfriend at about the age of 11 rode our bikes about a mile down the road to get to the house. And we went up into the garage and was searching around. It was pretty much empty. There was a closet upstairs. And on the floor in the shed upstairs was some old newspapers. She picks up a newspaper and starts reading an article about how this man had taken a pitchfork and killed his entire family. As she's reading through this article, the door in this little closet upstairs falls open, being pushed open by a pitchfork.
Oh.
We lost it. We were out of there.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you never see bicycles move so fast.
Pitchforks, we've all seen the movies. We know where they end up.
Right.
They end up in your chest.
But I mean,
giving you enough time to look down and see that you have been stabbed by a pitchfork and you are now dying.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
I mean, it was amazing because, I mean, this entire place was basically cleaned out other than these newspapers on the floor. And, I mean, what are the odds of a pitchfork being in the closet when you're reading a story?
Slim to none.
Slim to none, exactly. The other story is my grandfather passed away. I grew up in a restaurant, opened in 1945, a family restaurant, lots of beans and chicken. About 2 months after he passed away, me and my father were running the restaurant. I was in the restaurant working. I'm standing up at a butcher block table, carving some beef, cutting a knuckle out of a side of beef, and out of the corner of my eye, I see my grandfather on his tippy toes, as he loved to be at the restaurant, peeking in a pot that was on the stove cooking boiling potatoes.
Yes.
I looked, I seen him, I looked away. At that time it hit me like, whoa, no. I looked back and he's gone, of course. But the way I tie these two stories together is that just seeing what I have seen there's been many other incidents where I've seen ghosts and different things happen. Tying it all together has given me a great peace in knowing that there is some sort of afterlife. There is some sort of spiritual life.
That does seem to be the net effect of having seen these things. It kind of ties things together for you. Thank you. Thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. We don't have a lot of time. Hi.
Hi, good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Jeremy from Vancouver.
Vancouver, yes, hi.
Hi. This happened to a friend of mine in 1987 in Victoria.
All right.
You see? She had moved into one of those beautiful old Victorian mansions there. And, you know how the houses are divided up into suites?
I do.
Everyone has their own suite.
Sure.
She had this wonderful clawfoot bathtub, which I had visited her. It was lovely. So she phoned me 2 months later and said that she takes a nice bubble bath every couple nights or so. That she heard the girl next door. I guess the bathtubs are right up against each other in these kind of things.
Right.
And
they do that. They do that for the convenience of plumbing.
Yeah, and the walls are thin.
Sure.
She heard her crying in there, sobbing about something. Maybe she thought she had broken up with her boyfriend or something. Never really thought anything of it.
Right.
Well, she has a bath every couple of days or so, and every time, she'd have a bath, she'd hear her crying in there. And this went on for about 3-4 nights. When she started to take her baths, it'd get really cold in the room.
Yes.
And this was like 4 days went on, and a really bad smell started to come from the other side. And the smell got worse and worse. So
oh, boy.
She called the caretaker, and the police got into the suite. Unfortunately, the girl had killed herself. She had slit her wrists and neck in the bathtub.
Right.
But this really spooky thing about it was she had done it 2 weeks previously.
Oh, my God. Oh, my.
And this is a true story. I don't know if anyone in Victoria is listening tonight. They'll
East of the Rockies, call toll-free 1-800-825-5033.
Friend Heather didn't last too long in that apartment. She moved shortly after that. But true story.
I removed the expletive, but I understand its use.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Disturbing.
Thank you very much for the call. And that expletive probably should have remained in because it was contextual. Oh, man. To hear the moaning, perhaps a plea for the body to be discovered, and to hear that after the person had been dead for that long. I don't know. Well, you have now experienced Ghost to Ghost AM. Maybe you're an inch or two farther along the way. And understanding that there really is something on the other side, because there is. If you have not personally experienced it, then if you only believe a small portion of what you've heard tonight, that should be enough. Anyway, that's how we do it. I'm Art Bell.
Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm. Into this house we're born. Into this world.
Welcome to Art Bell's Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from December 7th, 2001.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever it may be, wherever you are in all 24 time zones. Stand by this program. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Friday night, Saturday morning, open line version. It's going to be fun. It is the weekend. All right. First, I'd like to welcome yet more new affiliates. WCCA FM in Charlotte, North Carolina. Not Charlotte, but Charlotte, North Carolina, 103.7 megahertz, 25,000 watts. And also simulcasting us from Charlotte, WLTT-FM in Charlotte, North Carolina. 106.3 on the dial, 6 kilowatts. Now, you might ask yourself, why would 2 radio stations in one town be carrying my program? Simple answer, WCCA blasts north with 25,000 watts to the Wilmington area, and WLTT blasts south to the Myrtle Beach area. So, thank you, guys, and by that I mean the owner, Gary Burns, and the ops director, Ron Franklin. Great to have you with us in the ever-growing network. The numbers. Listen, I want to say a word or two about last night's program. I think that in many ways, of all the shows I've done on near-death or what happens to one after we, pass to the other side, leave the physical body, assume room temperature, whatever, Pam's interview last night was really profound. I could not shoot a hole in the whole thing. As you know, I hope you heard it last night, Pam had brain surgery. She had an aneurysm removed from her brain, and to do that, they cooled her down to about 58 degrees, removed all the blood from her body, her heart stopped, and her brain waves ceased for 1 hour. 1 hour. And she told us all about where she went and what happened, and it was incredible. Moreover, Pam was able to account in a linear time frame for everything that happened in the operating room, things that were said, instruments, things that were moved. In fact, the paddles used to try and kickstart her heart. She recalled all of that. Now, the only possible argument that I could see that could have been made was that Pam experienced this as she went into anesthetic or came out from. However, that is shot down completely by the fact that she was able to relate everything that went on in that operating room, as well as what occurred to her externally. So it was a very profound interview, in my opinion, really profound. And if you missed it somewhere down the line, we'll try and get it repeated for you. Where was this woman? She was dead. Dead by every measure. I mean, no brainwaves, 0 for an hour. That is really, really dead. Where was she? I'd say it's a fairly important question, wouldn't you? Hey, listen, along with the open lines that we're going to have tonight, because of a few, if you're a regular listener, a few recent, really bizarre, frightening stories that have come from mostly young ladies that have called. We are going to do a special line. One line tonight is going to be devoted to the subject of entity attacks. And I purposely use the, somewhat vague term entity because I have no idea what it is attacking these people. Both women and men, I have no idea. In their sleep, I talked to a woman the other night who had hand marks, bruises over her body from an attack during the night from something evil, some sort of representative of the devil, or the devil himself, or a shadow person, whatever a shadow person really is, or any one of who knows. So in other words, I've left it sort of open with the vague term entity. But when I say attacked by an entity, I mean a physical attack. An actual physical attack from some sort of entity. If this has happened to you, then I am going to restrict. Nobody else can call this line but those who fit into that category. Only if you fit into that category should you call. And only if it was a physical attack should you call. And we'll sort of pick up on that toward the bottom of the hour. Now, in war news, Taliban forces look like they're going to give it up. Kandahar, that is. A lot of you may recall that many now, a couple of months ago at least, Ed Ames said that bin Laden orchestrated the attack from a bunker near Kandahar before anybody knew anything about Afghanistan for the most part. And it looks like Kandahar may be where they find him. We'll see. And now he didn't say he'd be found in Kandahar necessarily. He said that he orchestrated the attack from a bunker in the Kandahar area. Ed Dames will be here on Monday also to talk about this new fungus that is attacking our trees. Anyway, they're looking for Osama bin Laden. You know, they feel they're getting close. The dragnet is certainly closing in. Now, eager to keep their stamp on the government's response to the September 11 attack, Senate Democrats yesterday proposed a $20 billion alternative to the $35 billion anti-terrorism package killed hours earlier by lawmakers in defeating the bill. The Republicans have apparently handed a victory to President Bush, who swore anything over $20 billion and he would wield the veto pen, and that would be that. December 7th. Americans marked yesterday's anniversary of Pearl Harbor with appeals to their countrymen to fight terrorism with the same valor shown by the World War II generation. Ceremonies honoring the thousands killed on December 7th stretched from Hawaii to New York, near the smoking rubble of the World Trade Center, which has been compared to the audacity, the infamy of December 7th, 1941. Again and again. So, and I think in some ways, even worse. At least the Japanese, for the most part, attempted to attack military facilities, you know, ships, support things. They tried to keep our butts out of the Pacific Ocean. That was the intent of the dastardly attack. They wanted us crippled and unable to respond as they crisscrossed the Pacific, taking everything in sight. Well, of course, it didn't work. And what's happened to us September 11th isn't going to work in the long run either. Dow had a rather down day, about 50, the NASDAQ falling about 33. Well, just as I suspected, the major networks began to break the story on Cuba. Today, the wire services began breaking it late last night. CNN had it, then ABC's Good Morning America, I think, had it. Do you know that over 70% of the American people believe that that is Atlantis under the water off the coast of Cuba? Now, you've got to ask yourself, or you should ask yourself, if we've got really good investigative reporters in this country, why did it take them 6 months from the time that we began discussing it on this program with some pretty heavy-duty evidence? I mean, they could have taken the tip a little earlier, in my opinion. And we did more than give them a little tip. I mean, we just about rammed it down their throats. Hey, yo, folks, there's a big discovery in the waters off Cuba, and, you know, it's a city. And, you know, there are buildings and highways, and it looks like an urban center, you know, the quotes and so forth. And we've done that for so long now, and somehow you would think that somebody at one of the networks would say, hey, Frank, this sounds like it could be an important story. Maybe we ought to check on it. What do you think? But they didn't. It took 6 months, and then I don't know what was the final catalyst for somebody with a few more brains than their colleagues to figure out this just might be a big story. Did you hear about Mars? Oh, my. Today it was revealed that the increasing temperature of the sun is causing Mars to heat up. In fact, the surface of Mars is heating up so rapidly that in less than 1,000 years, Mars' polar ice caps will completely melt. The temperature of the red planet will zoom up to, in quotes now, shirt-sleeve environment. Now, the one thing that the press didn't for today, and I would like to at least bandy about with you a little bit, check me here if I'm wrong. But we are the third rock from the sun, right? And Mars is our neighbor, and even though they ran this story about ice caps melting on Mars, and that's how much the sun, didn't it occur to anybody out there that, yo folks, it's the same sun, the one heating up Mars enough to melt the ice caps, is the same sun that we enjoy the rays of here. So, seems to me what's going to affect Mars is going to affect the Earth as well. Duh. But nobody sort of took on that aspect of the story, and I've been telling you for a long time now. Boy, I'll tell you, big X-class flares expected from just gigantic spots on the sun. The sun really has been going extra special nuts lately. So, I don't know. Seems to me they just sort of missed that part of the story. I mean, it's great about Mars. Amazing about Mars to imagine the ice caps are going to melt and that it'll be shirt-sleeve weather. I mean, you know, good weather for human beings. Of course, if they melt, if there's large water content on Mars, now let's think about this, folks. When the ice melts and the water flows, what is that going to put into the atmosphere? Probably oxygen, right? So the sun will get hotter. Mars will begin to heat up and get an atmosphere. But doggone, they just don't mention how that's going to affect the Earth. And I think that's so important, since, you know, we live here. Maybe that's just me. Don't forget, one line is being reserved away. Don't even bother calling it, because I will screen calls on this line. I will screen calls. It's my entity attack line. People who have been physically attacked, by some sort of entity. Any other line, any other subject, whatever you want. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Hi.
Yes, I have two different episodes that happened to me and my brother. It rained rocks on us for 3 days.
I beg your pardon? It rained rocks?
Yes, it rained.
You weren't? Were you in a rock fight?
No.
You mean it rained rocks from the sky?
Yes, sir. And the police that were there investigating.
What kind of rocks, sir? Pebbles or?
Yeah, they were like pebbles, and just some of the rocks were big and some were small. And
kind of like type 2, they call it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, type 2, a type 2 shower.
Right. And I had a
God, where did this happen?
California, Missouri.
California, Missouri?
Yes, sir.
That's a town in Missouri?
Yes, sir.
And, well, it seems to me like if it would rain rocks, things would begin to break.
Yes. Yeah, and I tell you, it had the cops baffled there. They
why that?
They couldn't figure out, you know, they was up on the rooftops thinking that people was throwing them off the roofs and everything. They were spotlighting all over the place, and it was just the craziest thing we ever seen.
Well, okay, so what was it? When did this happen?
1980, I think it was 81.
81. All right, so what did what did they finally conclude? There must have been an investigation. After all, it doesn't rain rocks every day, right? So somebody must have investigated all this.
Yeah, they investigated. They tried to figure out what was going on, but yeah, I think it scared them to death. They never called any big boys in on it or anything, but they were just small. You know, it's a small town, about 3,000 people.
Well, excuse me, but you know, when it rains rocks, not for 1 but for 3 days, that's biblical.
Yeah. Everywhere we went for 3 days and 3 nights, it rained rocks. The craziest thing, I'm telling you, Art.
Well, you mean you actually went out? I mean, if it was raining rocks, I would hide inside. I would not go out, nor would I subject my cars to a rain of rocks. I mean, so you were out and about?
Yeah, we were just kids. We were like in our 20s and stuff, but we thought it was pretty cool, really.
Well,
you know, we were kind of scared, but in the other sense, it was kind of neat.
Raining. Well, I guess if you're a kid, you'd go, wow, it's raining rocks.
Uh-huh.
But that's as cool as it would get. I mean, it's not good to rain rocks. Did you get, what about when it was all over? I mean, were there rocks everywhere?
The rocks just came and they tattooed us everywhere we went, and we jumped in some friends' cars, and the rocks followed us everywhere we went for 3 days and 3 nights. When we went home, it rained rocks on us all night while we slept.
Sir.
Yes?
Put your right hand on your radio.
Put my right hand on my radio?
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. You got it there?
I do.
Do you swear to me on your radio that it really, honest to God, rained rocks?
Art Bell, I swear to you on my life.
Well,
me and my brother, it rained rocks on us for 3 days and 3 nights.
Can you understand that the average person might have some doubt about that?
Well, yes. But we've also seen a UFO in 1977 right over us. We were sleeping out in the front yard.
Well, in some ways, that really, honestly, doesn't compare to raining rocks. 3 days of raining rocks. I'm going to have to think about this. That's the first report I've ever heard of that. I'm Art Bell.
Listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from December 7th, 2001.
Seasons don't feel the reaper, nor do the wind, the sun, or the rain. We can be that day out. Come on, baby, don't feel the reaper. Baby, take my hand, don't feel the reaper. We'll be able to fly, don't feel the reaper. Baby, I'm your man. Some velvet morning when I'm straight, I'm gonna open up your gate and maybe tell you about Phaedra and how she gave me life and how she made some velvet morning when I'm straight. Flowers growing on a hill, dragonflies and daffodils learn from us some velvet morning.
You're listening to Art Bell Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from December 7th, 2001.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell, and it's open lines, absolutely open lines, except for that one entity attack line all night long. Friday night, Saturday morning. And now, our first plunge to the entity attack line. Only those attacked physically by entities may call this line. And on that line, you are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
Hi.
Thanks for taking my call.
You're very welcome. Where are you?
I'm calling right now from Portland, Maine.
Okay.
And this happened to me when I was 11 years old or so. I was living in Massachusetts at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I used to be, well, I have asthma, always had childhood asthma, very bad, in the hospital a number of times.
Yes.
And the way they used to treat it when I was a kid was, well, they just let you work it out. They wouldn't give you any medication for it or anything. So I would go several days without any sleep, and I would see things that I would tell myself that it's not really there, but I'd see them as clearly as I'd see, the car in front of me.
Right.
And but I just tell myself, but I'd see people in the room, and I'd see people outside my window, and I'd just say, this is crazy. I'm just making this up. Even when I was 11 years old, it was the only way I could deal with it. It was to try to rationalize it.
Well, that's what the brain does. It tries to protect itself. So, sure, you actually imagine you're having hallucinations. That becomes a very good answer for your brain.
Yeah. But one morning, it was probably about 4 o'clock in the morning. I knew I was very sick at the time, going on probably third or fourth without any sleep. And I was lying in bed, and I saw, well, since I've only listened to your show for a little bit, but I guess it would be described as a shadow person, a dark entity.
Mm-hmm.
Came into my room. I used to see this dark entity quite a bit. Would sit in a chair and watch me.
You saw it. You saw it full on. See, a lot of these so-called shadow people are just seen, from the corner of the eye, but you saw this full on, sitting there.
Well, I saw it full on. I don't know if it's a shadow person. I don't know what I saw.
Well, was it somewhere between solid and some degree of translucence? Was it solid black? What?
It was solid black.
Solid black.
But my room, would be dark. We're talking 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning is when I would see it.
Yeah, good point. All right, so in what way did this thing finally actually attack you?
Well, I remember looking at it once and saying to myself, it's not real. And it moved. It got up and it walked to the end of my bed.
Perhaps it was offended at your thinking that.
I would guess so.
And so?
It grabbed my ankles.
Your ankles.
And yanked.
And yanked?
And I went out off the footboard of my bed, and I went at least my body length and a half, sheets and all, across the room. And actually, I hit a wall. I would have gone farther probably if I didn't hit the wall.
Holy mackerel. And landed on the floor?
Oh, yeah. Even when I was a kid, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some muscle contraction or something like that, but, I don't know how I could possibly have done something like that at 11 years old, hurled myself horizontally over the footboard of my bed and across the room. I can still feel something, I can still, think back and remember something grabbing my ankles.
Yeah, that's not a sensation that you would mistake for anything else. If something grabs your ankles and throws you across the room, you know what happened to you.
And even, the physical action of just, flying horizontally that distance.
That's
7 or 8 feet. I don't know how I could have done that myself without something doing it to me.
In what way did you finally rid yourself of this scourge?
Well, we eventually moved.
And when you did, it did not follow.
No.
All right. Well, I really thank you for the story. There's one for you right away. I got this idea because I was so affected by the young lady who called, I don't know, a few nights ago, and she was talking about an attack. She's going to send photos. They should be here soon, too. She's got to get them kinkoed or something. Anyway, hands left on the arms, hand marks, bruised hand marks matching a hand on the arm and the thighs. A really serious attack while she was in bed. Wildcard line, you are on the air. Hi.
Hello, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm all right. Where are you?
Yes, sir. This is Dean calling from Tampa, Florida.
Okay, Dean.
Yes, sir. You spoke of Atlantis and perhaps the discovery of Atlantis off Cuba, in fact, and then you mentioned Mars. And ironically, when you first mentioned Atlantis, Mars was the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah. I mean, both stories are amazing. The Cuba story, in my opinion, because it took the press so long to finally get it, but the Mars story, but the part that, again, that's getting me is, if Mars is going to heat up that much, how come the news today didn't have any speculation on, what happens to the old third rock from the sun here?
Well, sir, if you remember when they discovered that the ice caps were melting at an extreme rate. In fact, they reported from that one boat. Well, ironically, about 5 or 6 years ago, I was in Anchorage, Alaska, and there was a little glacier I used to visit quite often. And for about 20 years off and on, I used to watch this glacier. And for almost, in fact, I got a helicopter coming over my house right now. But ironically, I had watched this glacier only rescind about a half an inch each year. And then around 1 year, I think it was 1995.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
I can hear the chopper.
I know. Wasn't that amazing? I'm right next to Ybor City in the port, so it's McDill.
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir. Anyways, I was watching this glacier kind of do its work there, only 1/4 of an inch a year, and one summer it disappeared 3 miles, sir. And for a 2,000-year watch of this movement and only watching it doing 1/4 of an inch, something tells me that we are either us or something's happening outside of our Earth that is actually heating us up and melting the caps. And ironically, and I'll make this short, Mars, to me, could be, like you mentioned before, actually what we used to be on, and this could be our ark. Mother Earth could be our ark, ironically, and we must take care of it before we learn.
Maybe there's a cycle that moves with the sun, where the sun changes so much that Earth virtually becomes uninhabitable. Mars becomes habitable. During another portion of the cycle, Mars becomes uninhabitable. Earth becomes inhabitable. I mean, that's really something to think about.
Well, sort of think about it. If we dig deep enough, we might just find things like Atlantis and other civilizations that suddenly we look up and realize that, hey, maybe it's a reflection not only of our past, but maybe perhaps our future.
Hello. Thank you very much for the call. That man is so right on. He is so right on. If there are other civilizations in the very, very, very distant past, and they did technological things that we still don't know how to duplicate, not certainly in the way they did it, and some we simply cannot duplicate at all, as in the pyramids. Well, you could certainly speculate that even farther back than that, a lot farther, far enough back so you might be 2,100 feet under the sea these days, there could have existed our ancestors, who, for whatever reason we still don't fully understand, disappeared. But again, this Mars story, I mean, you think about it a little bit. The angle the press should be asking the following question. If this is going to happen to Mars, then excuse us, but what will happen to Earth? Same sun, right? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Hi.
This is Jim. I'm calling from Northern Ontario, listening to you on 640 Mojo Radio out of Toronto.
There you go. Yes, sir.
I've listened to your show for almost 8 years now, and this is the first time I've called in. You've had a lot of phenomenal shows in the past 8 years, but last night's show blew me away.
Oh, me too. I mean, that was a stopper. I can't in any way shoot any hole into her story. If there ever was solid proof of the other side, she gave it last night.
Well, the only thing I have to say is after listening to that show, I felt such a comfort in what she was saying that I just had to stop my truck and stand out here in the payphone and tell you that it was one of the best shows you've ever had on. You've had a lot of great shows.
I flat out agree with you. Thank you so very much.
Anyway, looking forward to Danes?
Oh, yes, Monday.
Have a good night.
Thank you so much. I so thoroughly agree with that. It was profound. I've never heard a story with as much... And by the way, her doctor, I understand, would like to be on the air. And oh, my, would I like to have him here. Her brain surgeon would like to be on the air, and I'd love to have him. He's done, he pioneered these operations, and there have been about 100 since. But I too, it was so solid, it was so credible, it was so impossible to shoot holes in, that I think it is strong evidence of the other side, of physical existence after death. Conscious physical existence. Conscious existence, although she said there was a physical aspect to it after death. I mean, no question about it. It was that good. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
I'm calling, and I have an entity attack story.
Well, even though you're not on my entity attack line.
That line was busy.
All right. Well, I will take entity attack stories tonight on any line, but particularly on that one. So go ahead.
I appreciate that. Real quickly, though, I'm wondering if it'd be possible if you ever had Dr. Lorraine Day back on your show.
I've had her on repeatedly.
She's also an expert in AIDS. I'm not sure if that's what you covered with her the last.
I was interviewing Lorraine Day Dr. Day on AIDS 9 years ago, sir. 9 years.
That is great. And by the way, the religion she belongs to, there's a prophet by the name of Ellen G. White. You've got to read her books. Art, all right,
we need to get to the entity part here.
2 years ago, I was attacked. I woke up one night. I kept having nightmares. And about the third time I woke up, I felt a piercing in my arm.
A piercing?
A piercing. And I woke up and looked, and there was an entity. It was a human shape, but it was blackened. You couldn't distinguish, facial features.
Do you mean like knives piercing you? Do you mean give me some analogy?
Here is the catch. When the entity was there, and the piercing was from a syringe.
A syringe?
A syringe. It was an actual physical syringe. I could feel and see. I turned on the light, and there was 3 marks that you would get when you have a tetanus shot, and there was small amounts of blood.
Whoa.
Now, here's where the story really gets weird. I took several pictures of this. I had some film and a camera that had some previous pictures of...
Wait. Let's take this just a little slower. Here you wake up feeling a piercing in your arm.
Yes.
And there are 3, beings?
No, there's 3 marks. Needle marks.
3. Okay, so you didn't see any entity. You didn't see...
Yes, I seen one entity.
What?
It was a human form. Had arms, legs, but it was how do I describe it? It was dark. It was black. You couldn't see facial features. You couldn't see the color of his hair. You couldn't see the color of his skin. It was like a black void, but it had a human shape to it.
So it's like you were given some kind of shot.
Yes. And it was swollen in the 3 different areas where the needle went in.
Yes.
And there was, obviously a small amount of blood came out, just like when you get some type of shot at the doctor.
Right.
I took a picture. Now, before I took the picture of my arm, I just wanted to make sure I had my camera focused correctly, and I took a couple pictures of the room, a couple plants and so forth, just to make sure everything was correct. So
testing the camera, yes.
Exactly.
Okay.
After I took the picture of my arm, I took 4 pictures. When I picked the film up, all the pictures on there were perfect, except for the 4 that I took on my arm. They were completely undistinguishable. You couldn't even tell it was a picture of my arm. I don't tell this story much because I don't like people to think I'm crazy.
Well, no, that's all right. I won't do that. What kind of effect, if any, from that shot this happened how long ago?
2 years ago.
2 years ago. And
a little over 2 years ago.
Any effect in the last 2 years? Anything really weird?
I noticed I have memory lapses from things that happened before that. I don't remember things that took place several years ago that I used to remember with you.
Yeah. They gave you at least 10 cc's of wipe juice.
Something.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate the call. Thank you very much. That is kind of creepy, isn't it? You get a shot in the middle of the night by an entity, and then you begin to forget things. Wonder if it injected some other memories into him. That's a weird one, all right. Wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Bill in West Hartford, Connecticut. I had two good skeptical questions I wanted to ask Pam Reynolds last night, and I wanted to tell you that it's not fair what you did to me to cut me off, as you usually do whenever I call at the top or the bottom of the hour, when you have a chance to scream the line at the top or the bottom of the hour, because you said, okay, hold on, and you cut me off.
Bill, I told you that I am only going to take so many calls from you per week.
I haven't called in over 2 weeks, I think it's been.
Then you better make it good. Now, what would the two skeptical questions have been?
Okay, I want to ask you yourself. Thank you for letting me a chance to ask you. I wanted to say to Pam, and I'll say it to you, could we both have it both ways? Let me explain what I mean by that. It seems that what she went through, and I believe that she definitely went through an experience. She definitely believes she went through an experience. The only thing what I'm trying to say that...
No, Bill, hold it. Yes. You've got to get past... the burden of proof shifts to you in that she described and could describe what happened during the hour of surgery, during the hour when she had no brainwaves. Get past that one for me, buddy.
That's what I'm trying to do. Hold on.
Well, do better.
Okay, in the operating room, the things that can be verified by the doctors and the nurses, in other words, when she said she saw things, by the way, I don't understand how she could see things without eyes because her eyes were closed and there were no brain waves, or hear things without ears.
I'm glad you don't understand it, but you have yet to explain it.
All right, well, I'm saying the things that can be verified that seem to be definitely paranormal or weird or ESP or maybe the possible data showing that the consciousness exists outside the brain, or the mind and the mind can exist outside the brain, are the things that can be verified by the doctors and the nurses. For example, seeing...
Bill, I just finished telling you I'm going to have the doctor on.
Well, what I'm saying is, but the things afterwards in this so-called other dimension, how do you know, for example, the beings there told her that God, the bright light was God breathing? How do you know they weren't lying to her because she wouldn't understand what the real answer was?
Bill, I hate to say this, and I know you're an atheist.
Yeah.
But you sound frantic, Bill. You sound frantic. And you sound so frantic that it makes me think that last night's program was exceptionally profound. Moreover, you simply, I don't know, you just danced. You frantically danced, Bill. And if you really, and apparently you did hear last night's program in your particular position as an atheist, I don't blame you. I'd be dancing too. If I heard that show last night and I was an atheist, I'd be going, uh-oh. Maybe I haven't thought this through really thoroughly. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
It's Kim.
Kim?
Winnipeg.
Winnipeg, yes.
Yeah. A few weeks ago, you had something on your program there, and I've been looking on the Internet for it. Why do streetlights turn on or off?
You mean when somebody walks by them?
Right.
Uh-huh.
And I was looking for an explanation.
If I had one, I'd certainly give it to you. I don't know. There are people who claim that they are, they have some sort of electromagnetic influence on things near them, and that they affect the lights as they go by.
Oh, I didn't know. But I've searched the Internet high and low for an explanation.
This is one of those great mysteries, sir.
Yeah, one of the wags even said, check your chrome dome. But I've only been a listener for about 4 or 5 weeks, and I thought it was interesting.
It is interesting, and you'll hear a lot about it on this program, all right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, my friend, take care. Way up north, we're into open lines tonight, except for our entity attack line.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time, on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from December 7th, 2001.
Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm. Into this house we're born. Into this world we're thrown. Like a dog without a bone, an actor out alone. Riders on the storm. There's a killer on the road. His brain is squirming like a toad. Take a long holiday. Let your children play. If you give this man a ride, sweet family will die. Killer on the road.
Premier Radio Networks presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight's program originally aired December 7th, 2001.
Good morning, everybody. Want to remind you, we're reserving the first-time caller line for people who have been attacked by some sort of entity, physically attacked by some sort of entity. Otherwise, call one of the other lines, open lines. Back into the night we go. Open lines, wildcard line, you are on the air. Hello.
Yes, good evening, Art.
Good evening. Where are you, sir?
I'm Ronald, and I'm in Redding, California, listening to you, KQMS, 1400 AM.
Yes, sir.
And I just really felt compelled to call you on this subject of entity attacks.
Oh, really?
Because, yes, really, I have never shared this in full with another living human being. I've shared bits and pieces with other people, and that generally wound me up in a mental institution of one form or another. And all right. Just tell me then, what happened to you? Well, from the years, I'd say 87 to 91, I experienced varying degrees of attack, beginning with mental attack, obsessive thinking, voices, shadow people, as you call them, appearing to me, and at the corner of the eyes, and darting glimpses and glances and such.
That's how it always begins. By the way, what kind of phone are you on?
I am on a cordless.
Can you
like me to go to a corded?
Yeah, would you please?
Okay, hold on.
Let's demonstrate to everybody how much nicer.
Hello, are you there?
Oh, see, that's so much nicer.
Is that better?
Yes, so much better. Yes, indeed. All right, so anyway, it began as it does for many people with the shadow people at the corner of the eye. Then what?
Well, I was married, had a good job with government, and the torment became absolutely unbearable because these things the voices became incessant, and it was never a single voice. It would be choruses of voices, as you had that one caller speaking of the other day. And these things would appear to me at night when I was fully awake, possibly when I was asleep, I don't know. And I would see them, and they were generally standing directly over me, and they were, as other callers have described, black and dark. But I would go a step further and say these things gave off an emanation of evil such as I have never experienced. And the blackness was such that it had a depth and a gravity all of its own that would literally draw and pull myself into it. And I would be so terrified that often I would scream, and my wife, of course, would assume I was having nightmares.
At least.
When I began to share this, people, of course, assumed that I had some form of schizophrenia. And when I went to the mental health professionals, in a complete panic one time, that got me my first round into psychiatric treatment. And even under the influence of all the psychotropic drugs and all these things were still coming and appearing. And
well, that would be the obvious. I mean, if somebody said what you're saying, they would indeed be diagnosed and treated with some sort of a psychiatric drug. Yeah, no question about it. So it continued through that. Did it ever get physical?
Yes. toward the end, as I started desperately seeking for solutions outside of the mental health system, I tried everything. I read everything I could get my hands on. I consulted pastors and preachers, rabbis, anybody.
Sure.
And as I tried and tried to seek help for relief from this torment, the attacks got incessant, and then they became physical to where, for example, and it seemed nighttime is a favorite to these things. I was in my bed at one night, and something jumped on my bed, and I absolutely froze, and it started walking across my bed, and I could feel the feet causing depressions in the mattress and also stepping on my legs and then on my midsection. I managed to raise my head, and by the light being filtered through the curtains, moonlight, street light, I could see what appeared to be something between a tarantula and a dog.
Oh, brother.
On the foot of my bed.
Bad combination.
Moving toward me, and I think I let out the most blood-curdling scream, and this thing dematerialized, which is how they seem to make their exits. They didn't head for a door or go through a wall. They would just, like a Star Trek beam me up type.
So maybe they don't like screams. That's good.
Maybe they're hearing sensitive, perhaps. That could be.
Yeah.
And that was the beginning of the end as far as my interactions with them. As I started to seek help, and I got in contact with a lady who was very much along the lines and beliefs of the late Father Martin, she started to help me and assist me, and also a missionary fellow. And these things increased their torment to where they would try to crush my larynx.
You mean choke you to death?
Absolutely. Absolutely. These inky, infinite black creatures that your callers and you have dubbed the shadow people.
Just a name, sir. Just a name.
And crush my larynx or crush my chest and literally try to destroy my ability to breathe or speak.
Or scream.
It would happen in the daytime. You know, eventually I started having heart problems and high blood pressure problems.
I can imagine.
And, I tell you, it was the struggle of a lifetime.
Well, all right, so how did you rid yourself finally of this?
Well, Art, I tell you what, in February of 1991, I locked myself into a bedroom, and I went on a fast.
Yes.
And I consumed nothing but water, and I was on my knees, face down, begging God to remove this from me for 2 weeks.
And he did.
And he did.
Well, that's some incredible story, sir. No question about it. If I were to see an entity and it treated me as it treated him, I'd scream too, and my scream would sound something like this. That, of course, is actually a Bigfoot scream. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hello.
Yes, sir. How are you this morning?
I'm just spiffy.
Thank you for taking my call.
Okay.
The reason why I was calling, I have no idea if you've ever had a guest on the air or anything like that to do dream analysis or anything of that nature.
Oh, I've had many dream analysts on the show.
Wonderful. Then maybe you might be able to give me some kind of guidance or some kind of answers to this. I'm essentially looking for an evaluation of a repetitive dream.
Of one of your dreams?
Maybe it might have some kind of a symbol or something of that nature that maybe one of your guests might have hit on.
Well, what was your dream?
Well, as childish as it may seem, that this dream was actually where I'm being chased, and sometimes it involves members of my family, where I'm actually being chased by dinosaurs. Okay. Now,
Dinosaurs?
As childish as it may seem, when you're there, you're seeing these dinosaurs dismember people that are around you.
Oh, well, listen, when the dinosaurs were here, 65 million years ago or whatever, they probably did. There's a lot of instances of dinosaur imprints in rock along with human imprints in rock. And, we're finding now that it's quite probable that humans were here long before we suspected they were, like back when the dinosaurs were here. Well, if that's true, we would be... we'd be dinosaur fodder. We'd be tasty little snack for a dinosaur, and I can imagine humans would run real fast away from them.
But what really brought reality to this, in fact, I had a dream just last night, actually, where I was being chased by people who wanted to murder me all the time. The story always ends where I'm able to somehow manage to escape and to find people nearby in order to try and get some kind of help. I've had dreams where I was in law enforcement beforehand. This is probably where this dream came from.
Oh.
Where I've been gunned down before, where I've been hit repetitively by bullets. But like I said, the worst part about it was I've been actually chased down and stalked by murderers. And in fact, one murder weapon that was being used, getting ready to be used upon me, was a chainsaw at one time. And last night I was actually able to, in this dream, I was actually able to escape through a window and try to get help. But, like I say, I have these repetitive dreams where I'm always being chased by something.
Are you a cop in your dream?
No, there's only been one dream where I was actually a law enforcement officer. These dreams usually, I know for a fact that I'm a civilian or I'm somebody who is scared, just a victim, I guess, so to speak. And,
well, next time you have your dream, carry a piece.
Carry a piece.
That's right. Shoot the damn thing. I don't know. Listen, I'm not a dream analyst.
Okay.
I have them on, but I wouldn't endeavor to analyze your dream. But it's pretty weird.
Does dreaming in color have anything different? Bring a different aspect to it by any chance?
I have my dreams in color are very rare indeed.
All these have happened in color. And in fact, last night I even know that I dreamt in color last night. There was blood everywhere, so to speak, and the green of the grass when I was trying to escape, and so on and so forth. So I don't know if that has any significance in the story at all. But
I will get some responses from people who interpret dreams, and I won't mess with you anymore because I have no idea.
I'm standing by the radio.
All right, take care. Yes, sir. Sure, we have those people on. On my entity attack line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art, man, it's an honor talking to you.
An honor to have you. Where are you?
I'm in Memphis. Listen to you on 600. But my story was when I moved here from Texas, and I used to listen to you all the time on Big 570.
Yes, sir. Cliff.
And mine happened to me when I was living in Dallas, and I was in an apartment, and it started out, me and my friends talking about selling our souls,
You sat around talking about selling your soul?
Yeah. We would just sit around drinking and stuff and talk about selling our souls and stuff.
May I ask? You what?
Oh yeah. We'd like actually.
You tried to do it?
Yeah.
Can I really honestly ask what you tried to sell your soul for? In other words,
I was like money and power and stuff like that.
Money and power?
Yeah, just like money, and just like be like the richest guy,
Well, how you doing? Doing pretty well?
Well, the guy told me, if you sell your soul, the devil always screws you, so you don't get anything.
Well, I don't know. How are you doing? Are you having a good life? Are you financially pretty well off?
Well, yeah, man. As a matter of fact, I got a house, man, with like brand new hardwood floors, like 4 bedrooms right now, and I live by myself. But the thing about it was, it started out, as like a joke, because I just wanted to see if it would work and see what would happen, and
that's no joke. I mean, offering to sell your soul, that's a real serious thing. Real serious.
I started having these, they didn't start out as attacks at first, but I didn't think much about it. I would be in my bed, and I would be asleep, and I would be like I was in a trance state. And the guy that called in earlier at the beginning of the program freaked me out because the same thing would happen to me. I would like feel hands, like human hands, and they would push me out of my physical body, and I would roll out of my bed onto the floor in spirit form and roll through doors and stuff.
Oh, my God.
And I would wake back up, like try to wake myself up, and I'd like, open my eyes a little, and I would be awake, and I couldn't ever stay awake. I was tranced or drugged or something, and I couldn't stay awake. And that kept happening, over and over and over. And finally it happened again, and I what happened was I felt his hands on my ankles dragging me out of my bed.
Oh, here we go again.
And I fell onto the floor and started dragging me, and it was dragging me across the floor into my bathroom, and that's when I woke up in my bed and I was like, this isn't fun, you know?
Yeah.
And I couldn't wake up. It was like I was tranquilized or something, and I couldn't fully wake up.
Sort of paralyzed.
Yeah, like I was like I could open my eyes and sit up for a second, but I couldn't stay awake. I was to fall back awake, even though you try to. And so that happened, and I fell back out, and I woke up. There was this blood red, like the reddest red I've ever seen in my life. Like, the only way I can describe it was it looked like I thought it was the devil or a demon.
You know, very bright red blood is very fresh blood. It is indeed very bright red when it's fresh.
Yeah, this was like, I've never seen this red in my life. And I was laying down in my bed horizontally, and it was like, I would say only 2 feet tall. And it started attacking me, like hitting me and stuff like that. And I was hitting it back, and I was sitting there going, how do I get this thing away from me? So I started I said, you know, if I pray to Jesus and God, it would make it go away, because I knew it was the demon or the devil itself.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought if I prayed to Jesus, he would save me, and it didn't work.
It didn't work.
No, it did not work. I thought for sure if I said, Jesus, save me, you know, and protect me.
It would vanish or something.
Yeah, and that did not work.
Coming. All right, so then what?
Well, what happened was, what made it disappear was it literally punched me in my stomach so hard that I woke up and I fell out of my bed onto the floor, and I felt physical pain for like at least a good minute and a half after I was wide awake. And I moved out of there and to a different state, and it hasn't happened since.
Well, as a matter of sort of finality here, going back to the beginning of what you were saying, you and somebody, how many of you totally sat down trying to sell your souls to the devil? How many of you?
Oh, it was just like me, and I think my friends were into it, but I think I was just more into it more than they were.
Leader of the pack, huh?
Well, I wouldn't say that. Maybe the moron.
The moron. Well, have you tracked? Do you remain friends with these others?
Well,
have you kept track of any of them?
Not really, because I moved out of state, and I haven't really, but.
But now you're living big.
Well, not big, but you know.
Well, it sounds pretty big to me.
Well, for my age, it is. I mean, yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
25?
Yeah.
Well, the average person, male, probably lives to near 75, so you might have a good 50 years to go, let's say, before the mortgage is called in. I mean, honestly, sir, don't you worry about having done that sometimes, you know?
I do. I do all the time, and the worst thing about it is I'm sitting there going, I tried like selling my soul for all this stuff.
Yeah.
But I think the trick of it is, you know, I was out on the lake one time and I was riding this boat and.
On a boat. See, so you had a boat too. Oh, I'm telling you. Listen,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I got to go. We're here at the bottom of the hour. Boat, big new house. Sold his soul. Well, trying to sell his soul. Personally, it sounds to me like ching ching, sale made. I'm Art Bell.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from December 7th, 2001. Somewhere in Time, tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from December 7th, 2001.
Good morning. We've got an entity attack line, otherwise open lines all night long. Devin in Avon, Ohio, or is it Avon? Fast blast me, Art. I'm 26, married, and my wife was picked up out of our bed, levitated over me while I was sleeping, and then dropped 5 feet on top of me. We called our pastor to bless the house, and he was thrown, and then I didn't get any more than that, Devin. If you would like to fast blast me your phone number, I will call you, Devin, because I think I'd like to hear that story. It'd be weird to see your wife levitate 5 feet over you. Of course, he was asleep at the time, I guess. Still, it would be something, wouldn't it? I'm Art Bell. If you'll stay right there, there's more directly ahead. By the way, I want to thank everybody out there for the open line or special line suggestions that they wrote to me. I decided myself on the entity attack line merely because I thought back, a few days to that lady who told me about that attack, and it really freaked me out. I thought, wouldn't it be interesting to find out if there's a lot more of that going on, and quite obviously there is. So I plucked that one out myself. Nevertheless, I have saved some of your suggestions for future forays into the unknown. A wild card line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi there. I was calling because a friend of mine actually told me to listen to the station. I never listened to your show, and I'm sorry for that. But I was listening, and a lot of these things that are happening to other people have been happening to me since I was 2, and I'm 32 now.
Right. So in other words, all that time?
Yeah,
30 years?
Pretty much. Every night.
Every night, what happens?
They don't get violent every night.
They
come to me every night. There's 2 in particular.
It's 2?
2 in particular, but there's always like dozens around.
Describe what you see.
Well, they're hard to describe. The closest thing I can get to is, I don't know if you've recently, I saw the movie 13 Ghosts, and there's one of the bad guys on it. It's called the Jackal. And if you take the box off his head, that's one of them.
I haven't seen the movie yet. So
okay, well, anyway. I know it's kind of silly, but I started going to Bible study about 6 months ago, and I started to decide, I was going to open up to my friends and tell them what's going on.
Right.
And I did, so they all started praying for me, and it's gotten better, but I still have them on occasion, but they can't physically attack me anymore.
But they did.
Oh, yeah, for years.
How bad what was the worst of it?
They'd throw me through windows.
What?
My parents ended up boarding up my windows in my bedroom and locking my doors.
What?
Yeah, they'd throw me through windows. They would throw me up against the wall. It actually started getting violent.
Didn't it occur? Well, I guess it's better to be thrown up against a board than it is a window, so I guess I understand what they did, but holy mackerel.
Yeah, they were actually kind of ashamed, I think, because we didn't know what was going on. They've taken me to dream psychologists and...
Dream psychologists? Hey, listen, getting tossed through the window, that's a pretty lucid...
Well, they thought that I was doing it for attention. They thought because I was afraid of the dark, because from 2 to 7, they were not violent. They would come in my room and play with me.
So they were, your parents were perhaps embarrassed of their daughter sailing out the window every now and then and
right.
boarded the window up.
Right, or because I'd get bruises and cuts.
Yeah, oh, well, sure.
And they didn't want me to go to school because they thought the school would think I was being abused.
Good point.
And my family had a different religion. The Acoma religion is an Indian religion.
Really?
And so they'd bring in the medicine man, and he would do his thing, and I never really agreed with it, but I never knew too much about Jesus. And when I was 7 years old, I told a friend in 2nd grade, I told her what was happening to me, and she gave me a little hand Bible she kept in her little backpack, and it had pictures in it and stuff, and she said, pray to Jesus, he'll save you.
Okay.
So I took this home, and my stepdad grabbed it and threw it in the fireplace because he was an atheist. And he told me...
Like Bill.
I'm sorry?
Like Bill.
Like what?
Bill from Hartford. He's an atheist.
Oh, okay.
He says he is anyway.
I don't
Although
listen
he sounded,
to your show,
he sounded really frantic tonight.
I'm not sure. I just listened the last, 5 minutes. My friend just called me and said,
only
you got to
5 minutes experience with the program?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't listen. Well, because, frankly, I always thought the people that called you were weirdos, and I never believed in, crop circles and all that stuff. Well, anyways, I don't want to get into all that.
Well, it's not that your story is I mean, I would rate you mid to upper scale in terms of, as I look at all my stories. So
Well, I know, but that's what I'm saying.
You ought not cast stones.
That's why I'm saying that when I heard this stuff, I'm like, wow, other people are dealing with this. Well, my friends had told me, you know what, there are other people out there, but...
But the fact of the matter is, it's real, you see.
Oh, it's extremely real. And what I was telling you was when I was 7 and I asked Jesus to come sleep with me to keep me safe that night, that's when they got violent. They got extremely violent. Well, they threw me into the wall and put a hole in the wall and popped my eardrum from the blow. So my mom had to take me to the hospital. Whatever. She thought that I did something because I didn't want to sleep alone. I was afraid of the dark. Well, she started believing me after a while when things like my door was ripped off the hinges and the door frame would be shredded, but no one woke up through any of it.
And I thought I had a troubled childhood.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, a friend of mine, Matthew Kitchens, is going to be writing my book.
Oh, you're going to write a book?
Yeah, I've decided to. Actually, I was pretty ashamed of it, and I never really wanted to share it. But now that I found Jesus and I'm a born-again Christian, I'm realizing that I don't have anything to be ashamed of. It's
well,
not
now,
my
did
fault.
you hear about the person that called a little while ago, and they said they tried to cast this thing out with the name of Jesus and so forth, and it didn't work?
Well, when I tried that, it got violent. But see, I was also I didn't know anything about Jesus, really. I didn't know what I was doing, and I didn't have any faith.
Well, all right. Thank you very, very much for the story. I understand. I thought, as an experiment, I would have somebody cast out the devil in the name of talk show host Art Bell, and they tried that, and boy, it didn't work out at all. That was a very bad day for that person. They called in the other day. Said, go ahead, give it a try. They tried it, and I guess there was a mauling. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello. Sounds like you're in a well.
No, I'm not in a well at all.
Well, it sounds like you are.
Art, I have a great story. A few years ago, I experienced what I was told was a hag attack. Have you ever heard of that?
A hag attack?
A hag attack. I read it in a book.
I've been attacked by hags myself.
You have?
Oh, yes.
Oh, Art.
Two or three of them in my life. I mean, they seemed to be nice girls. They seemed to be nice girls when I met them, but did they turn into hags? No, I know. What do you mean by hag?
I read a book. It was called Vampires Among Us.
Vampires Among Us, yes.
Vampires Among Us. I can't remember the name of the author, but in the book it talks of hag attacks, and it says that maybe 10 to 15%, even more, of the population has been affected by them. And a few years ago, something happened to me.
Well, what specifically is a hag?
What the book explained it as was exactly this. I was laying in my bed,
yes,
and I was completely awake. I'd only been there for maybe 20 minutes.
Yes.
And from the corner of my room, inside of the vent that the heater comes from, I saw a black ball.
Oh.
And all of a sudden, over the next few seconds, this ball turned into a larger ball and came through the vent.
Yeah. You know, both open closet doors and vents, which lead into cavernous areas connected to each other, have got to be breeding grounds for crap like this. But anyway, so it came out the vent.
It came out the vent. I tried to think that maybe it was just my imagination. I grabbed my hands. I put my hands over my eyes, and it became larger, like a huge moving ink blot, and it started to it didn't, but the room, I noticed a smell, and I became nervous, and I tried to get up. I couldn't. It became larger, and it hovered over me. I became completely frightened, more fear than anything I'd ever experienced. I tried to move. I could barely move my head over. I couldn't move my arms. I saw it growing larger and larger. I closed my eyes. It began to press me into my bed. I tried to scream. Gurgles came through my throat. My grandparents were down the hall. There was no way they could hear me gurgles when I tried to scream.
Mm-hmm.
I was pressed into my bed.
You mean a scream? A scream turned into nothing more than
I couldn't even
gurgle?
get a breath out. It was so intense. and I couldn't believe this was happening to me instantly, like the last caller who said that he prayed to Jesus and he tried to get something, nothing happened. Well, that wasn't the case for me. I prayed to Jesus, and I prayed to the Lord, and I asked them to cast whatever it was out of my room, and it took no longer than 10 seconds. It felt like an hour.
And it smelled it smelled really bad.
Like rotten eggs.
Like rotten eggs. Okay, well, we're going to dub that one the Mr. Hinky Monster. It hovered over him, and it was foul. That's actually scary stuff, you know. I mean, it's really scary stuff. What are these things? What are these things? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going? Yeah, I have an entity attack story.
You too, huh? I mean,
Yeah.
I've got this special entity attack line, and you guys, there's so many of them, you're leaking into my other lines. Okay.
Well, you know, it's amazing to think, though, that how common I think it actually is.
Apparently.
Yeah, it's, I think, well, I have a theory on what happened, but first let me tell you what happened to me.
Sure.
Okay, when I was probably about 8 years old, I remember I was at a house that I was living at with my grandparents and my father and his ex-wife, to be. Well, I was in the room, okay, and I was scared, you know, just basically because of the dark. I didn't like sleeping in the dark, but so then my dad left the front door or the bedroom door open with the hall light on so that I wouldn't be quite as afraid. Well, I began to lay down, and I remember I was still, you know, kind of scared, and I laid there for a while, and I remember feeling afraid still, but I hid my head under the covers, you know, like kids do.
Oh, well,
but I was too afraid to go to sleep. So I know I was 100% awake, and I felt a presence, like I have through my life at many times actually, but I felt this presence, and I was on a bunk bed, and I was on the top bunk, and whatever this was, of course I believe it was a spirit, well, it pushed me on my chest. Now, when it pushed me on my chest, it didn't just, like, push me and, you know, I felt a push. I mean, it pushed me.
So if I'd been on the bottom bunk, I would have seen this giant indentation forming, right, as it pressed toward me.
And you would have also heard the thump that came when I bounced off the bed and hit the ceiling directly from it. And
you hit the
I hit the ceiling because it was really close to the ceiling anyways, and it was a pretty bouncy mattress. But when it pushed me, and I bounced, and I hit the ceiling, I remember I was so frozen with fear, you know, and I could barely, like, yell. But when I finally was able to, man, my dad, he knew I was, like, scared. So he came in there, and I told him something pushed me. And I told him that it hurt my chest, and so he opened up my chest. And, you know, it's funny with all the stories that you've had on your program of people saying that there are handprints and things. Well, sure enough, I had 2 handprints on my chest. Which is weird, you know, because it's like, but anyway.
No, it's not weird because it verifies what you just said. What did your dad say?
Well, my dad and my family, I mean, I don't mean to sound, you know, like everybody's got their ghost stories and stuff, but my family, we've been very, very open to these types of occurrences, but, you know, it's like.
Yeah, but you know, I'm not going to say these aren't ghosts because who the heck really knows?
Exactly.
But
I think I do. I do know that they are personally from within, but that's just something different. I myself.
Oh, you believe from within? You know, the monster of the id. In other words, you created this thing yourself.
More my perception itself of its existence. Like, in other words, why would it actually have the ability to physically assault somebody if it's not physical? I believe it's because of the awareness of what it wants to do. And sometimes if you are fearful, like a child often is, then it preys on fear, and that which is of fear becomes and manifests into physical. See what I mean?
Well, yeah, I see exactly what you mean, and I think that that's entirely possible, that the amount of fear is actually able, or an emotion, is able to generate that which is feared. It builds on itself, and it feeds on itself. And you create it. Yes,
exactly.
That's as good an explanation as any.
And perfect love, you know, it's been said in the Bible, you know, not that I'm a Bible thumper, but, you know, it's like, I can see validity in all religions. By faith, I'm a Christian, but I couldn't see Jesus giving Buddha a black eye, you know. But I think without a doubt, hands down, that perfect love, as it says, casts out fear, but I think perfect love comes through being wise through the years, right? And basically through growing as a human being. But when you're a child, you're naive and you're sensitive to these things. And that's why it comes to children a lot.
Can you know perfect love without having experienced perfect fear, perfect anger, perfect depression? You know, in other words, can you understand perfect love until you've been the other place?
Well, you know, believe it or not, my personal feel on that is that when you actually feel perfect love and when you experience it and you find it, of course it does come through rising above not being perfect. But see, rising above not being perfect has to come through serious pain. Pain is the medicine of the soul.
That's what I think too, sir. Thank you very, very much for the call. I just don't think you could know it and certainly not appreciate it unless you had experienced the opposite. On my entity attack line, you are on the air. Hello.
Yeah. I'm Richard in Houston.
Hi, Richard.
About 1979, I was sleeping here beside my wife.
Mm-hmm.
I woke up, something was pushing me down onto the mattress. And I couldn't see anything. I could see the ceiling and all.
Mm-hmm.
And I was desperate. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't yell. I tried to yell, and all that come up was a little bitty squeak out of my voice, and I was frantic.
Was it like hands pressing?
No, it was a weight on my entire body.
All right, so an overall weight.
Overall weight.
Okay.
And I struggled and struggled and struggled harder, and I was getting desperate for breath. And I must have struggled hard or something. It just gave up, because when it quit, when it let up, the mattress rose an inch or two, and then it was gone. And
if you had not struggled against it, what do you think would have happened?
I have no idea. I was in a panic.
Well, I'm sure you were, but you didn't consider what might have occurred.
Well, no. You mean given into it?
Well, or not, just not struggled. Perhaps somebody else might have imagined they couldn't struggle against something like this, and they would have just submitted.
I don't know. I know it was heavier than I am. I weighed 200.
So,
by the way,
yes?
Can I mention one more thing?
Yes.
That sound you have with a Bigfoot?
Yes.
That's not a Bigfoot. That's a U.S. Navy sonar.
Well, people have
How
said...
do I know?
Well, yeah, but how do I know is more important.
I know
question.
the sound. I'm a retired chief sonarman, and I heard that sound many hours.
Believe me, I've heard this, but we have providence on this sound, sir. In other words, we know who recorded it, where they were in the woods, not undersea. A lot of people have said it sounds like sonar, and I understand that it does sound a little bit like that. But trust me when I tell you we have the providence on this tape, and that it is not sonar. We know who recorded it and where. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Art?
Yes?
Well, you cut me off on the other line, but I have an attack story, but I wasn't alone. I had someone with me.
What do you mean?
Well, I was with my girlfriend in the desert, and this happened in March of 1993.
And what happened?
Well, I was observing some lights about 100 miles away coming from the south, going due north. Looked like it was coming from San Diego up over Palm Springs.
Mm-hmm.
And I observed this for about 10 minutes. I called my girlfriend's attention to this. We were camping out near 29 Palms.
Right.
And I did my last year and a half in the Navy at Top Gun. There's so many aircraft flying around down there, it's hard to keep track of them.
Sure.
But this one got my attention, and I couldn't tell you exactly why, but, and this sounds bizarre, but I've never told anyone this story.
Well, we've got less than a minute, so...
Well, I'm dying to know if there's other people that had something like this happen, but this ball, this light ball, came out of this large craft, and it came right up in front of us, about 48 inches away. It was about the size of a basketball. It was extremely brilliant, looked like the end of a sparkler, and it literally, I could feel it scan my brain quickly, and then it went to my girlfriend, and it spent some time with her, and then it left. It was shot up into the sky and went back to this large craft. She was very traumatized by this and spent about 8 months in therapy.
Boy, that's some story. And you sound okay, huh?
Well, we were frightened to death.
I believe me, I understand. All right, thank you very much. From a craft, a ball of light scanning the brain, and then wonder what it did with the information that it downloaded from you, apparently. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time, on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from December 7th, 2001. Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from December 7th, 2001.
From the land where things go perump in the night. This is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. Great to be here. We've got a special line open for entity attacks. It's my entity attack line. Only those who have actually been physically attacked by an entity qualify. Any other calls can delve into any subject you wish. It's an open line Friday night, Saturday morning. And if you'll stay right there, we'll get right back to it. Well, you should see some of the fast blasts that I'm getting tonight. Shelley in California writes, I was attacked by a spirit who plunged a butcher knife into my pillow and then told me what he wanted. Shelley, you should fast blast me your phone number. No one else will see it, just me, and I'll call you and we'll get that story on the air. So if you have a similar story, and it's really a very, very good one, you know, you can fast blast me a phone number, and I'd be more than happy to get hold of you. In the meantime, the lines are jammed, so the odds of any single person making it through are, you know, somewhat slim. On my entity attack line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello there. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Good, sir. Mr. Paul calling from KSTE.
Sacramento, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm a assistant pastor in church. 6'9", 370 pounds.
You are 6'9", 370?
Yes, sir.
Ay. So you're not like a bouncer for the church, right?
Oh, no, sir.
Oh, okay.
Of course not. This is what happened, sir. Even I don't believe it, but it happened. Matter of fact, it happened this year in March. I was in bed sleeping. Next thing you know, of course, I have a specialized California king-size bed to sleep in. I'm so big. However, it went right through the door. That entity. It went right through the door. I'm looking right at it. And it's coming right towards me. And just about, I'm getting ready to leap on it, because I thought it was someone who's, you know, broke in the house.
Yeah, of course.
And when I looked at it, I said, whoa, no face.
No face.
It's like...
That's bad.
Yes, very bad. No face. It wasn't walking. It was gliding towards me.
Gliding, another bad sign.
No hands.
Real bad.
And it said, I'm going to get you.
Oh, man.
I said, I'm sorry, but you're not going to get me.
Oh.
And all of a sudden, it stopped. It reversed, floated. It's see, if I'm not going to get you, I'm going to get your wife. He went towards my wife, grabbed her ankles, threw her off the bed onto the floor. It hit her head and whole body hit the floor. Big loud thump.
God.
Immediately I got up and I wanted to just, of course, beat the hell out of whatever it was. Immediately, as soon as I turned the light on, it was gone.
And your wife?
And my wife, on her ankles, she's a very light-skinned woman.
Right.
And there was 2 marks, I should say not 2, but 2 hand imprints, 8 in total. And looked like imprints of a hand. And immediately, we're looking at it, up her, this is on the ankle now, going up from the ankle towards her middle inner thigh, it started to bleed. This skin started to bleed. Immediately, of course, I applied pressure on it and it stopped.
Was there a physical cut, a reason for the bleeding, or was this just blood through the skin?
This was just a blood coming from and through the skin. No cut at all.
Holy moly.
And it's amazing because, remember, it's happened in March of this year.
Yes.
I'm a heart patient. A month later...
You're lucky to still be alive now.
That's correct. A month later, I was in the hospital in San Francisco, and the same thing happened to me again. On my supposed to be there for a couple of days. I was there for 3 weeks in the hospital. What happened was on the 3rd night, my heart stopped. Yeah, it just stopped. I didn't know it stopped. Because immediately off to the right, there was the same entity again. It reminded me of the Headless, what's it called?
Headless Horseman?
Yes. I mean, nothing. I mean, the hood is a hood.
Oh.
No face. Just, and it said, "It's time to come with me now." I looked at him. I said, "I'm not scared of you, whoever you are, and I'm not coming with you." Immediately, it said that it was coming towards me.
Yeah.
And then, automatically, the nurse or the doctor was putting those 2, what's called that stuff to...
paddles?
Yeah, paddles on my chest. Immediately, I woke up. And I said, what happened? They said, I went into heart failure, and my heart stopped for the last 8 seconds.
Holy smokes. Listen, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but I am curious.
Yes.
What kind of life have you led?
Afterwards?
Well, no. Previously.
What type of life?
Yeah, in other words, let me sort of lay it out this way. It seems as though at critical moments you're having encounters with folks that aren't likely to lead you to the up escalator. And there's, I'm just kind of curious what kind of life you led.
Oh, got married, a year out of college. I'm 45 years old now. I played professional football for 1 year. Had to stop because of the heart. I was born with a heart problem.
Who did you play for?
Seattle Seahawks.
You played for the Seahawks?
Yes. And then after I got waived, wifey from Hawaii. So I went to Hawaii, and I got hired over there on a very prominent bank over there. I stayed there for the last, 18, 19 years. Just got back recently. Again, the heart started to act up again. That's why I had to get out of that banking environment. I left as senior vice president of the bank.
The banking's probably as bad as professional football for the heart.
Yes, it is. But it's just, again, I've been listening to the program the last 15 years, and I was inclined to call because this is true. I can't believe it. I mean, it only happened once. It happened twice, and it's very, very, very. I wasn't scared. It's just my wife is petrified.
Would have done the trick for me. What's it like listening to other people with somewhat similar stories?
Well,
must be strange. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people think this only happens to them and maybe in the movies.
Oh no! I remember I used to be an assistant pastor in the church.
Right.
had to stop because of the heart. I heard many stories in the church. I went to a with Catholic I'm sorry, what you call those guys?
Could have been a bishop.
Yeah, it could have been about 5 years ago, to help assist him exercise a person, and I firmly believe that whatever it was probably following me, because the person, it took about a long time to get that entity out of the particular individual, and it was very, very nerve-wracking. Because it takes a lot of years to go through this training. And at the time, again, I had the heart problem.
Well, I hope in the future, any future crisis you have brings something a little brighter, to light your way, my friend. Thank you so much for the call.
Oh, you're welcome, sir.
You take care. Wow. You just, you'd never know. I mean, when you open up these kinds of lines, you never know what you're going to get. And we're definitely getting our money's worth tonight. I had no idea that there really were there are so many of you out there that have been attacked in such a violent way. It's astounding. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, I went to Job Corps back in the early 80s and met a guy that told me stories about how him and his family were severely attacked by demons all the time, and that his little brother and stuff would end up with black eyes and just bad luck all the time. I mean, it was horrible the way he described his life. They'd be like driving out of the parking lot and the wheels would fall off their cars, and just numerous accounts of just horrible encounters with different type of entities in their home and stuff. And we were talking one night, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, right up in the little corner of the room, it was like there were tens of thousands of angels in a circle looking down on us. It was like all these eyes were just beaming down on us.
Yes.
And I know this sounds really freaky, but I'm telling you, at the same time, we both seen it, and just chills just went up and down our body. And it was the most frightening thing. I mean, it was frightening, but in another sense, it was kind of...
well, maybe that was a circle of protection.
It may have been. But I tell you, and when me and my brother were children, we used to get visited by this woman called the Dostal woman. She used to climb down out of the attic from the closet.
She lived or appeared in... She lived in that closet, you believe?
Yeah, she came down out of the attic every night.
Every night?
Yeah, and she would look at us and stuff. She was a dark figure. And, I mean, you talk about two scared kids. We were horrified. Our hair would stand up on the back of our necks and just goosebumps all over us. And we would try to scream, and you couldn't get nothing out, because you're so horrified. And
what did she want?
I don't know. We told our mom and dad about it, and our mom, she kind of believed us, but our dad, he always was real skeptical. He didn't believe anything. And one night it sounded like somebody was setting the table in the dining room with knives, forks, spoons, plates, just like somebody was setting the table.
Right.
Like about 2:30 in the morning.
Yes.
And my brother and I, we were petrified, because we had this room right off the dining room, and my mom and dad were in the front of the house, and we were witnessing all this stuff, and we could see like two legs, white legs. Do you know what I mean, like the pajamas of the old-fashioned pajamas?
Sure.
Yeah, with the lace around the bottom.
Sure.
Now we would see two legs jumping over the table, back and forth, and then walk around the table, and you could hear plates and stuff being set out on the table. Then the spirit would come through the doorway there into our room and walk around our bed and grab our legs and stuff, and it was just horrible. I mean, we were petrified kids for a long time. We lived with this, and this is the first time I've ever told anybody, and I'm no a lot of people are hearing this right now, but
Yeah, it's not something you would... Yeah, but it's a better way to be able to tell this kind of thing, really, because what people would think if you told them this.
yeah. And I tell you, we've had so many things happen, Art. It's I could go on and on and on.
Well,
we're the ones that had the rocks raining on us.
Rocks raining on you.
Yes, this is very true. In California, Missouri, it rained rocks on us for 3 days.
Yep, I know. Someone else gave us that a little while ago. I find that, I have a hard time with that one. 3 days of rocks. Should have had lots of pictures, huh? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was me.
Yes, it is. Where are you?
I'm in Hickson, Tennessee.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Mary. I've been listening to you for a long time. How's your back, by the way?
Actually, Mary, it's better than it's been in a long, long time.
Good, I'm glad. We missed you, or I did anyway.
Thank you.
I wanted to talk to you about the attacks also.
Okay.
All my life, myself and my family have been attacked by things. With most of the time, it's in the bed or in the bedroom.
Yep, that seems to be almost a constant.
In fact, one night, something was grabbing my hand like it was trying to pull me out of bed.
Oh.
Another night, I woke up, I couldn't breathe, and I just saw two red eyes and this black figure.
Red eyes?
Red eyes.
I hate red eyes.
I don't like them either. It scared me, and that happened more than once. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't scream, I couldn't move. It was like a battle of wills.
Yeah.
That's the only way I could describe it, was a battle of will to get this thing off of me. I have had out-of-body experiences, and I've been chased by them.
I know. I really like to ask this question. If you hadn't resisted, if you had let this thing, this black thing with red eyes, proceed to what it was going to do, if you'd been frozen in fear and couldn't have moved, what do you think would have happened?
Well, I was frozen, but it wasn't in fear. I just couldn't move. But I think it was trying to take me over. I believe this.
Possession.
Yeah. And it's not just myself this has happened to. It's happened to my husband. It's happened to a couple of my brothers.
Well, the thing about possession is we have no way of knowing how many possessed people there are. I mean, it may well be that the changes in personality, at least in the beginning, are fairly subtle. But the possession increasingly takes control once it occurs. And how would we ever know, any of us here on Earth, how many are really possessed?
I don't know about anyone else, but I can feel if there's something wrong with people. And I can usually see it in their aura.
Well, there certainly are people where, you just immediately know something is really wrong.
I believe my father was possessed because he was one of the most evil men I ever met in my life.
Your own father?
My own father. I believe he was possessed because he enjoyed hurting people. And he didn't care who knew. And he was charismatic. He was like the devil incarnate himself.
You mean in other ways he was charismatic?
Yeah. He could be cruel and mean, and nobody seemed to see it.
Huh.
Even though he was being mean and cruel to them. It's like they couldn't tell.
Mm.
But I've always had a sense about it, and people that are like that, I can't be around.
The satin shiv,
I don't know what it is, but I'm real sensitive to, I guess, spirits and things. I see things, I know things, scary things.
Well,
I know when people are going to die.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I was going to say maybe it simply runs in the family.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the Indian background in our family.
Oh.
Because Indians tend to be more inclined to be open to spirits. And I believe my mother, her family her line was medicine woman.
Well, you've got a pretty serious background there.
Yeah.
And so I guess that accounts for a lot of it. I wonder why she, though, with her sensitivity, ended up marrying a man who had this incredible mean streak.
Well, hers was more in the healing arts. She could heal with anything. She had used a lot of the Indian ways to heal.
But why would she have been attracted to such a mean man?
I'm not sure.
Uh-huh.
I think it was her second husband, and he promised to take care of her and her family and treat her kids as if they were his own, but he didn't. Actually, he did too, I guess, because he was equally cruel.
Equally cruel.
Yeah.
Okay, listen, I've got to scoot. Thank you.
Well, I thank you, and I have one more question.
Well, you'll have to hold on then.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from December 7th, 2001.
Old time movie about a ghost from a wishing well, in a castle dark or a fortress strong, with chains upon my feet. You know that ghost is me, and I will never be.
Presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight's program originally aired December 7th, 2001.
Good morning from the high desert and a little town called Pahrump, Nevada. To the nation, actually, to the world. We're talking about, well, mainly entity attacks tonight. No shortage of stories there, to be sure. Only physical attacks need apply. All other lines, anything you want to talk about. But interestingly, even those have been filling up with attack stories. Ever expect you'd hear so many? I certainly didn't. But then again, I'm constantly surprised on this program. Well, if you're out there driving across the country tonight, in the middle of the night in the darkness, you're probably spending a lot of time looking in the rear view mirror, I'd suspect. All right, my caller east of the Rockies here had something else. Go ahead.
Hi, yeah. Also, earlier this week, I heard that Dick Clark is going to be hosting the New Year's celebration in New York.
Is he really?
Yeah, as soon as he said that, I got a flash. And I'm worried that something else is going to happen in New York.
Well,
like they've not had enough trouble.
Yeah, New Yorkers are worried about that, too. Thank you very much. Yeah, a lot of people concerned about that, not the least of which would be New Yorkers. Everybody's concerned about it. And we really need to be extremely cautious, by the way. Even though we're hearing that, we're mopping up and wrapping up with the Taliban in Afghanistan, this is far from over. And so we really need to remain on alert and expect about anything, and we'll probably get it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hi. I have a couple of quick stories to tell you.
Oh.
I'll give you the first one that's more amazing than the other, but... the first one is, when I was a young man, 22, I shared an apartment going through school with some roommates, and we started messing around with the Ouija board, and and I have to catch my breath because this still sets me back a few steps just to think about it. We did the Ouija board, and we saw some things happening. We saw the doors open and close by themselves. We saw the Ouija board leave the floor and fly off by itself. All kinds of strange things like that. But,
well, listen, playing with Ouija boards, it's not quite as serious as sitting around with some people and trying to sell your soul, but...
Oh, I'm getting to that part.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
For some reason, I decided that I wanted to have power. And I started threatening the devil. And I started saying, you know what, I think Jesus is the king, and I don't think that you are anything, and I think you're fake and you're fraud, and so prove it to me that you are all powerful.
And
nothing happened. I walked up to the wall, and I stood at the wall, and I held my hands out as though I was Jesus on a cross.
Yeah.
And I said the following. This is very difficult for me to talk about because I'm a Christian and I've renewed my faith, and so I don't like to give the devil any more credence than he.
That's all right. Lay it out for us the way it happened.
Well, this is the way it happened. I was up against the wall. I had my hands out. My legs were just, I assumed the position just like Jesus was on the cross.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I want to have power. I want to have, this is difficult. I want to have intercourse with you so that you could put your seed in me so that I could have your power.
You said this to the devil?
Yes. Now, you're only the second person I've told this to. My wife may be listening. I don't remember if I told her or not, but anyway, I'm 34 now.
May I advise you on that subject?
Sure.
Don't tell her.
No. Well, maybe she went to bed. She said she was going to bed.
Good. Yep. Don't tell her that.
But in any case, this is when the lights started flickering and things started flying across the room and that kind of thing. When I was a young boy, the second story, when I was a young boy...
You know what?
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to do better than that. And besides that, I'm sure you've given it some thought since, but...
Very regretful of it, actually.
Regretful, yeah. What makes you think that you didn't get your wish?
Well, that's very profound. I think at times, perhaps...
You did?
I have. I've done some really things that I'm not proud of. And
I hear you.
I don't like to even think about it. But
all right. Well, look, I'll take it at that. Thank you. That's freaky. Have you ever listened to people like that man before in your life? People who have either sold their soul to the devil, made a deal, or invited the seed of the devil to live within them. Can you imagine doing that? Ay. That's really freaky stuff, and for every moment of your life after you've done something like that, you would have to wonder if the deal really wasn't consummated. On my entity attack line, you're on the air.
Hey, Mr. Bell?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm calling regarding an attack made on my mother back in the early 80s.
Your mother?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm calling from Victorville, California. It's kind of a comical story, not to make light of the subject, but one evening we've seen shadows and colors and things in our peripheral vision at times in the house, knockings. And one evening my mom went to sleep, and she said she was in a real deep sleep that night. For some reason, she's usually a light sleeper. And when she had woken up in the morning, she'd felt some soreness and sensitivity around one of her eyes. I believe it was the left one.
Around her eye, yes.
And she got up and she went into the restroom, and once she wiped the sleep out of her eyes, she looked into the mirror and she noticed some blackening and bruising around her eye.
Oh, really?
And her eyebrow on top of the same eye was plucked to perfection.
To perfection?
To perfection. The thinnest, most perfect plucking she had ever seen in her life.
So it was a cosmetically perfect attack.
Yes, sir. And she did not feel no pain while it was happening. but she could tell that it had been plucked because of the sensitivity she felt in the morning.
Wow.
Yeah.
What did she conclude from this, out of curiosity?
What we might have thought, what we were thinking that was some type of female spirit who was real, if you might say, vain, and that had a problem with my mom's eyebrow.
Offended in some way by your mom's eyebrow.
Yes, which my mom did keep plucked and did keep trimmed, but for some reason I believe she was not happy with it and took it upon him or herself to...
Did you happen to notice whether, following that attack, your mom's eyebrows were plucked regularly and neatly?
No, actually that was the only time that my mom was actually affected by the entity or spirit.
Well, I know, but I was just wondering if she personally, concluded that she should keep her eyebrows in better repair.
No, I think she went, well, obviously she had to match up the other one. So she went ahead and then plucked the other one to try to get it to look like the first one that had been done.
Yeah.
And but she never kept them that way again. She went ahead and let them grow back out.
Well, I tell you, I'd have taken that one as a warning. I really appreciate the story, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Take care. That's the first cosmetic attack I've heard of. Wow. He could not have made that up. I mean, he could have, but it doesn't sound like he could have made that up to me, It's just one of those, it's too bizarre. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Art. I'm a first-time caller. My name's Tina, and I'm calling from the San Gabriel Valley in California.
All right, Tina.
And what I'm calling about is not to change the,
It could use some changing.
Subject.
So go right ahead.
But I think you might be interested in this. I fast-blasted you about the Atlantean crystal ball book.
Atlantean crystal ball book?
Right. And why I find this interesting, and I think it'd be good subject matter for future show, is this book was written in 1989, and I just came across it this year, and it has the directions to the city of Atlantis in it on how it could be found, which seem to match up exactly with where Atlantis has currently been found.
Well.
And along with 7 other lost temples that are supposedly still lost, the directions to them, and how this came about, according to this book, this woman was given a crystal ball by Flip Wilson,
yes,
the comedian.
Right.
And this crystal ball, she didn't know anything about crystal balls, but it started emanating like a mist around it, and she started channeling this information.
Channeling, huh?
Yeah, and I don't go for channeling either. But
yeah, you too.
This is just too strange.
Well, I don't actually. Channeling is a reasonable thing to imagine. Certainly could occur. I just, I've always been sort of hesitant about it because you can't prove it.
Well, correct, right. But anyway, this particular crystal ball, this woman was also on several radio channels regarding this crystal ball. And this crystal ball emits so much energy that it caused the radio channel to go dead, which you can imagine would be a scary thing.
Crystal, you see, is a very interesting substance. I have a pure crystal ball that Bob Crane bought for me at some really exorbitant price in Indonesia. It's an absolutely pure crystal ball, and they're very interesting to hold in your hand. A true crystal ball is really something.
Well, this particular crystal ball was brought up by the divers of Jacques Cousteau.
Wow.
From the Atlantic Ocean, in between Florida and Cuba.
And Cuba.
Right.
That would be the area.
Yeah. And it's been, I guess in 1990, it was looked at by a group of gemologists, I guess is what it's called.
Right.
And they said that this particular crystal ball was by no means man-made. They'd never seen anything like it. And it was bathed in, I can't remember it's a green lake. It escapes me the name of it. But anyway, they put it in this green lake, and it absorbed the color of green afterwards.
Oh.
And it blows up telephones and fax machines and refrigerators, and they ended up having to put this crystal ball in a safe away from electrical things because it was causing so many problems. But why I thought you might find it interesting is because you've had past guests talking to you about magnetic energy.
Crystal ball like that would utterly destroy the room I'm in right now.
Yeah, well, you couldn't have it there, from according to what I've read.
No.
It would give you a whole new thing to be afraid of.
My dear, it would send me back to the Stone Age. I have so many electronics in here that it would be all over.
Yeah, but it talks about these other temples that are still lost, but there's crystal balls in these temples.
Well, we shouldn't be surprised at this because there was an obvious technology in these ancient times that we don't have now, that we haven't remembered or relearned, or a science path we haven't gone down, but they had some sort of technology and power that we don't have a clue about.
Right, and that's exactly what this book, The Channeled Message, is saying, that within when Atlantis was found, that at that point they would also be finding these other temples with the crystal balls in them, and that's where the hidden secret of magnetic energy and how to create magnetic energy would be found, and we would then learn, how to store it and harvest it.
I'll go for this. Perhaps we would learn how to channel it. How's that?
Okay.
All right. Well, listen, thank you very, very much for the call. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello there.
Hi.
How you doing?
All right, sir. Where are you?
I'm in Chicago.
Chicago. All right.
I just
turn your radio off. That's very
God,
important.
you can hear it all the way over there?
Oh,
I apologize. It's,
that's right. I have very good hearing.
way on the other side of the room.
I know. I will wait.
Hold on 1 second.
Yes, I'll wait. Very important that actually you have your radio near your phone so that you can immediately turn it off. Because of the delay.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm calling about the streetlight phenomenon that I've experienced in my life for over 12 years now.
They go off as you approach.
And actually, I have both. I have them go on and off.
Mm-hmm.
I first noticed that I've lived in Chicago my whole life, except for a period of about 2 years I lived in New Jersey.
Okay.
And I first noticed this in New Jersey. I worked a night job, and my hours varied every night coming home. So it was always a random time. It was never the same time. And the same street light on the highway on the way home would either turn on or turn off as I approached or went by.
And what do you make out of this?
I'm not sure, because now I'm back in Illinois. I've been in Illinois for 10 years now, and I have the same phenomenon happen here with several street lights, one on my block where I live and several in the town. And I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what it could be.
If only you could convert this power to turning red lights green.
It's something like that. I don't know. I take it maybe as
you're not alone. I mean,
maybe a guardian angel trying to show me something that they're there.
Maybe. But I can tell you there are many, many people who experience what you experience, so you're not alone.
Yeah, so, I mean, I've never heard anybody ever talk about this, and I've never talked about it to anybody until I heard it on your show about 2 weeks ago. I was like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
It's just something
very
bizarre.
All right, sir.
And they don't just come on. They come on and or go off. So it's not one way or the other.
I've got it.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. No, it is more common than you would imagine. It really does happen. On my entity attack line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art. How are you?
I'm all right, sir. Where are you?
Jacksonville, Florida.
All right. Have you been attacked?
Yeah, it happened about 8 years ago. I heard a gentleman earlier talking about how he was laying in bed next to his wife and something was pressing down on him.
That's right.
And I had the exact same experience, and when I heard that, man, it was chilling to the bone. I was laying in bed next to my wife, and the only thing I could equivalent it to is these void black creatures like in the movie Ghost.
Yes.
That were pressing down my hands, holding them down,
yes.
And kind of like pressing on my chest, choking me.
Yes.
I could barely squeak out her name also, trying to call her name out. I almost had the power or the strength to just almost press them back, to sit up, but they would just kind of like press me back down.
Right.
Well, she actually woke up hearing me try to, say her name, and the minute she said what's wrong, these things were gone, and I sprung up out of bed, with the coldest sweat you ever could imagine. I was spooked. It was just way too scary.
You told her about it?
Oh yeah, I told her about it, and I told several people about it, and they're like, "Man, that's just too weird."
Did you see anything?
Yeah, it was more than one, but I can't tell you whether it was 3 or 4.
Was the pressure on you sort of an even overall pressure, or could you feel extremities pushing you down?
It was extremities. It was like around my chest or throat area and around my hands, holding my hands down, and like I said, they were kind of like faceless, dark figures. And I saw a picture of your shadow people where it was like on your website where it shows like hooded, faceless figures with no legs, and kind of like a cloak.
And that's roughly what you saw?
That's roughly them. And when I saw that picture, it spooked me too.
Oh, brother.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm glad it is over, right?
Oh yeah, it's only happened once, and as you can tell, I don't sleep well at night anymore.
Once will do for that sort of thing. Thank you.
You have a good night.
You too, sir. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
You're listening to Art Bell Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from December 7th, 2001.
And then to burst up through tarmac to the sun again, or to fly to the sun without burning a wing, to lie in a meadow and hear the grass sing, to have all these things in our memory stored, and to use them to help
To Art Bell Somewhere in Time, tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from December 7th, 2001.
Good morning. We've got a entity attack line open as usual. When I do this kind of thing, we're getting more than we bargained for by far. It's a Friday night, Saturday morning, generally open lines with that exception, and it actually has dominated. So if you'll stay right where you are, and I imagine you're fairly frozen in place anyway if you've been listening, we'll get to more of it in a moment. And back into the night we go. Good morning, you're on the air on Coast to Coast AM. Where are you, please?
Hi, this is David in Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Hey, David.
How are you this morning?
I'm fine. You fast-blasted me and said you had a story, and I called you, so what's up?
Yeah, it's actually pretty frightening to even recount, but
I'll do my best to make it as quick as possible.
Sure.
Basically, it occurred over a 3-week period or so when I was 9. I went through this period of waking up at night and really frightened. And you know what happens when you're 9 and you're really frightened? You have to make a trip to the little boy's room.
Right away.
Yeah. And, of course, once you're there, you're kind of stuck for a few minutes. And anyway, I would run to the bathroom, and I would feel this entity or something evil coming toward the bathroom down the hall. And it was like the longer I was in there, the stronger the presence became. And, you know, I would finish what I was doing and immediately dash back into my bed and throw the covers over my head, and I could feel this presence all around me.
I always wonder about people say, I finished what I was doing. To me, you know, once this thing's on the way, what you're doing isn't going on anymore.
Well,
but,
you know, after a few times, it kept getting closer, and so you're less and less finished when you're pulling your clothes back on.
I see. All right.
But yeah. So anyway, one night it kind of came to a head, and the thing made it to just outside the door, whatever it was. You know, it was just a feeling of fear.
Yes.
And I ran. I wouldn't look to the right. I ran. My bedroom was to the left, and I ran and I dove under the covers, and I could hear the thing walking toward me, whatever it was. And I wouldn't, of course, look out from under the cover. And I was scared, really, really scared, too scared to scream. It walked up right beside the bed, stopped.
Yes.
And there was a pause. Something grabbed me by the neck, jerked me straight up in the bed.
Yes.
It wasn't choking me, and there was no pressure or anything like that, but it physically pulled me straight up in the bed, and I couldn't scream because I was too scared, not because I was choking. And when I finally let go, it was one of those blood-curdling, you know how when a male is really scared, it's very different when they scream than a female.
Oh, yes.
And anyway, so I screamed, and my dad was an ex-paratrooper, you know, born-again hard type. And he comes out of his bedroom with his gun in his hand, and because I guess that scream, he must have taken it pretty seriously, and flipped on the light. And he looked at me and, you know, and immediately was kind of mad at me. It's like, what's wrong with you, boy? And that kind of thing. And I couldn't say anything. I was just too scared. And he looked down at the floor, and there was a pair of boots beside the bed.
A pair of boots?
Yeah. I know this sounds really odd, but this is entirely true.
Okay.
And then if you looked back down the hallway, which the light was on because my mother was up as well, there were muddy boot prints.
Oh,
and,
my
yeah, I went back into the living room. So he yells at everyone to get down on the floor, and he runs off into the living room with his gun in his hand.
Sure.
Turning on lights as he goes.
Sure.
He emptied I believe it was a Browning 380 automatic. It was an old, I think it was an old military issue of some sort. And, all these shots rang out, and of course we're all really frightened by now. And a few minutes later, my dad returns, and he's white as a sheet. My mother's calling the police, and the police finally arrive, only to, when they go to come in the house, at that point in time, my dad realizes that all the doors and windows are locked and had been. They had never been unlocked. No one had entered through a door or a window.
Holy smokes. And what did the police say about all this?
Well, they didn't know what to say other than they saw the results of all the gunshots, which was a string of bullet holes down the living room wall. So evidently this thing had been moving, and my dad saw it, whatever it was.
And shot at it.
And repeatedly. I think it was like, I don't know if it was a 9 or a 13-round clip in those. I don't recall, but, I mean, it was a lot of shots.
My God, that's some story.
That's bizarre, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
It's absolutely true.
It was worth the call. Thank you.
Okay, and one other thing. He would never tell me what he saw. I don't know what he told the police. I guess he was trying to keep me from being overly frightened again. But from that point on, we always had lights on at night.
I hear you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow. Huh. Well, I have always felt that there is intrinsic safety value in covers. I know it really sounds stupid, right? But when you're a kid, you pull the covers over you, And I think you still do that, by the way, when you're an adult. And that's because I think we all sort of half believe that there is some intrinsic value in the covers being over you. On the other hand, that may be totally in error and nothing but a myth, and you could be made of bloody pulp, covers or not. Whew. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm calling from Buffalo, listening to you on WBEN.
Yes, sir. Buffalo, New York.
And I have an entity attack story. Although this is quite different than the ones I've been hearing tonight. This happened in the daytime.
In the daytime?
Yes. I lived in a house that wasn't quite right. I was a child for a while. We lived in an apartment that was... other things were living there as well.
Like what?
Ghosts. And I was quite young, and I'd always get up first thing in the morning, and everybody else in the house would be sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd hear a woman call out my name. This happened repeatedly, and I mean, days on end or weeks on end. And finally, I just got accustomed to it, and one day I decided to ignore it. And I guess she didn't like that too much. She grabbed my arm, whipped it behind my head, and basically I got slapped. I didn't see anything. I got slapped upside the head and knocked a tooth out.
And you lost a tooth?
I lost a tooth.
All right. Could you see her or only sense her?
I didn't. Only heard her.
You only heard her?
Yeah, because I used to before.
Okay, but this is a very serious physical attack, so you felt arms on you, and you felt all this leverage and this terrible slapping. So it must have been like an invisible something attacking you.
Yeah, it was like I was being reprimanded or something, because before, in times past, I'd get up and search around the house and who's there or what do you want, or
right.
And finally it just happened so much I got accustomed to it, so I decided to ignore it. And she didn't like it too much.
Wow. What finally changed? I mean, it's not still going on, right?
No, well, we moved from there, and we moved out of town.
And when you moved, she did not follow?
She did not follow, but a couple years later we had moved back, and when we moved out, my brother, he wasn't old enough to walk or talk yet, and we drove past the house as we were coming back into town.
Yes.
And my father goes, "Hey, we used to live there." And he goes to my brother, "You remember that place?" He goes, "Yeah, that was a house with all the monsters in it."
I appreciate the call, sir.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, and take care. Now, rarely, if ever, do you hear of somebody moving or leaving, and whatever it is, following. Therefore, that has got to be regarded, if this is really serious for you, as one solution, to getting away from it, and that is to get the hell out. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello.
All right.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Rick. I'm in Nashville.
Hello, Rick.
My story is I know it's late, but it's kind of lengthy because it entails many years.
Well, try and boil it down.
I will boil it down.
Okay.
It started when I was 8. I was staying with my grandparents for a weekend, and this was up in Massachusetts. And when I lived up there, and I was on their couch one night sleeping. My sister was in the bedroom. We would switch out. One night she'd sleep in the bed, and one night I'd sleep in the bed. And I was laying there in bed one night, and it was probably 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Pitch black, and there's no lights on in the house. And I couldn't sleep that night for some reason, and I was just laying there with my eyes open, and there's this big green face that comes up in front of me.
A green face?
Yeah, a very green face. It was the face of a man.
Okay.
But it was enormous. It kind of like, you picture like the Wizard of Oz type thing.
Yes.
Only
the wizard was a little runt.
Well, it ended up being a little run. I'm talking about the big green head.
Oh, I see. The presentation of the wizard.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Well, it was similar to that, only this face spoke to me.
Oh?
Yes. And informed me that for the rest of my life, he would see to it that everything that I tried to do would fail. My kids would die. All kinds of things like that. And, of course, I was scared to death.
Holy smokes.
Well, this doesn't end there. The green face never came back. Then it was similar things as I got older.
Yeah, but what about its promise?
Oh, yeah. I'll get to that.
Okay.
As I got older, I would start being attacked physically, mainly just laying in bed, and this I would feel an evil presence, and it would, like a lot of other people, a pressure on my chest, not being able to move, not being able to scream, not being able to say anything. And, of course, I didn't know what it was, and like a lot of other people, they don't know exactly what it is. When I got married a few years ago,
yes,
I started going to church, and I started learning about things like what quote unquote demons and things like that can do, and what they're capable of, and how they're agents of the devil, and blah blah blah.
Yes.
And that answered a lot of questions for me. As far as these attacks, but the attacks didn't stop. As a matter of fact, they became, when I started going to church, they became more frequent.
More frequent.
Yes. And I went to my pastor, and it was like, how do I deal with this? And my wife.
Did you tell your pastor the whole story?
Oh yeah.
The green man, everything.
Oh yeah, everything. The whole 9 yards.
And how did he react?
He said, well, he was not surprised at all.
Really?
Yeah. And he said, this is what you need to do. And, of course, it's like that man that called from Memphis earlier about, he had sold his soul, or experimented with selling his soul to the devil and all that. And then when he was being attacked, he tried screaming out the name of Jesus, and it didn't work.
Right.
Well, come to find out, for me, that started working.
Well, maybe if you've made your deal, so to speak, and the contract is signed, then none of the small print works.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Maybe it's like, if you sell your soul to Satan himself,
then invoking the name of Jesus is not going to help you.
Does you no good.
That's
and I just wonder, as many people as you've had on here that have these attack stories of these entities or demons or shadow people or whatever you want to call them, what percentage of those people believe in God?
I don't know. Does it surprise you, though, that we have had so many stories of physical attacks? Hardly anybody ever asked about that, so I thought I would because of a couple calls I got. But, I mean, they're just flooding in physical attacks. Does that surprise you?
Not at all.
Really?
Not at all. And the reason why I say that, of course, I'm a very, me being a Christian person, I believe in, Satan. I know he's there. I know that he's got all these, agents out there, so to speak.
Well, I guess if you begin to have some fatal disease and you're fading away on your deathbed and you see the green guy, you're going to know it went wrong.
Yeah.
I appreciate the call, sir. Thank you. That would be really unsettling, wouldn't it? To have a green guy, a big green face, tell you that your life virtually is over. That everything you try to do is going to fail, that children you bear will die. To be told that and then to begin to have it all come true. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Yes, sir.
My name is Jason. I'm in Hermosa Beach, California.
Hi, Jason.
I'm somewhat of a Star Trek fan. I don't follow everything, but the new show Enterprise
Yes.
had a strange correlation to a show that you had on, I believe it was 2 nights ago, with Dan Aykroyd and David Sarita.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Speaking of the Dropa stones and the experiments that NASA did with the tether.
And the Dropa stone-shaped craft that were miles long, and then there was a photograph taken by the lady of the Dropa.
Yes.
And yes.
Well, anyways, in this week's episode of the new Star Trek Enterprise show, the Enterprise came across an alien vessel that was on its way to a protostar. That the people that were on the vessel were going to this protostar because they believed that once every 11 years it gave off a neutron blast that represented the beginning of the universe.
Right.
So, ironically enough, in the greeting of this alien civilization, one of the members, the spokesman, gives the captain of the Enterprise a clock that looks very, very suspiciously like one of the Dropa stones. It was a clear crystal type thing, but it was the same round shape with a little notch in it.
There you go. You know what I think? You know what I think?
What's that?
I think that the people who write the scripts for things like Star Trek and other science fiction monitor what's really going on in the world right now.
Yes.
And wouldn't it be irresistible to take a shape like that
Yes.
and weave it into your story?
Yes. And of course, this is supposed to be a future extension of NASA itself.
Yes.
Which is what really drew me to the correlation. And apparently, what this guy told was that this clock charts time from the beginning of the universe. So I thought that was
very interesting.
Quite interesting.
Yes. Well, again, I really think that they take a few pages from what's really going on out there. I certainly would.
Yes.
If I were writing that kind of a story, so that may indeed be the case.
Yes, definitely.
Really neat. I appreciate that. I'm going to have to start watching that.
Yeah.
All right, you take care.
Thank you. You too.
With stories like this, you've got to take care, don't you? All right, we're not done yet. There is more to go. If you'll just keep it right where you've got it. In the middle of the night, I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast and well beyond AM, if you can handle it.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from December 7th, 2001.
Some velvet morning when I'm straight, I'm gonna open up your gate and maybe tell you about Phaedra and how she gave me life and how she made some velvet morning when I'm straight. Flowers growing on a hill, dragon
Art Bell Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from December 7th, 2001.
Good morning, everybody. This is Coast to Coast AM in the nighttime. Here we go again. First-time caller line, which is actually tonight the entity attack line. You are on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Ann. I'm calling from Juneau, Alaska.
Hello, Ann, the capital of Alaska.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, I was really surprised to hear so many responses to this gal that spoke the other night.
Were you? Are you surprised to hear so many people with similar stories?
Yes, because that's been happening to me for about 18 years.
18 years?
Yes, and it started happening when I got born again. And I should mention that I'm from a...
You mean when you became a born-again Christian?
Yes. And I renounced the Indian culture, and that's when it started happening. Because I'm from a tribe that, totem poles and graven images and all these things.
Uh-huh.
And it has never let up. And I was very encouraged by that man who said he fasted, because it seems to me it's been laid on my heart, to fast, and I've just been afraid to.
Well, what do you make of it? I mean, how do you interpret the fact that when you became a born-again Christian, all of this came upon you?
Well, I just seem to understand. I just read the Bible, and then I understood. It seemed like my eyes were just open, like a man earlier was saying.
I mean, you would think thank you very much, you would think just the very opposite, that when somebody would embrace Christianity, if what a lot of Christians say, that when she embraced it, that troubles of that sort would lessen, would not magnify and not begin. A little food for thought there. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes. Art?
Yes.
Okay, this is Connie. I'm calling from Bloomington, Indiana.
Hi, Connie.
Hi. I love your show, and I'm just sitting here just with chills down my spine when the guy was speaking of the hooded figure that didn't have any face or feet or anything.
Yes, the one where he described it as gliding.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, just floating by. I had that experience, and I am just like freaking out right now because this is like so scary. It was back in the 70s, right after the Exorcist movie came out.
Right.
And I'll try to make this as brief as possible because I know this won't, you have to be quick. But this is the honest to God's truth. I lived in a old house that was made into apartments in downtown Gary, Indiana. And my whole family kind of took over the apartment because whoever owned it, they abandoned it, but they had remodeled it. So it was the strangest thing, and it was broken down into like 4 apartments.
Right.
One in the front, one in the back, one in the middle, and an attic. And my sister moved in the back. Me and my mother lived in the middle. And in the front, a friend of ours that was practicing witchcraft moved down into the front. And when that person moved in, these strange things started happening in this whole apartment house. And one night in particular that this happened to me, I was out with my brother's wife, and mind you, I was only about 14, but I had gotten drunk off of tequila. And I just laid on the couch and just kind of passed out. Well, my mom had a deadbolt on the door with keys that just hung in there. And I just heard the slightest sound of these keys, and it woke me up out of a dead drunk and just being a young kid. And I went over to the door. I don't know what made me go to the door, but when I opened it, this hooded figure just glided from the stairs down, and my sister was upstairs with her boyfriend, and glided down right in front of me, and I just panicked, and I screamed, and I slammed the door shut. And then my sister said, "Connie, is that you?" And I said, "What are you guys doing?" I said, "What was that?" She goes, "Open the door and let us in." I said, "I'm not opening this door until you get down here." I said, "What is that?" I'm yelling through the door to her.
Right.
And she said, "Just please open the door. We're on our way down." So when they got down there, they ran in. I opened the door real fast. she was as white as a sheet. Her boyfriend was Puerto Rican, and I tell you, he looked like he was an albino.
They had both seen this then also.
My sister didn't, but only he did, and it was coming up the stairs towards him, and she asked me, she goes, I said, what was that thing I just seen? She goes, wait a minute, don't say nothing, because she wanted to verify it. So she asked him what he saw, and then he got quiet, where I couldn't hear it, and then she asked me what I saw, and she just almost literally fainted. She said, oh, my God, because when they were upstairs...
Separate parts of the house, both saw the same thing. She sat there and realized it was the truth.
Yes, but then strange things started happening in that house. We lived like a mile from the steel mill.
Right.
And at about 3 o'clock in the morning, every morning you'd hear this loud thumping in this house. And
where was this? Was this in Juneau?
It was in Gary, Indiana.
Gary, Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And the people well, see, the house finally just burned to the ground because it scared us so bad. There was a foul smell in there. We were always hearing noises. My sister-in-law was cussing this thing out because she'd always believed that if you cussed it out, it would leave you alone.
I'm not sure that's a sound policy.
You don't think so?
Well, well, there are others who, call out the name Jesus or something like that, but I'm not sure cussing at it would be the path I would choose, but I don't know, whatever works.
I don't know either, but I was so scared. Like I said, I was only 14, and my brother lived in Iowa, and, I just started hitchhiking out of there. I moved out. I said, Mom, I have to leave.
That was it. That was enough for you, huh?
When I seen that, and then upstairs it was raining, and my mom said, did you guys close the upstairs window in the apartment upstairs?
Yes.
They heard something slide across the floor. When they went to go open the door, there was a dresser in front of the door. There was nobody up there.
Oh,
no other way to get up. There's no other way to get in that apartment, but you have to bypass the middle apartment.
Gotcha.
And I'm like, this is it. I've got to get out of here.
I don't blame you, and trust me when I tell you I would have done exactly the same thing. So many people hang in there, or worse yet, go and investigate. I'm going to try and call. Remember I told you Shelley sent me an interesting... Now she sent me a very interesting fast blast, and I'm going to see if Shelley is still awake. And if Shelley is, we're going to have her tell us her story. Let's see if Shelley's in.
Hello.
Shelley?
Yes.
It's Art Bell.
Hi, Art.
And you're on the air.
Thank you.
It was an intriguing fast blast, and so I thought I'd call you, and I just did.
Yes, in 78, in February, a spirit appeared. He was very solid. A lot of people saw him. He first appeared at our mailbox, and he was dressed like a seaman in the 1800s, like a whaler.
Yes.
And he would walk around, mostly sundowns, evenings, and people would come up to the door, especially women. He would appear suddenly at them. Never hurt them, but just startled them. So he took a liking to teasing people, scratching on the window. He'd open the curtains and there he'd be, and then he'd disappear, grab you in the middle of the night, or you'd walk to the bathroom and bump into him, and he'd laugh and disappear. So...
Well, I'll tell you, that'll ruin a bathroom trip.
It wakes you up.
Yeah, no doubt.
So this went on for about 6 months. And on and off, he would appear, disappear, not hurt anybody, though. So one night, I'm home alone. I make myself a sandwich, leave the knife and the food on the stove, go take my bath. I'm watching a horror movie in the middle of the night.
Of course.
All the lights go off. Both front door and back door blow open.
Blow open.
Yeah, they just at the same time, and they were locked.
Oh, great.
And so I figure, okay, the lights go out, the phone's dead. I go, okay, fuse. I'm going to go out and change the fuses.
What part about a fuse blew open the doors?
I didn't want to ask that at that point. I just wanted to get the lights on.
Right.
So I went out there, I went to the fuse box, and the fuses had been unscrewed and dropped onto the ground. So at this point, I'm hoping it's a physical person that's doing this, and I decided to go back into the house after I got the lights back on, lock the doors, and the butcher knife's gone.
Oh, man.
And my phone's still dead.
Oh, brother.
So now I know he's got a knife.
And he's there.
And he's there. And so I barricaded myself against a wall until somebody came home. And so a few nights later, now he's let me think that he's just going to put the knife somewhere and scare me. So I don't know what he's going to do. Weeks later, I'm asleep.
Yes.
I get awakened in the middle of the night by something grabbing my arm so tightly that it hurt. You wake up, ow!
Yeah.
It was so cold and wet, and I jumped up and I screamed. And I turned on the light, and I heard him laugh, and he disappeared. And my arm was covered, like somebody had dipped their hands in blood and put their hands on me. So my whole arm was covered in blood.
Oh, my God.
So I didn't know if he had cut me with a knife, or you're half awake.
Sure, you could think I've been cut, yeah.
Run to the bathroom, wash myself off, and I just have bruises, just like it's a handprint.
Right.
So I'm startled. I get shook. I said, okay, you know what? You're not bugging me. I'm going to go back to bed. I go back to bed, and there's a butcher knife in my pillow.
There's a butcher knife in your pillow?
The same
oh, my
one
God.
he took.
Oh, man.
And then...
I'd be so out of there.
Well, no, I just said, it's either me or you. You're going
Obviously.
or I'm going.
Yeah,
one of us is going, and the next night I was writing some poetry, and it felt like somebody grabbed my hand, and he wrote his name. Thomas Jodo.
Thomas Jodo?
And I said, okay, what will it take to get you out of here? What the heck do you want?
Yes.
And he wrote horses.
Horses?
Horses, of all things. I'm thinking this is some sort of drama here, and he writes horses. In my head, I hear a voice. An Irish brogue, and he tells me that he was a whaler. First, he had been somebody who groomed horses somewhere in Ireland, joined a whaling vessel, made money, heard about the gold fever in California, went to California, and died on the ground where my house was. In a fight, a knife fight, somebody had killed him.
Holy smokes.
So he said he wanted horses. He loved horses. He'd give me horses and I'll leave you alone.
And so?
I'm in Fresno, and I'm saying, okay. Well, I remember my mother had a friend who had inherited his brother's farm, and he had a corral and a barn. So I'm thinking, okay, I got to get this guy out of here. So I tell you, I told him, you go to Wayne's house, because he's not living there, because he couldn't. His brother had committed suicide, and he couldn't live on the property. He had a security guard out there. I said, you go to the barn at Wayne's house, and I'll get you horses somehow. Don't ask me how. Just go. And he said, if you don't, I'll come back. So without telling Wayne, I sent this ghost over there. Well, Wayne had seen this man on the property, and the night watchman was scared to death. And so Wayne had seen this man come out of the barn, and he came over to him, and he was a big, tall man, like I described to my mom, big, tall man, dressed as a seaman.
Yes.
And he says, what's your name? And he says, my name's Thomas Jodo. And he goes, what are you doing here? And he goes, I've come to take care of the horses. And he goes, what horses? And he says, Shelley promised me horses.
Yes.
And he turned his back and walked into the barn. Wayne follows him into the barn, and there's nobody there. So then Wayne calls my mom and says, what's going on? Who's this guy that Shelley promised horses to? So Mom explained the story. So Wayne had a friend who needed to board horses. So he told a friend, put your horses in my corral, bring your hay, leave them there for a while. I'll give you some free space, because he wanted to see what was going to happen.
Yes.
The guy came back the next morning and said, well, if your night watchman's going to take care of my horses and feed them and water them, I want to pay him for it. So Wayne goes back to the watchman. The watchman says, I don't know what's going on. There's lights in the barn. These horses are going in and out of the barn by themselves. I hear water. I hear food. I'm not going near the place to quit the job. But the horses have been brushed, fed, and watered.
Ay, ay, ay.
So Wayne I told him, give him Irish whiskey. He put Irish whiskey out there. It disappeared. He didn't like the way the ghost, he says, if I'm going to have a ghost, he's really ratty looking. I'm going to get him some new clothes.
All right, we're way short on time here.
Well, it ended with him moving into the house across the street that Wayne owned. It had a widow's walk, like this New England and Irish homes, And he stayed there.
And he stayed there.
With the horses.
That's some story, hon. Thank you very much. And with that, I think we'll call it a wrap. That's it for me from the high desert. I'm Art Bell. Ta-ta.
Midnight in the desert, shooting stars across the sky. this magical journey will take us on a ride, filled with the longing, searching for the truth. Will we make it till tomorrow? Will the sun shine on you? Midnight in the desert, and we're listening. Ooh, we're listening to you. And there's wisdom in the air. I've been looking for the answer. All my life I felt you there. As the world we live in quickens, are we heeding all the signs? Have we lost our intuition? Are we running out of time?